removable, replaceable, easy cardboard screen.
Okay.
So we can replace that without any issue. I use those currently right now during election time, when if you come into City Hall, we will have tables set up for people when they're doing their absentee ballots. We have already the removable cardboard.
And you said the old ones were 20-plus years old?
Oh, at least.
Okay.
At least.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Ms. Nash, just because you refer to these as a tabletop structure, do we need chairs to go along with these?
No,
Okay.
we do not. The only place that we do, they're like a platform, and then they have the legs. So you're standing, it'll be the same height as the current booths right now. The only table that we do set up that has chairs is for our VAT, which is the voter-assisted terminal. So if we have someone that is handicapped or that they need to sit down, we can do that. And the nice thing about when we do send out to the precincts, we send out extra of these cardboard screens that they can set up at tables for people that don't want to stand and someone that just wants to sit, and they're not using the voter-assisted terminal, but they're using they have the traditional ballot, but they want to sit.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Does anybody in the audience have any questions or comments on this? I don't see any. We have an approving from Vice President Toy. Is that for consent or regular?
Yes, please. Consent.
With no objections, that'll be on consent. We'll move on to item number 3, a request to approve a designation of authorized depositories from Department of Finance to allow the city to collect property tax payments and water bills, as well as purchase certificates of deposit and pooled accounts at the provided financial institutions. Mr. Slater, welcome.
Good evening, council. This is a housekeeping item. By charter, city council approves our list of depositories. And so we've updated it to reflect mergers and acquisitions and such that happen over time. And so we're asking you to approve the updated list that was presented to you.
Thank you, Mr. Slater. Council,
So move.
we have a motion from Ms. Toy. Is that for consent, Ms. Toy?
Yes, please.
Seeing no objection from the council, do we have any audience communication? I see none. That's for consent. Thank you, Mr. Slater. Item number 4 is a request for authorization to purchase one 2022 Dodge Charger utilizing state of Michigan bid pricing. Request from the the Division of Police to replace an unrepairable vehicle from budgeted funds. Good evening again, Chief.
Good evening, Council President. Good evening, council members. This is a request, as President Jolly said, to replace one scout car that was damaged beyond repair. The Michigan Municipal Risk Management Association has paid off on the insurance, and with those funds, we'd like to buy the new Charger, and this is from budgeted funds. We would ask a waiver of the sealed bid process, as we're using the state of Michigan contract bidding, which is, as you know, great pricing. And it's from budgeted funds, I think I said. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions or motions from the
Mr. President.
council? Mr. Donovan?
First and foremost, is the officer okay from there's some damage to the vehicle, you said?
Thank you for asking, Councilman. There were no injuries in the crash, so
Awesome.
the officer is fine.
I'll be glad to offer an approving on consent if there's no objection from my colleagues.
I see no objections. Any audience communication, comments, questions? I see none. You have a consent approving for item number 4. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening. Item number 5, a request for authorization to purchase 5 2022 Ford Rangers utilizing the state of Michigan bid pricing for the inspection department to be used by inspection ordinance department from budgeted funds. Mr. Hanna?
Good evening, council. And as mentioned, we are looking to replace 2 of our vehicles for trade-in. One that will be going to scrap. Basically, we had an engine go in it. It's not worth the value of replacing it. And I had an additional employee added to our code enforcement department. So these 5 vehicles will be used for the use of the inspection and ordinance department.
Thank you, Mr. Hanna. Motions from the council. Mr. McCullough?
I'll be happy to offer an approving on consent.
I have a question.
Mr. Donovan?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Hanna, what happens to the vehicles? I think it makes sense to have the Rangers. I mean, you guys do a very difficult job. You're throwing signs in the back of the truck and a lot of back and forth. with tools and what have you, so I think it makes great sense. But what happens to the vehicles that ordinance used to use?
So what I'm gonna do is I'm trading in, the vehicles I'm trading in are just high mileage vehicles, so I'll just shift them around throughout my department. We switch vehicles often depending on the use of them as the mileage goes anyways. So these vehicles be moved into the ordinance and I have an inspector that also does ordinance enforcement, so it'll be used in that capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have an approving from Mr. McCullough. Is there an objection to having that on consent? I see none. Any audience communication? I see none. You're all set, Mr. Hannah.
Thank you.
Item number 6 is a request to adjust water and sewer consumption rates, including an industrial surcharge rate and industrial waste control charge coming to us from the Department of Public Works to become effective on July 1 of 2022. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you. Jacob Rushlow, Assistant Director of Public Works. The Department of Public Works and the Finance Department have worked together on the water and sewer rates proposed for implementation here coming up on July 1st of 2022. Connie Kumpel is here with me tonight from the Finance Department. She's the Chief Accountant to go over a little more of the detail of what those rate changes look like for this year.
Good evening.
Good evening. Today, I'm here to discuss the proposed water rate that would be passed effective July 1st, 2022. The goal of every public water system is to provide residents with clean, uninterrupted, fairly priced water. For the city of Livonia, that means we buy our water from GLWA, and then Wayne County pipes it out to be cleaned. We also have a system in place and to deliver the water, so we have capital costs involved with that. And all of these things go into building out our water rate. So GLWA had an increase this year, their per unit rate and their monthly fixed fee. We have yet to see Wayne County's rate package, but we do have an assumed rate increase built into the rate as well. We look at many factors when building out this rate, but we have a tendency to hone in on that average residential user. And so this year, you're looking at a 3% increase, which amounts to about $5 per quarter overall. So the primary factors, again, that go into this rate change are pass-through costs from our wholesalers, which are GLWA and Wayne County. And with that, we'll open it up to questions.
So a question for me right off the bat here. You know, there's been a lot of information in regards to the Highland Park water debt.
Yeah.
Can you explain to what extent that was factored into these rate adjustments? I know we passed a resolution refusing to pay that. Can you tell us that that actually was not considered as part of the rate increases, or what's the status of that at this time?
So it's part of the, GLWA sets their revenue requirement, and it's built into that revenue requirement. So the city of Livonia has a $12 million revenue requirement that it has to meet. And this year, I think I don't think I know, it's $40,000. So over $12 million revenue requirement, the pass-through debt that was passed through to the city of Livonia is $40,600, I believe is the amount. So what we did, as soon as you passed that council resolution, our water bill our very next water bill, which was the very next week, we reduced our payment. We took the flat rate, divided by 12, and we took it right off the top of what we paid GLWA. So we have backed it off.
So our residents can be assured that they are not paying that debt at this time?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Mr. Barr?
So one follow-up to that. So the residents are still paying the rate, it's just that portion of it, we're holding an escrow for now.
That is, yes,
Right,
yep.
so the residents are still paying that, but it's conceivably, if things were to be resolved that we don't have to pay that money, that would somehow be returned to the residents,
Then it
whether
would
it's
be
through reduced
factored in,
rates or-
yes, that's
yeah,
correct. Yep.
Okay. A few other questions, and I appreciate the information you provided. I read through the packet, and a couple things I had questions on. One, you talk about the expected reduction in water sales charges. What do you mean by that? Sorry, I should probably give you more context. Incorporating an increase of wholesale charges from the GLWA and an expected reduction in water sales charges, the recommended new rates are this. Does that mean we're expecting to sell less water to our residents?
Yes, I believe that's been the trend for the last couple of years, and so that continues to be something that we anticipate going forward.
And so the impact that that has on the rates is what?
So the impact of that has on the rates is that when you sell less water, you have a less spread to cover those fixed costs. And
So the rate actually goes up even though nominally,
Correct.
I assume people are actually paying less because they're using less.
Yeah.
Is that decreased usage, what do we attribute that to? That trend?
Yeah, I can answer that. So we've kind of talked about this a little bit in the past, but it goes into a couple factors. One is just being more conscious of how we're using water. People don't as often, maybe not brush their teeth while running the water the whole time. All these things that we've been told growing up now and put into practice for water conservation, as well as changes to things like fixtures and the water flow rate being, low flow devices, whether it's toilets, shower heads, faucet fixtures, are all also reducing the amount of water that flows through them every time they're turned on. So those are major factors in the residential level. And then in the industrial side too, they've just realized, instead of using huge amounts of water for cooling operations and using water for processes, they've found ways to recycle that water through their system and clean it and reuse it, so they're not just running clean water through the meter all the time. So there's huge improvements in the efficiency on the industrial side as well.
Okay, thanks for explaining that. Another question, further down in the packet, you talk in the section on impact of water and sewer improvement projects, you talk about the footing drain disconnection system, which we've talked about here in the past. Can you help me, and just for residents' sake, program to significantly reduce the amount of clean water that's entering into our sanitary sewer system? Can you help me understand what impact that has up or down on the rates?
Yeah, so when
You
you're
had it
looking
in
at
an impact section, but it wasn't clear on what the impact was, so.
Yeah, so it directly impacts rates because it's another capital improvement project.
So it's an
so we're-
increase, you're talking about the cost of the project is reflecting the rates. There's not a
Correct.
savings as a result of that necessarily.
Really, that is the crux behind why we're doing the program, is to reduce our flows that are going into the sanitary system, which then have to be treated and, all that good stuff at the treatment plant before it's discharged back out into the river. So by reducing the amount of flow that we put into that system, we're reducing the future charge that we'll get from Wayne County and Great Lakes Water for, the sewage charges.
Okay, I've learned not to anticipate my number of questions, but I think I just have two more, okay? The next question is, this is an older topic, but I just need a quick refresher. We don't have to go into details, but the question that often comes up as to, can we separate out the sewer water from clean water versus being charged the same way for both, from a resident's perspective? I think we've looked at that in the past, and there's some practical reasons why that's not very feasible, but can you just give me a quick refresher on that?
Yeah, I mean, the easiest answer is there's no good, efficient way to monitor and meter low flow, gravity flow that would come out of your, drain pipe in the sewer that comes into the system. Those small amounts of water, like every time you flush the toilet, you get a little surge through your sewer line that goes into the sewer main. It's really hard to pick up that small amount of flow that you're using that's going down the drain. For ease of that, water that comes into the house is water that's also going to go down the drain, and that's how that's calculated.
Yeah, and the reason I ask that for residents' sake, and it's probably obvious, but just, unfortunately, when you're watering your lawn, you're paying that sewage cost. And when I added 10 inches to my above-ground pool this past weekend, I'm paying that sewage cost. So that's why I asked the question. I think we all wish that could be split out because it doesn't feel good knowing that, but there's some practical constraints that keep us from doing that. My last question is, we're always interested in how we compare to surrounding communities. You provided that data here. I noticed there's one community that's below us right now, but I also know in the past, when we've had that situation, it's been because that community hasn't yet addressed their water rates, and it ultimately came up above. Do we anticipate ending up being the lowest, or do we think we're going to be second lowest when this is done? I know that's probably hard to say, but
Yeah, that's a really difficult question to ask. I would hate to.
do we know
Making
if
it-
Canton's adjusted their rates yet?
I do not. You know, the one thing I will say about Canton, and don't have to make any assumptions in this regard, but one thing Canton's done recently, the last couple of years, and they're currently working on another, is they're building water storage. So they have a brand new, well, not brand new now, 2 years old, but a ground reservoir water storage facility that helps bring them into control with their peak flows. By doing that, you reduce your costs that you're getting from, we talked about the pass-through costs from CLWA, because now they have storage. They're able to control those peak flows, which costs a lot of money to have bigger pumps, bigger mains. that
All right,
can flow
Jacob,
all
you
that.
did
So-
it. I was only gonna ask 2 more, but now you created 1 more. Do we have any kind of, and again, this isn't a study meeting for that, but it's related to water rates. Is there any kind of update as to, we're looking into that, right?
Absolutely, yeah, and I'm glad you brought up that next question, because we are definitely looking into that. We've been looking into it. Are working on polishing up a preliminary engineering study right now, both in siting a facility like that for a water storage reservoir here in Livonia. You know, where exactly it would go, you know, the sizing of it, what other capital improvements would be needed with surrounding mains in order to service that. So that study is actually occurring right now,
When do we
in the
anticipate-
preliminary design phase.
Yeah, when do we anticipate having something to report out on that?
So the preliminary phase should be done in the next few months.
Okay.
Oops, here's a paper fell there. Apologies. So that should be done in the next few months in the preliminary study phase, and then we'll be looking into meeting with finance to talk about, okay, what does this look like for us, big picture with total project costs and all that, to move forward.
All right, well, it's worth noting, thank you, that's the end of my questions. It's worth noting that, unfortunately, with our rate of inflation, I mean, we're making money with a 3% increase in water rates, right? We could just invest in water rate, no, I'm just kidding. This is never anything that any of us enjoy, but as I've explained ad nauseum in the past at these meetings, and others have as well, this is essentially a pass-through cost for us, and the consequences of not raising these rates is we're putting the city at a deficit to find that money somewhere else. I mean, this is purely a pass-through cost for us. So as much as all of us are in the same boat and all of us hate it, I'll go ahead and put an approving on the table, please. Thanks.
Mr. President,
Ms. Toy?
with all that being said that Mr. Rushlow and went back and forth on, I think it begs for us to put this subject matter into the committee, probably the environmental committee, at least to look at it closer and study it more so that we can go more in depth as time goes on, which is whenever it's appropriate, so that we don't necessarily have to, you know, really get into it at a study meeting. I mean, not that we can't get into it, but I mean, more information comes out in a committee a lot of times than it does at our council meetings. No offense. I mean, that's just a suggestion.
Well, I personally find these meetings very informative, but
Yes, sir, of course.
no. I would be surprised if that's not already in a committee, but
Well,
I'm
can
going
we
to take
check
it as
that?
you're offering the motion at
Yeah.
this time to put it into committee, and
May
we'll
we
do that
check that?
research before the next
Yes,
regular.
sir. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Barr.
I'm just not clear, putting what topic into the committee?
I think the
Water in
rates-
general.
Water
Just
rates
water
and
rates in
water
general?
usage.
Yeah, yeah, water and
I think it
future
might be in
plans.
committee already, but.
Yeah.
So we have 2 motions in approving. We have a motion for committee to study our water usage and rates for the environmental committee, which I believe Ms. Toy chairs. Any other motions from the council? We'll keep those both on the regular.
Appreciate it.
At
Thank
this
you.
time, I think we're all set on this matter. Any audience communication? I see none. Thank you very much. We'll see you on June 6th. Whether or not you want to come, we'll see you here. We'll be expecting you. At least Mr. Rushlow. Okay, we'll go to item number 7, a proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinances as amended from the Department of Law to amend Chapter 37, Delivery and Placement of Written Materials, to Title 8. Mr. Bernier.
Yes, good evening. This is kind of a cleanup of a motion of an ordinance that was passed by council back in 2020. I know the council, as a lot of people, are greatly concerned about the, for lack of a better word, the junk mail being thrown on the driveways and on the streets. The council passed an ordinance prohibiting that and requiring placement of certain items in certain locations. It's a tough ordinance to enforce because you have to catch somebody Well, we caught somebody doing it, and they were actually charged with an offense. And a lawyer came up and suggested that our ordinance may have problems because it talks about unsolicited papers as opposed to just any paper. So we want to change it from the unsolicited to just any delivery on it. So therefore, to close that loophole in that matter, so that the placement, what they were saying was, if it's solicited, then we have to prove that it's not, that it was unsolicited. And we asked for their list of people that were requesting it, and needless to say, they told us no. So we thought it was easier to change the ordinance to say any item that's delivered has to be placed in the certain locations.
So, Mr. Bernier, would this effectively just change the presumption?
It pretty much does. It doesn't make any difference whether it's solicited or unsolicited. If you throw that in the driveway, you're violating the ordinance. The issue that was raised was that if it was solicited and you threw it in the driveway, it wasn't a violation of the ordinance. And we had no way to show whether it was solicited or unsolicited because we didn't have their list of people from the companies. And unfortunately, what ended up happening is it's a lot easier to catch the person making the delivery than the company who was doing it. Now, I will say, it did get everybody's attention at the big paper downtown. We had a meeting with 3 lawyers in my office last week. It did get their attention. 5 years of writing letters to them that they ignored, didn't do anything, but when we charged somebody, it caught their attention, they came into our office. They assure us that this problem is going to go away in July because the advertising ones that they've been throwing down, they're no longer going to print those. They're going to go all digital. So that eliminates a huge part of the problem. Probably the vast, overwhelming majority of the problems we've had and the complaints we've heard.
So just to kind of understand the nuts and bolts of this.
Yes.
With the way that you're describing, I have to admit, I haven't read a draft. Would there be, under the new ordinance, an affirmative defense if somebody had subscribed to a newspaper?
No. It's a violation whether it's subscribed or unsubscribed for you to put it in a place other than those areas that are allowed, which are the front, like the front porch, the front door, receptacle for those items. So if they throw it, whether you subscribe or not, if they throw it in your driveway, it's a violation of the ordinance.
Okay, and that's good. That is good. I'm just trying to understand.
But hopefully with the news that they gave us last week, from what I could see and what the inspection department has seen, almost all the complaints, it wasn't with the local newspaper, it was with these circulars that had been thrown on the street. They were just purely advertising that they want to claim as freedom of speech. It was nothing but advertising, and that is going to stop. They're going to cease the printing of that and go digital on those.
The last thing I'll say about this, can we make sure that I mean, obviously everybody's on notice when ordinances are changed and they're published in the newspaper. Can we make sure that the local media companies are notified of this with like a letter from your office? Because I'll tell you, I go for a lot of runs and a lot of walks in my neighborhood, and people who are subscribing to the papers, generally their papers are ending up in the driveway as well.
Yeah. We have tried. We haven't had a lot of cooperation from any of the papers, let's put it that way, whether it's the big ones or the smaller ones in responding to us, which is why we took the step of charging somebody, and that did get their attention. The local paper is owned by the same company that's the big company, so they are aware of it, they know what we're doing, and they assure us that they're no longer going to be printing those circulars anyway, so that's a big part of the problem. But we have sent them numerous letters, and to date, until we charge somebody, we haven't had any response from them.
Yeah, I love the effort, and I love everything we're doing to tackle this. I know there's been a constant discussion and an investigation of what we can do probably for the last 5 years. I think it kind of it predates a lot of people on the council at this point. It's a little bit tough to think that somebody who's subscribing to the paper, if it ends up on someone's driveway, that will be a technical violation of the law. Because I think in practice, we know that a lot of those papers do end up on the driveways. And I guess that's a tough pill for me to swallow. Is there a way that we could explore an affirmative defense for subscribe to materials, or does that open a whole door of First Amendment issues there?
Well, there's a new case that just came out that drew no distinction between solicited and unsolicited materials. I think for now, to be honest, council, the best bet is to see what happens with the change come July. Because if, biggest word in the English language, if they are true to their word, the problem should be pretty much eliminated. Because I remember back in the day, they used to do mass deliveries of the local paper to try to get people interested. I haven't seen that in years. And as they indicated to us, their cost of printing is such that that's no longer a business pattern of theirs. And so the ones that are getting delivered of the actual newspaper are those people who subscribe. And that seems to make a certain amount of sense. So I think it's best to see if this gets passed, see what happens after July, to see if we do have a problem, and if we do, we go from there. But I think if they're true to their word, which I have no reason to doubt them, that the problem will be greatly reduced. And like we say, nobody wants to go after somebody who wants the newspaper. As I pointed out to the folks from the Free Press, when you have 3 or 4 newspapers piled up in the street, you're advertising nobody's home. And that becomes a public safety concern, and it's a blight concern too. And they didn't seem to believe that, but that's fine, that's their belief. But the problem will be solved if what they say is true, it actually happens. I think most of the problem will be solved.
Thank you, sir. I think Mr. Donovic, then Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to the Law Department for taking this up and clarifying. I have no issue with whether it be unsolicited or solicited. At the end of the day, the circulator should be held to a standard, and that standard should be delivering the paper, regardless if it be a paper or advertisement, to a mailbox or a advertisement box or a front porch, as opposed to someone's driveway. I think you can make the argument that regardless if you subscribe or don't subscribe to the paper, you don't want your paper, that paper being delivered to a driveway at the end of your driveway. I think you anticipated it being delivered to a area where you could easily access your paper, such as a porch or a mailbox of some sort. I think truly this came down to circulators wanting to get these advertisements or papers to as many houses as possible in a certain amount of time, and them being lazy and littering our streets. To your point, it becomes a safety issue when you're advertising to people that have negative ideas and want to do bad things. They come to our town looking for homes like that have 3 or 4 papers at the end of their driveway, potentially thinking they could break into that home, or it becomes a blight issue where it just looks bad and looks very dirty. So I commend the department for taking this up and cleaning it up, and thanks for taking action. I know other communities have reached out to me and others saying they're thankful that Livonia is doing this, and hopefully other communities jump on board. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Barr?
So surprisingly, because the intent of this effort, I'm totally behind. I have a little bit of reservation about it, just from the standpoint of when we're talking about subscribed newspapers not thrown in the driveway, we're talking about a practice that probably goes back at least a century. And the main concern, as has been said, was people seeing that people aren't home. But back when I subscribed to a physical newspaper, it was on me to cancel that or to hold that newspaper when I was gone. The issue, I didn't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is stuff being dumped in my driveway when I'm gone that I didn't know to cancel. So I have some more questions just about, from a legal perspective, how you found this and understand some of that I don't want to do here, both for time and also just because I don't want to step into waters that makes things more difficult legally. So Paul, I might reach out to you outside of here to understand that a little better. But I just want to say it's not a slam dunk for me to vote for this change for the reasons that I expressed. So
I will say this, and you talk about it's a time-honored, century-long tradition. I don't go back quite the whole century, but I do remember when I delivered the Free Press on my bicycle, I know the business has changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
We had the list where we put it.
Right.
And if we didn't put it in somebody's door, or we didn't put it where they told, we were getting phone calls. The business has changed now, such as it's not the 14-year-old kid on his bicycle anymore. It's the adult driving down the road.
Right.
And like Councilmember Donovic said, being lazy and wanting to maximize the amount of...
lazy or efficient? I mean, honestly.
Well, It's lazy if if it doesn't hit the driveway, and a lot of them don't hit the driveway.
Yeah, it just, we gotta remember too, we have newspapers here that have a business model that's tough right now. So I'm serious when I say you can look at it from an efficiency standpoint, you know?
There's no.
As somebody who delivered papers, I know how much extra effort it takes to put it up in the door than in the driveway.
There is no question it's efficient. I watched The Sopranos last night, and I saw them dumping waste in the
Yeah.
swamp, and that was efficient
It's
too.
not a comparable, but that's a very unfair comparison. But I do have one other question, just from Paul, from a procedural standpoint. If we approve this then at our next regular, does it then go to a public hearing because it's an ordinance change?
No.
No.
It would,
Okay.
it's an ordinance change, so if it gets approved, if it gets approved, it would go for a first vote and a second vote. First read, second read, and then it would get published.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Council President.
So, Mr. McCullough?
Just one add to this, and I'm sure Mr. Zelinski can agree to this. I live in a cul-de-sac. They leave these papers right at the curb line. What happens during a rain? They go right down to a catch basin, and then they flood the streets. And honestly, I've pulled probably, just in my street alone, probably 20 over the years. It is, it's horrifying. So, I mean, honestly, and I go back to that, delivering papers, yeah, if you didn't put it on the porch or you missed it, you weren't getting a tip or anything like that, so.
So, Mr. Bernier, I'm curious if we shared the same paper route, knowing where we both grew up,
Well,
separated by some
Your
years.
paper up near Malashevsky's office
Yeah,
on Bingham and Wharton.
yeah. All right. What is the newspaper? Okay. We have an approving, is that for consent?
It would have to be on regular as an
Oh, I'm sorry.
ordinance.
Okay.
And that was on, by who, made whom?
Okay. So that concludes our,
Mr. Jolly, I don't know that anybody made the motion.
oh, I'm sorry. I thought that Mr. Donovic did.
For the regular.
Mr. Donovic, have
Yes,
you
sir.
made an
I'd like it on
approving?
the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm making an offer to
So
approve
we'll
it
put
for
this on the regular. That concludes our agenda for this evening. I will go back to audience communication. Does anybody in the audience wish to address the council? There is nobody approaching the podium at this time. We'll go to the council. Any last-minute closing remarks? I see none. It is 8:40. I will call the meeting closed. Good evening, Livonia.
Good morning. My name is Pastor Kelly Whitlock, and I join my greeting with those I serve at the Rosedale Gardens Presbyterian Church here in Livonia. And as a church family, we feel called to serve our military, our veterans, our first responders, and their families. So it is my honor to be your master of ceremonies today. I welcome each and every one of you to our 2022 City of Livonia Memorial Day ceremony. We are so glad that you are here in person and at home on our live stream. Please rise if you are able. I introduce you now to the 338th Band Brass Quintet and the Livonia Civic Chorus under the direction of Jeff Swan with accompanist Kimberly Swan. They will now perform the national anthem.
Present, start.
Please be seated. I would like to recognize this year's host, Post VFW, Post 166. I would also like to recognize Veteran of the Year, Gerald Grzitz. I would also like to recognize and announce a change in today's program. Unfortunately, Officer of the Day, retired Lieutenant Commander Patty Matrowski of the U.S. Coast Guard, had emergency surgery. She is home recovering and we wish her well. But I am pleased to announce that we have a new Officer of the Day who will be speaking with you, retired Sergeant Major David Laycock, United States Army. I would now like to invite City Council President Jim Jolly to come forward and lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, everyone. Please stand if you're able to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I respectfully ask our post representatives to go to their designated flags. City of Livonia flag, DAV 114. Wayne County flag, post 345. Michigan flag, post 3941. POW MIA flag, post 32. Gentlemen, please lower your flag to half-staff at the same time. Post 166, please lower the American flag to half-staff. Please be seated. Today, we have the humble privilege of shared remembrance in this place. As a city, we also remember the lives lost and those injured in the tragedy that took place at Robb Elementary School in the Uvalde community. We pray for comfort upon their families and healing upon the school's teachers, staff, administrators, and students. I'd also like to draw your attention to my left and answer the question, why do we have 23 crosses on the hill? Mayor Brosnan requested that she wanted the staggering statistic shared with you that every day in the United States, 22 military veterans and 1 first responder take their own lives. Today, we have representing the military, the Livonia Police Department, the Livonia Fire Department. We have them standing watch during our program today. We seek to raise awareness, to offer resources and help. Let us now turn to God in prayer. Let us pray. God, with us this Memorial Day, may we never forget the true meaning of this holiday. We are grateful to you, loving Jesus, you who knows the name of every soldier who has ever served, whether in peacetime or conflict. We are grateful to you, Holy Spirit, our great comforter, whose presence surrounds each family who has lost a veteran from generation to generation. We pray your presence and healing surround all of our veterans who are battling illness, like Gary Grant. For God of our lives, for those to whom this day is dedicated, for those near and dear to us who now know rest from their labor, we give you thanks for the way they serve with a servant's heart, following their mission to keep us safe. And as we gather here on the sacred ground in Livonia, we realize how great our debt is to the past, to those who shaped it, to those who are only present with us now in our memories. For God of all ages, for those who served throughout the history of this nation, for those who served throughout the history of our city of Livonia, who have given their lives on behalf of freedom, justice, and peace, may their service inspire us right here and now with the energy to serve you well, and by your confidence, stir us to action that good will overcome evil. For God of the loving heart, may your will be our heritage forever, and your presence our source of everlasting hope. Amen. It is our shared honor to recognize those veterans who are in the audience and whose names are on the wall. And you are now invited to come forward and to place a flower at the wall. would now like to invite anyone who has a family member named on the wall to please come forward and take a carnation and place it at the base of the wall. To all those here who are military, veterans, and honored guests, when your name is called, please stand. Then make your way to the center aisle to take a carnation and place it at the base of the wall and offer a salute or bow, then return to your seat. Commander William Holen, American Legion, Post 32. Daniel Mahomey, veteran of Foreign Wars, Post 345. Former Commander Frank Daluski, Polish Legion of American Veterans, Post 166. Ray Boone, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Post 3941. Senior Vice Commander Leon Eggers, DAV Chapter 114. Ambassador of Burn Pits 360, Kevin Hensley. 1805, Flotilla Commander Ronald Blaisdell. Former Mayor Jack Engelbretson. Wayne County Sheriff Raphael Washington. Captain Reed Chakrabarty, Wayne County Sheriff Department. Chief Robert Jennison, Livonia Fire Department. Acting Chief John Unsworth, Livonia Fire Department. Chief Tom Goralski, Livonia Police Department. Veteran of the Year, Gerald Grazik. Council President Jim Jolly. Council Member Kathleen McIntyre. Council Member Scott Barr. Council Member Rob Donovic. Council Member Brandon McCullough. Council Member Scott Morgan. Parks and Recreation Commissioner Paul Condon. Parks and Recreation Commissioner Katie Jolly. Wayne County Commissioner Terry Marecki, 9th District. Wayne County Commissioner Glenn Anderson. State Representative Lori Pohutsky, 19th District. For all those here who would like to place a carnation in memory or in honor of someone, please come forward to place a carnation at the base of the wall. It is now my honor and privilege to introduce to you our officer of the day, the director of the Rosedale Gardens Presbyterian Churches, military, veterans, first responder, and their families ministry, Sergeant Major David Laycock, United States Army, retired.
Good morning. I never had so many titles in one announcement. I feel really good. So I've been asked to come in today and talk a little bit about what went on in my life. How many of you have older siblings, brothers or sisters? When I was 17, my father set my older brother and I down and said, I think that one of you should go in the military and the other one should go to school. And my brother, the older, said, Dave will go in the military. Hence, my career began. So I entered the Army at 17 during the Vietnam War, thinking that I was, like everyone else, you can survive anything. I went through basic training at Fort Leonard, Missouri, and advanced training at Fort Leonard Wood. Then I was assigned there for a while. And then I got the notice that I was going to Vietnam. And I felt really good and trusting my recruiter. I went to see him. Mitch Lanzaw was his name. And I said, you told me I never go to Vietnam. He said, well, stuff happens. He said, but you'll be down south where it's safe. And I said, cool. And then I arrived in Vietnam. And we're waiting for a couple of days, and you sign all these pieces of paper that says you'll never leave a fellow soldier, you will stay with them until the body's recovered. And you say, okay, I'll sign that. So then I got my assignment. I was assigned to the 101st Airborne Division, and I was anxious to see what part of South Vietnam that was. It wasn't in the south part of Vietnam. It was 5 miles sharp, about 5 minutes flight time from the demilitarized zone. And I went, well, he lied. So I got to my unit. I was assigned to 158th Aviation Battalion in Camp Evans, Vietnam. And I checked in, and the personnel guy said, can you type? And I went, I'm a personnel guy. Yes, I can type. And they said, you're now an aviation safety NCO? And I said, 2 questions. What is aviation safety? And what the hell does an aviation safety NCO do? And they said, on your way to your office, stop by S4 and pick up your aircraft M60 machine gun. I'm thinking, that's not a typewriter. What does this have to do with personnel? These are the things going through my mind. And then I'm reminded that needs of the Army come first. So I checked into my office. I had a young lieutenant who called his mother's on Mars, and all you old guys know what Mars was. He called his mother every morning. Sometimes he'd make it to work on time, sometimes he didn't. Scariest individual I ever worked for. In one day, that man caused me problems that haunted me for most of my life. I served all over the world after I left Vietnam. I came back to the States, Fort Rucker, Alabama, and I was getting ready to get out because I was a 3-year RA. I was a combat vet, and I could get 6 months out early. And I went, cool. And a friend of mine had a place down in Pensacola Beach, and he said, why don't you come live with us until... I went down to Pensacola Beach, Florida, and I'm applying for jobs, and everyone said, we don't hire baby killers or drug users. I got in my car and drove back to Fort Rucker, Alabama, and said, get me out of this country as fast as you can. You know, you ask for what you get, or you get what you ask for. I was assigned to Thailand, guess in what support of? They're next to each other in Vietnam. At that point, I was a records guy, so I took care of people's promotion packets and all that stuff. And I had this brilliant idea, I thought at the time, was to come up with a contact team to go take care of soldiers, special forces guys that were out on sites all over the country. And in some places, all over places I can't tell you where they were. You should have seen those guys' faces when an old personnel puke came up with a rucksack and all of it to check their personnel files and their promotion records, see everything was cool. So that was an interesting thing. So I spent a couple of tours in Germany I spent all over the world. I retired after 23 and a half years of service, and I retired from Fort Meade, Maryland, in right outside of Baltimore. I was asked to talk about what Memorial Day means to me. On the grounds of Arlington National Cemetery, 640 acres, rest my mom, my dad, and my sister. I lost my wife in 2015 to cancer. She was also a veteran, and she rests at Great Lakes National Cemetery. If you've not ever been to a national cemetery, you need to go. And I encourage you when you go to take a bag of change. Anyone hear this story before? Take pennies and dimes and nickels and quarters. The majority of you are going to need pennies. But every time you pass a grave, you put a penny on top of that gravestone, and it tells the veteran's family that you were there, someone visited them. If you put a nickel on that stone, it said you went to basic training with them. If you put a dime on that stone, it says you served with them. If you put a quarter on that stone, it says you're with them when they died. So when I go to Great Lakes, I put 36 cents on my wife's headstone. So Memorial Day holds a special significance to those of us who have served and to those of us who have family members who have left before us. There was something on the news yesterday, 640,000 veterans died between World War I and current day. 640,000. 640,000 lilies are placed on that wall. 640,000 people gave their lives so that we could have the freedom we have today. So when you think about where you're going and what you're going to do, think about all of those that came before you. And God bless the United States.
I would now like to invite Veteran of the Year, Gerald Griesick, to please come forward to the podium. Gerald. Yes, please. On behalf of the grateful city of Livonia, it is my honor, sir, to present you with the Veteran of the Year Award. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It is now time for the firing of 3 volleys. The American Legion Post 32 Honor Guard will now load and fire 3 volleys.
Eye front. Port arm. Ready. Aim. Fire. Aim. Fire. Aim. Fire. Cease fire. Present. Arm. Order! Order!
Please remain standing for America the Beautiful, played by the 338th Army Band Brass Quintet. I would now invite all those to bring to the flag the full staff, and please remain standing. At this time, the United States flag will be raised to full staff. Please raise all other flags to full staff. Please be seated. At this time, the 338th Army Band will play military anthems. are filled with gratitude for all those who made this morning's ceremony possible. A special note of thanks to the Parks and Recreation Department, the Parks Maintenance Civic Center crew, the Livonia Television staff, and the Livonia Police Department. Thank you, too, for every single one of you who have attended this 2022 Livonia Memorial Day ceremony, both in person and at home. It has been our honor and privilege to do so. God bless you. God bless Livonia. God bless America.
I got the right side pen.
Hi Livonia, this is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan, and summer's return means the beginning of our 2022 Local Streets Reconstruction and Rehab Program. I'm here on Bainbridge, just south of 7 Mile, checking out a project that just started last week. And there are dozens of projects like this one that have already or soon are going to be kicking off all across Livonia. These projects are only made possible through the funding of our local streets millage, which is up for renewal in August. So, you know, over the last 10 years, the millage has funded over 70 miles of street construction and repair. It's funded over 5,000 sidewalk replacements, and over 4,900 new trees have been planted in the city right-of-ways. So much of what makes Livonia a special community to live in is what's supported by this millage. So we are really looking forward to another summer of investing in neighborhoods all across Livonia. For more information on this program and all of the projects in your area, check out the Road Reconstruction Updates page on livonia.gov.
Hi, my name is Rachel, and I'm the instructor for Shine Dance Fitness. Shine Dance Fitness was founded in Boise, Idaho, and is quickly taking over the whole entire world. It's currently only offered here in Livonia, in the whole entire Metro Detroit area. Shine is rooted in ballet, jazz, and hip hop. I'm excited to introduce you to the world of Shine Dance Fitness. All right, we're gonna start by throwing it forward. Put on your seatbelt. Seatbelt. Feel that beat drop and hit a little harder. We're gonna skip that seatbelt and go into a starburst. And chest pops. And point. Chest pop. Take it back for 4. And dance it out. Hold. Dance. And point. Again, my name is Rachel, and that was just a glimpse of what it would be like to shine with me. I will see you Thursdays at 7 p.m. Can't wait to shine with you.
Hi Livonia, this is Brian Kahn, Livonia's Emergency Preparedness Director, with an important message for all Livonia residents and visitors. In 2022, the City of Livonia is transitioning to a new emergency alert system. This new system, Livonia Code Red, will replace the existing Nixle system. To continue receiving emergency alerts about severe weather, snow emergencies, and important notifications from the Livonia Police Department, you must sign up for new Livonia Code Red system. For more information about how to sign up, visit livoniacodered.org. You can also text Livonia Alerts, all one word, to 99411 to receive a link that takes you directly to the sign-up page. Existing Nixle users will also receive information about this transition directly, but it is imperative that you sign up for Livonia Code Red to continue receiving emergency alerts. This new system will keep us in alignment with the state of Michigan as they embrace Code Red as their new emergency alert system, and this system will provide added functionality for Livonia residents. Livonia residents will now have the option to receive alerts through an automated telephone call, which was a feature many residents had previously requested. Livonia residents will continue to have the option to receive alerts by text or email as well. This emergency alert system is a key part of how we keep our community safe, and I encourage you to sign up for Livonia Code Red now. Thank you.
Greenmead is a hidden gem in the city of Livonia. Tucked inside that gem lies one of the cutest gift shops, the Cranston Hinburn House, specialising in antique reproductions and amazing holiday items at affordable prices. It gives you the opportunity to enhance your home or give a unique gift to a friend. We are historically accurate in that we accept only cheques or cash. In addition to carrying antique reproductions and vintage items, we also offer soaps and candles produced locally by Sue Findlay at Artisan Company. The Greenmead gift shop is open during our Sunday tours and all special events. If you wish to have a private shopping experience anytime, Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 5 p.m, you can contact the Greenmead office and one of our staff will gladly assist you. Consider doing your holiday shopping and supporting Greenmead Historical Park. Every purchase that you make goes towards the preservation and restoration of the buildings in the village.
Hi everybody, I'm Carl Catafaios, a librarian here at the Civic Center Library, and this is another episode of Library Bites. Let's get right to our question. I can't make it to the library today. Can I still access your materials and services? Of course you can. We have so many resources that are available to you remotely. Canopy is our newest resource. You can access Hollywood blockbusters, educational documentaries, and must-watch series with just your library card. Canopy can be streamed on any of your favorite devices or accessed on your desktop computer and smart TV. Your library card gives you 5 play credits a month, plus 1 extra credit to learn something new with great courses. If you are looking for a new book to read or listen to, take a look at our downloads page for all our downloadable options. You can access great ebook and e-audiobook titles from both Download Destination and Hoopla. Would you prefer a physical book, but find it hard to get to the library? Fill out this simple form found on our website or give us a call, and we will set up a homebound delivery of titles you'll love. Are your kids missing their favorite librarians? We have a phone number where you can listen to stories for free, anytime and as often as you'd like. Or watch our librarians read from some of their favorite stories on our YouTube page. Looking for adult programs? You can also find previously recorded library programs on our YouTube page, from genealogy and history programs to noontime concerts. We've got it all. That's it for this episode of Library Bites. Thanks for your great questions, and remember, keep sending them or leaving them in the comments below.
Livonia. What a great place to live, learn, work, and play. Livonia is wonderful family neighborhoods. Livonia is great public safety, plentiful parks, and golf courses. Livonia is well-stocked libraries, a state-of-the-art recreation center, easy freeway access, and good public services. Livonia is shopping opportunities and thriving restaurants. Like every community, though, we have visitors who are, less than desirable. Rodents of various sizes and types find their way into many neighborhoods, like they do in cities of all social and economic levels. These rats and other pests are looking for a place to live and something to eat and drink. They're going to live somewhere, so how do we make them move along? Well, some things might seem like common sense when it comes to rats making their homes around your yard. Rats like to hide in wood piles along the ground, so stack wood at least 18 inches off the ground. Rats sometimes find shelter in tall grass or weeds along fences, so keep up with your yard work and trimming. They also find openings, even very tiny holes, in your house, shed, garage, or under a skirted deck. So repair and seal up those openings. And rats love piles of garbage or uncovered trash cans. So store or put out your garbage in durable plastic or metal containers with tight-fitting lids, not just in plastic bags. When it comes to food and beverage, these pesky creatures aren't too finicky. Rats will eat and drink just about anything. They enjoy drains and drinking standing water, so you can try to limit water sources whenever possible. Dog droppings are a staple for their diet, so it's best to pick them up daily. Food put out for squirrels or deer attract hungry rats. So do bird feeder droppings. Please refrain from providing those sources of food for rats. Garden produce left on the ground is a special treat. Either keep your garden droppings off the ground or don't garden at all, especially if you've got a rat problem. And of course, food scraps and similar garbage provide rats all that they really need to survive. Again, the solution is to seal your food scraps and other refuse completely in durable plastic or metal trash cans with secure lids. So, what do you do if you did everything you could to keep these irritating creatures away and you still have a rat infestation?
Hello, City Hall? I have rats.
Unfortunately, the city is not your solution, as the city cannot handle these problems on your private property. The presence of rats is your responsibility and can only be controlled with your commitment and your action. Hardware stores sell various styles of rat and mouse traps, plus bait and poisons to help address the problem. Be extremely cautious of children or pets accessing any poisons. Professional exterminators can also be hired to help eradicate the problem. Any of these efforts to remove or exterminate rats won't work unless they're combined with housekeeping changes. Rats don't like a clean yard, sealed up buildings, and solid covered trash cans. Following these simple suggestions for keeping rats and other rodents from nesting or finding food in your yard before you have a problem is really the best way to be a good neighbor. And the best way to keep Livonia a great place to live. Let's send these unwanted pests packing. For more help, pick up a rat control brochure at the Ordinance Enforcement Office at Livonia City Hall.
Well, thank you all for coming out, first of all. Again, my name is Michael Hurd. I'm the co-author of this book that we call it The Brick, or the Bible is the nickname, that my friend Billy Miller and I put together. It took us 10 years of extensive and dedicated research and many, many rabbit holes. And also, of course, like anything like this, we were both so interested in the subject of not just Fortune Records, but everything in its orbit in Detroit at the time, other record labels, nightclubs, neighborhoods, churches, where these musicians came from, and all their backstories that immediately when we started to do the book, 10 years, it was 11 years ago now, it became very, very quickly obvious that it was going to encompass a lot more than just Fortune Records. So we have Billy, unfortunately, who passed away 5 years ago this month, and I wasn't able to see the finished product, but I knew exactly what needed to be done, and we worked together so well. He and I were just, it was amazing. He was such an incredible partner and co-conspirator in this subject and project. And then our good friend and inspiration, Nathaniel Mayer, who was a Fortune recording artist, had the hit Village of Love in '61. And then, of course, myself. Now, this photo, this tells you sort of everything you need to know a little bit, in a sense, because this photo was taken New Year's Eve of about 2003 or something, and we hadn't even really, I mean, we joked at the time about doing a book on Fortune Records, but we hadn't even, actually, really, we didn't actually commit to it until Billy's wife, Miriam, our publisher, got us together and just basically said, you guys keep joking about this, you need to do it. And then he sent me an email the next week, and that's how it actually started. So it was quite a journey in many ways. And obviously the book is named after this song, Mind Over Matter, a great song by Nolan Strong and the Diablos that we'll talk about later. This was Fortune on 3rd Avenue. Now, it started over on Linwood, but it moved here in 1956. And as you can tell, these photos were taken in 1976, 20 years. Well, it almost looked like that the minute they moved in. They were, the Browns, Jack and Devora, who owned the label, were pack rats in the greatest sense of the word. They just, were just constantly energized, making these records. Whether they sold or not didn't really seem to compute in their minds about what was worth doing. Devora was the main implementer as far as recording. She was the one who was hands-on with the machine, so that's her with her beloved Ampex 350 tape recorder. And then Jack was sort of the business end of it. He would hustle the records out of the back of a station wagon, literally, and just never tired of the passion of selling these records and promoting these artists that they loved and recorded, no matter how small they were, no matter how obscure. So yeah, there's a couple other photos. The one on the right, it kind of shows you what the studio looked like. But they would get in there, and in the words of Nathaniel Mayer, you could get in there and you could have a party in there. It was garage material. That's what we were dealing with. That's what he told us in a memorable quote. So they started out, Jack and Devora. This is a picture of them in the 30s on the Boblo boat. She was from Cleveland, but originally from Belarus, Russia. And Jack was, a guy from Detroit who had gone to Wayne and majored in accounting. Did some other things, but when he met Devora, she was always writing poetry, always writing sort of the ideas for songs, and that was how they decided to start the label. The other photo here is Jimmy and Esther Syracuse. Now, Jimmy started United Sound, which is the oldest, often credited as the oldest recording studio in the country. It was opened in 1933. The years are a little murky, but on 2nd Avenue, it's still there. And Jimmy basically had a lot to do with the environment in Detroit of basically encouraging competition. He built his own lathes, he built all his own equipment. Back in the 30s when the major labels controlled everything and you really couldn't put out a record as an independent label, Jimmy helped to make that happen here in Detroit. So this city was really ahead of its time in a lot of ways. And so Jack and Devora, after their initial foray into sheet music, they decided, well, we need to make a record. And the first record they made, because the music that they were really familiar with was sort of Tin Pan Alley pop music. So the first record they made was Jane's Sweetest Summer Rain. It was sung by Dorothy Dean and Russ Titus, and then Artie Fields, who some of us know is a man who came up with such incredible advertising jingles as When the Rubber Meets the Road, and also engineered records by the MC5 and many other people. His band backed them up. And this is the kind of stuff that they were promoting when they started. It was very pop, very lush orchestral kind of, again, like Tin Pan Alley, Irving Berlin influenced. Perfect example of one of the early Fortune artists was a guy named Bob Manners, who was Liberace's bass player. You see him here with Liberace. He was actually his band leader as well. So that's the kind of stuff they were dealing with. But Devora's writing these songs, and her songs always had this, basically a, for lack of a better word, exotic tinge to them. She loved gypsy music. She loved all kinds of ethnic music, anything having to do with Africa or, Tunisia or something like that. And let me go back here. So she would write these songs, Rose of Tangier, Desert Love. These are instrumentals or, orchestral pop records when they first came out, but then she would later record them often with R&B vocal groups. And you'll see right over here the way the records would transition through the years. And right in the middle there was Nolan Strong and the Diablos, who we're going to talk about a little bit more, but they were the ones that really sold the Browns on rhythm and blues. Yeah, there they are again. But so at the time, right there was Rose of Tangier, one of the songs by the Four Kings that I was just talking about. And you can hear all these different influences going on in that song. At the time, Paradise Valley is what you hear about as far as where a lot of the African Americans, the nightclubs and the real African American high life in Detroit was. And here's a couple of clubs that were located there and very, very popular at the time. And those advertisements give you a little bit of an idea what was going on there, as does this photo of Calvin Frazier on the guitar leading his band, and notice the Tweety Bird on the drum kit. And the saxophone player all the way to the right is George Benson, who you may have, he just passed away not long ago. Very well-known saxophone player, started out in Detroit and played on some Fortune records, as did a lot of other people like Calvin, who was mostly a blues guy, but he's thought of as a blues man now, but this photo shows you how things were not always easily boxed, easily put into pigeonholes back then, which is part of the beauty of Fortune and Detroit. But jazz, rhythm and blues, jump blues, aka the kind of thing that inspired guys like bands like Bill Haley and the Comets. Bill Haley originally from Highland Park. That type of thing, like the rock around the clock sound, but the earlier, where it came from. So in other words, people like Joe Turner or Wynonie Harris, those shouting, stomping rhythm and blues singers and their rocking bands were the kind of stuff that the Browns quickly discovered, because it was just bubbling up from the streets here in Detroit. And here's the Paradise Theater, which is now Orchestra Hall, and that kind of gives you an idea what was going on back in the day. I mean, this is Johnny Otis discovered. Adam always tells me this, my good friend over here who's helping out with the music. I mean, can we name them, baby? Johnny Otis in one night, Little Willie John, right? Name the others. Hank Ballard. And Jackie Wilson, all in one night, discovered at a talent show at the Paradise Theater. So, and Bill Randall over there in the corner at the microphone was a huge supporter and just a booster of jazz, and also the mixing of the races, not necessarily on purpose. I mean, he did have a radio show called the Interracial Goodwill Hour, but he basically appealed to teenagers and young people, and he played jazz, rhythm and blues, all kinds of music, kind of like a Symphony Sid, who was a famous DJ from New York, and his style, and he would do these remote broadcasts from this teenage nightclub in the basement of the Norwood Hotel, and that's where I got a lot of guys like Kenny Burrell and Yusef Lateef and these amazing jazz guys started, and they would also record for Fortune Records. Here's a couple of examples. This is a record that Billy Burrell, Kenny's brother's playing on. And then this is up here is another great rhythm and blues record. She Don't Want You Rocking. Well, this was before, quote, rock and roll, but, they were rocking and they were talking about rocking in, 1950 when that record came out. That's Gratiot Avenue, if you can recognize it, downtown and, Grand Circus Park and everything, just to give you an idea. A little bit of where part of Black Bottom was, which was adjacent to Paradise Valley and the neighborhood that a lot of this stuff came from. Now, the gentleman here on the left in the bottom corner is John Lee Hooker. This famous blues man, you know him, you love him. Boogie Chillin' was a #1 smash hit on the rhythm and blues charts in 1948 when it came out, recorded here in Detroit. And Hooker was a very primitive sound, but Detroit blues would, as we will see, take that, style really to great artistic success. Meanwhile, we had hillbillies, naturally, the other half of the northern migration that often doesn't get talked about as much, but in Detroit there was a huge Appalachian population coming up here, especially in the late 30s and early 40s. And, a lot of these people were banned from the welfare rolls. They were unwelcome, and a lot of, by landlords. They were forced to cluster together, just like black folks were forced to cluster together. So they brought their culture and their music with them, and of course, were also discovered by Jack and Devora and would record for Fortune. This gentleman here, Bob Durham, with the guitar, did a song called Skid Row Boogie that's we'll play a little bit of it for you later, but the Browns discovered, jazz and rhythm and blues, right at the same time they discovered hillbilly music. Now, how did they discover this stuff? Well, they would go out to clubs and they would just walk in and look for artists, and they put this album out. This came out later. Dave Kirk was a rock and roller, a Fortune rock and roller later on, but when he was 12 years old, he designed this album cover for the Browns. Now, he lived in the neighborhood. He lived in the neighborhood of the Cass Corridor. So that just goes to show the fact that this kid was hanging around the studio, and they said, hey, kid, well, we'd like to design a party record album cover with adult themes, you know. Here are a couple of the guys that were responsible for that party, rockin', you know, hillbilly party sound. We've got Roy Hall here on piano, and then two of his Cohutta Mountain Boys. That's Frankie Brumbelow on the fiddle, who was singing on the Dirty Boogie, which was a big, the first big, you know, party hit that Fortune had. And the other gentleman is Tommy Odom, killer guitar player who influenced a lot of country people around here and jazz guys. And they made this record, the Dirty Boogie, that just really just burned up the jukeboxes. The York brothers had been stoking this flame since 1939, on wax at least, and even before that in clubs. They put out a song on the Universal label in 1939, Hamtramck Mama, which Fortune reissued 10 years later because they were realizing these party records are really starting to do something. Well, it sounds harmless now, but back then, you could really, the vice laws were such that you could go to jail for selling this kind of stuff. You had to sell it under the table. It was, you know, it was very, you know, we didn't realize in the process of writing the book at first just how, you know, far the Browns had gone with this type of thing. But this newspaper ad tells you everything you know. Jack Brown, you know, literally, you know, being threatened with jail time for selling these kinds of records, you know. Now, at the same time, and partially probably because they were doing the party records, they started to put out, Fortune existed, they had no subsidiary labels. They started to put out some other labels under different names. Renown, obviously, Johnny Bucket and the Cumberland River Boys. That was Griddle, Grease, and Daddy. That tells you everything you need to know, a risque song. We've also got the Gospel Crossroad label. We've got Rendezvous, which only put that one record out, and also Rialto, which put out a York Brothers record. You know, basically these labels were sort of meant to show people that, you know, maybe not associate them just in case, one way or the other, with Fortune. That's Hugh Fryer, a great hillbilly artist, not long after he arrived in Detroit in the late 40s. We'll probably talk more about him in a little while, but one interesting thing about Fortune that has always fascinated me is there were so many women involved in the label, especially during the early 50s. And obviously, Devorah Brown was the, you know, spearheader of the whole thing. Without her, none of this would have happened. She wrote songs, she recorded the artists, she produced them. I wanted to say really quick, Grace Brim was a harmonica player, and John Brim, her husband, they did these early records for Fortune. They're from Gary, Indiana, but they came up here and they made these records with their friend Big Maceo Merriweather. They all played on each other's records and helped each other out. And John Brim later was known for, you've probably heard that song, I'm Your Ice Cream Man, that Van Halen did on one of their albums. Well, he did the original version of that. Joyce Songer, an amazing electric guitar player with her husband Earl, absolutely incredible. And again, you know, it isn't that you never saw women playing lead electric guitar back then, but it was somewhat rare. But these people just did it. They were just who they were, and they just, you know, and yeah, she was absolutely revolutionary, really, and ahead of her time in a lot of ways. And also, the songers are interesting because they show a certain style of very, very raw and crude hillbilly music that might not have ever been recorded if it wasn't for someone like the Browns to have captured it. Keep in mind, there were barely any record labels in Detroit at this time that were lasting any amount of time at all. And Fortune would, by the time it was all said and done, last, you know, almost 3 decades actively. But the fact that they even lasted 2 or even 1 and that they were there to capture all these incredible sounds. Sort of tells you everything you need to know, because a lot of these folks never recorded for anybody else. Another example, very cool and very influential in the Fortune sound, Boots Gilbert and her band, with her husband Chuck Hatfield, who's playing the steel guitar there, and her sister Dee on guitar, and Dee's husband Vic. I mean, really just almost vaudeville, blues, jazz, hillbilly, everything all in one on one record. That was their sound, and very cool, and just unique. So, you know, we're starting out with, you know, the jazz, the blues, and then, you know, of course, the hillbilly, which takes any number of forms, you know, bluegrass, western swing, honky tonk, and then later rockabilly. Rufus Schaffner is a prime example of one of the early Fortune artists who stuck around and kept on coming back, which is something that a lot of people would do. They would make a record and then they'd come back 5 years later and make another record, you know. He did a lot of work with Joyce Songer, who we just talked about, and including Orbit Twist, which was their record they put out in 1961. Here's some other great influential Detroit hillbilly folks. We've got Danny Richards, and then we've got his band over here. They recorded a killer record in 1950 for Fortune, and then he, you know, again, returned in the early 60s and made some more records, you know, with the gentleman on the second from right, Chuck Oakes, on guitar, you know, writing a lot of the songs. And, you know, and Chuck would stick around through the rockabilly era, and he would play in a lot of records throughout the late 50s. Al Allen, who was better known as Jack Scott's guitar player, he's the gentleman second from right here. Jack Scott, as some of you may well know, is a, you know, amazing rock and roller from Detroit, the original rocker from Detroit, who was pretty much, you know, neck and neck with Elvis in the late 50s. From 59 to 61, he had 19 chart singles, which is more than Elvis did, and he actually had more hits than Eddie Cochran and Gene Vincent, who are often thought of as rockabilly heroes, combined. So he was really incredible. Al Allen lent him a certain mood with his guitar playing. Al Allen played on all of Jack Scott's hits for the Carlton and Top Rank labels, and here he is, you know, in that era on the right-hand side. And this is Chuck Oakes, who I mentioned earlier. Rock the Universe, it's coming. Oh, there he is, yeah. Skeets McDonald, the gentleman who did Tattooed Lady, you heard a little bit of it earlier, right here on bass playing with Big Chief Redbird, who made a fantastic record for Fortune. And this just goes to show the kind of people that they were attracted to, and just how individual some of these folks were. I mean, he was actually, you know, Chief Redbird was actually, of course, he was 100% Indian, you know. His grandmother was on the Trail of Tears. And his recording career actually stretched back to the 20s. Here's Jack Scott again and Al Allen in the studio. Maybe a pensive moment, who knows, after recording one of their smash hits. That's Chief Redbird right there playing. So now we get to the era that most people think of when it comes to Fortune Records, which is doo-wop, AKA vocal group rhythm and blues. The Diablos and the $5 were two of the big groups. The Diablos were the big group, and Nolan Strong would later emerge as the sort of hero, the fallen hero in a sense of Fortune Records. But Andre Williams was showing up to throw a wrench into the engine, thankfully, as he always did. Andre is at the mic there, and also on the far right with his group, the $5, a group that he joined when he came to Detroit and won a talent show right here at the Warfield Theater, which was on Hastings Street. Jail, baby. Turn it up a little bit, baby.
I'm ready. Yes, before it's too late. Trying to get away from that jail, baby. It's a rough temptation.
That tells you everything you need to know about Andre, but there's so much more to tell. This guy was super creative. I mean, I'll leave the expletive out, but one of his great quotes was, I had to, this was the era of all the high tenors like Clyde McPhatter, the guys that we just absolutely worshipped in these exquisite vocal groups. And, I knew I had to figure something out because not only could I not sing like them, I really couldn't sing at all, but I had to figure something out or I knew I'd fall through the effing tomb. And what he figured out was basically talking his way through records, dancing, clever lyricism. I mean, he really, and we'll come back to Andre in a minute, but just to give you a little bit of a smattering of what was going on at the time, the Royal Jokers, a group that had made records under multiple names previously, but really came into their own as the Royal Jokers. They had a big hit on Atco records before they recorded for Fortune. But this poster here shows you the kind of shows that were going on back then. I mean, you had the Don Juans and the $5, who were the same group, the Fortune group. You had Yusef Lateef, who we all know as a jazz man. We had the Australian Jazz Quintet. We had Little Willie John, rhythm and blues star, King Records from Detroit. And then Della Reese, also of Detroit, pop rhythm and blues star, cultural icon. Bobby Lewis, who would later do Tossin' and Turnin'. They're all playing on the same gig, It wasn't like we're going to do a rhythm and blues show, we're going to do a jazz show, we're going to do a rock and roll show, we're going to throw it all together. And that tells you a lot about the time and Detroit. This also, the bottom photo also tells you a lot. You may not be able to quite make out what's going on, but the Royal Jokers are on stage, and Norman Thrasher, one of their most active members, is on his back, and he doesn't want to stay, with his feet in the air in the aisle of the theater while the kids go crazy. So, that tells you something right there. Now, on sort of the opposite end of the spectrum, the ethereal, more laid-back vocal group sound, the Swans from Toledo, who were a legendary group and have been almost considered mystical in the annals of Fortune Records. People absolutely love their wedding bells, this 78 that's pictured. And what was interesting about them is that you'd think that a group that made a doo-wop record in 1954 wouldn't still be around, but nobody ever knew who they were. And Billy and I somehow found the lead singer, because he was later in a 60s garage band, Baron Thomas, and he was still alive, and I called him, and all these guys are still around. They haven't sang since the 50s, but they all still are around. So that was really cool. So we were able to get their story. It had never been written before. Now the Diablos, again, Nolan Strong, all the way to the right, and his boys. I mean, these guys were Fortune Records. If any one group or artist could be, besides Andre and Nathaniel Mayer. You had the Diablos, a.k.a. Nolan Strong, and Andre and Nathaniel. They were Fortune's big three. Well, these guys were first. They all went to Central High School, which was across from Fortune, the first Fortune studio on Linwood, and that's how they went in there to try to see what they sounded like on tape. And the rest is history, as they say. The first record that came out was Adios My Desert Love, which Smokey Robinson has always talked about, in fact recorded, a demo version that never came out with his first group, the Chimes. But Smokey's always said that Nolan was one of his favorite singers, and he says that unprecedented and unprompted in every interview he does. Again, here they are playing with opening up for Stan Kenton, the jazz guy, the white jazz guy over in Windsor. Again, it just goes to show the way music was thought of back then. It wasn't so much put in a box like it tends to be now. The Wind. This is the Diablos' second record, but Fortune's first huge hit. It really doesn't sound like any record that came before it or any record that's ever come since. And it was a huge influence on Lou Reed. He absolutely loved Nolan. We have a quote in the beginning of the book from Lou. He says, if I could sing, I would have been Nolan Strong. And if any of you have seen that new Velvet Underground documentary, it was really a great feeling for us to have that song played as the first, song in the film. It wasn't a Velvet Underground song. Talking about Lou and how much he loved the Diablos. These are the $5. We talked about them a little bit before. Andre's friends that and then frenemies because they had a huge falling out in the mid-50s. And Andre formed this group, the new group. Andre Williams and his new group with Gino Parks, who is all the way to the right there on the end, and Jay Johnson, who's behind him, second from right, who's still around and healthy and doing great and was a great help with this book, as was Gino and Andre. These guys made this song Bacon Fat, which is, again, not like many other songs. Check out the lyrics. When they start singing here, it's a little bit of a travelogue. These guys jumped in a car and just drove down south to Memphis. Just went, in the words of Gino, and basically just to see what they could do. While they were down there, they wrote this song. It's a travelogue about their journey to Memphis, and they got their act together on stage. They came back to Detroit in the fall and recorded it, and it was such a big record that Epic licensed it. Now, the Browns were always very paranoid about licensing their records to bigger labels, and later on that would come into play. Part of the reason is because of what happened with that Epic record. They never got paid for it, or at least they said they didn't. Or they didn't think they got paid enough. So Andre was on a roll in multiple manners first with the $5, then with the new group. Then the new group quickly splintered over the success of Bacon Fat because they had all contributed to the song, but Devora put her name on it. So that was done, and Andre stuck with Gino, and they partnered up, and they started to make, he and Gino Parks started to make records like The Greasy Chicken and Put a Chain on It. Now, this photo, I just want to say, just to give you guys an idea, the Garfield Hotel, that's what that is. And that's on, what is it, the corner of John R. and Mack, is that right? Just north of Mack, right. And that's where Andre lived during this time. He lived in the Garfield. And the Garfield was an African-American hotel that was quite legendary, but also quite affordable. It wasn't like, everything had to be, just because it was nice didn't mean you couldn't actually live there. And a guy like Andre that was of somewhat modest means, but still sort of a star. And I just thought it was just really cool. Adam dug this photo up, and when we got it, it was just incredible to think about Andre living there when he made these records. And here he is with Gino performing, their duet, which by all, we'll get to that one in a minute. By all witnesses was just absolutely amazing, hilarious, the whole 9 yards, and everybody would show up for him. And they would just basically get up and ad-lib on the stage, kind of like I'm doing right now, off of each other. And Gino always maintained, well, our records weren't that great. We were just making records for a $10 bottle of wine or whatever. And Andre said the same thing. But yet they both loved each other so much that it was so... And we think the records are the greatest things ever. That's just how it goes. The artists just think, I'm just doing this, but, so I love that picture of Gino on the right because it's sort of like, captures the way he probably felt about a lot of things at the time. And also some of the records he would later make for Motown that Andre was also involved in right after this. Right here we have some real heroes of Fortune Records. And Billy, we were going back and forth. It's funny, our friend later became a friend, Armand Abney, was the guitar player in this group, the Earthquakes, and this is his father, Butler. He started the group, which is really cool to have and that's a very Fortune-esque thing, to have like a teenage singing group with, you know, your dad in it. And not only that, your dad founded the group. I mean, some people would think that's square. Not in this case. This is actually really, really cool. I mean, look at Butler Avenue. The guy's just as hip as can be. But before we knew Armand, and we got a hold of him through his brother Marvin, who's here tonight, Billy and me just used to marvel about the earthquakes, you know. And I was looking through some old emails recently, and there's one from Billy saying, if I had a choice out of every Fortune group to find one tape of unreleased material, I think it would have to be the Earthquakes. They're so great. And they are, and were and are. So these are the two records they did, but then Armand returned to the scene like so many people at Fortune and did some records with under a couple different names. We'll get to those in a little while. Hastings Street Opera. Why do we call this section that? Well, it was a song by a guy named the Detroit Count, otherwise known as Bob White, a piano player, where he basically gives a travel log, he's a tour guide to this legendary black thoroughfare, legendary black stroll, Hastings Street, the heart of, you know, Paradise Valley in a sense, but really the heart of black Detroit. And, you know, that record was recorded by this gentleman here, Mr. Joe Von Battle. Joe had a record store on Hastings Street, and in the back, just like the Browns, he had a recording studio set up, very makeshift. Cadillac Woman was one of his most notable and rarest records by a guy named Robert Richard, who later recorded for Fortune with his brother. But Joe, along with the Browns, was the only person that was really capturing this music, you know, blues, gospel, vocal group R&B, as it was coming off the street. I mean, people would walk in the studio, he would meet them, he would say, come back, let's make a record. Sometimes he wouldn't tell them that he was making a record. That happened with Joe Weaver and the Blue Note Orchestra, who later became Fortune's house band. He would just record everything, and he would try to hustle it to bigger labels if he couldn't put it out on his own label. So he's a very important guy. Again, like the Browns, if it wasn't for Joe Von Battle, we wonder how many of these records, how many of these artists would have even ever recorded. This was a typical scene at the Harlem Inn, which was a real famous blues club here in Detroit during that time. You can tell everybody's having a blast. And over on the right is Robert Richard of the I call him Richard, but it's probably really Richard. Maybe that's my Louisiana, too much time spent in Louisiana. But the Richard brothers, who recorded for Fortune, and we'll get to them in a minute, after we get to my very good friend, Mr. Eddie Kirkland, on the right there with the guitar. Probably one of the earliest photos of him in action that we've ever seen. Now, this is at the Apex Bar on Oakland, which is actually still there and looks exactly the same. It's famous for being the place where John Lee Hooker was always coming to the gig late, and the bartender would say, boom, boom, you're late again. And then, of course, later one of his biggest hits was Boom, Boom, covered by the Animals and so many British invasion groups. But this is Eddie right here. Now listen to the passion. The band you're looking at is playing on this record, the Detroit House Rockers. I must have done somebody wrong. He wrote this song because he always felt that he was cursed in his life for reasons that we go into in the book. I won't give everything away. But, you know, that song, coincidentally, was almost immediately covered by Elmore James, and then later covered by the Allman Brothers on a million-selling album. Eddie never got paid for that. So that could tell you a little bit about the hard luck that this guy had in his life. Bobo Jenkins is one of the most raw and visceral guitar players and blues singers from Detroit. He really encapsulates that, quote, Detroit sound that I referred to earlier, that Detroit blues sound that John Lee Hooker spurred off with boogie chillin'. It's almost the opposite of the Paradise Valley rhythm and blues, which is very highbrow in a sense. Bobo was taught the guitar by Eddie and Eddie Kirkland, and this song Democrat Blues was, you know, he went to Chess and recorded that, and then he came back and recorded some records for Fortune. But just a fantastic artist who later had his own recording studio. And this goes to show the influence of people like Jovan Batto and the Browns, that these guys thought, well, I can make a studio too. And his studio is probably even more primitive than theirs, which is saying something. But he kept on recording people until he, you know, throughout the 70s, and had a label called Big Star. He put out a lot of records. Back to the Richard brothers that I mentioned, or the Richard brothers. Drunk Drivers Coming. Now this is one of these Fortune holy grails that everybody talks about, the record collectors. This is the one, if you had to have one record on Fortune, it might be this one. Well, look at the title. And the flip side is called Stolen Property. This is absolutely almost, I don't even know how to describe it. What did I say in the book? I mean, it was almost like a Coaster song, Lieber and Stoller, wrote or something like that, but it was written by these guys. I mean, it's comedic, even though it's about a drunk driver. Totally primitive, ramshackle recording, amazing. The only record they ever made. Rabbit Johnson, who was a lead guitar player, great, played with a lot of people, but you note he's got Bobo Jenkins' name on his amp, and he's playing Bobo's guitar. Well, he was Bobo's lead guitar player, and he played on a lot of records. Very important guy. You don't hear much about now. Rabbit Johnson. So I put those two together, not because they're connected, other than that they're both iconic Detroit blues images. This is Dr. Ross. Now, Dr. Ross was a one-man band who played guitar and harmonica and sang and drums, the whole 9 yards. He did it all. This was when he was in the Army, and he got his name, Dr. Ross, because he was a medic during World War II. He recorded for Chess. Actually, technically, it wasn't Chess. It was, he was actually recording for Sun Records in Memphis. And Sam Phillips was licensing the stuff to Chess. He moved up here because things were just not, he wasn't selling the records he thought he ought to be selling, and he could get a good job at General Motors in Flint. So he moved up to Flint, and right when he got to Flint, he made this record about Industrial Avenue, which is back then a very legendary street in Flint. And this is right when he got up here in 1955 with his family. Really cool, just an incredible photo that to me says a lot, And here is Dr. Ross a little bit later, opening up for the MC5 in England. Now, what a gig that would have been. But that gives you an idea just about how this guy, who this guy was and how he was regarded. Now, he was also ripped off, just like Eddie Kirkland. Cream did a cover of, recorded his song Cat Squirrel, and he never got paid for that, so he hated Eric Clapton until the day he died. Well, yeah, the story that we actually, I'll give away one story in the book, one little tidbit. Our friend Dan Rose was making a movie called Wayne County Rambling, and he loved Dr. Ross. And so he wanted to have the doctor in his film. So anyway, he got to know him, and he booked him for a gig in New York and everything else, and he was always going to visit him. Well, one time Dr. Ross tells a story about Eric Clapton wanting to come and invite him to a show. He was playing at Flint and everything, so he pulls up in his limousine, to offer tickets to Dr. Ross. Dr. Ross said he was sitting on his porch with a shotgun and told him to get off his property but quick. No, he didn't want to go to the show. He'd rather have a check for the song that you credited yourself with that I wrote. But this does go to show just how the man got around and how well regarded this guy was. Can you imagine what that would have been like? The MC5, cataclysmic rock and roll from, revolution, dope guns, and I won't mention it in the street. Straight from Detroit with Dr. Ross opening up, very cool, and then truly a. Yes, Dr. Ross did pull a shotgun on Eric Clapton. And we love him for it. Now, this is Eddie, again, our good friend Eddie Kirkland. Now, Adam and I both, Adam Stanfeld, who's doing the last minute, to his great chagrin, the last minute musical accompaniment over here, played with Eddie. We were very lucky. We got to play a bunch of gigs with him. I also got to play with him in New Orleans at the Ponderosa Stomp, which is a festival that I helped put together down there starting in the early 2000s before I lived here. The man was just an incredible life presence and an incredible musician and an incredible teacher. And Eddie gives an idea a little bit about the process of writing this book, because I was so fortunate to have not only known a lot of these folks, but actually gotten to play music with them and everything that entailed, which means hanging out, getting amps fixed, going to the Coney Island at 2 o'clock in the morning after the show, solving all kinds of seemingly unsolvable issues, you know, I mean, just every problem in the book you could possibly imagine sometimes, but it was all such a great journey and so fun and so unforgettable to hang out with these folks. And that gave me an extra, from my standpoint, it gave me an extra angle as far as when I was trying to like put down on paper who these people were and are and always will be and make it live. And I'm sure that Billy, if he was here, would say the same thing, because he and his wife Miriam, our publisher, were so close to Andre Williams. They recorded, they're basically responsible for Andre Williams' comeback after he was homeless in Chicago, along with their friend George Paulus. You know, just having time with these people is so special and so crucial to something like this, and it's a real blessing. So I love this photo of Eddie. He's got the Confederate flag bandana on his head. I mean, that's so Eddie, you know, in the most absurd and not caring, but yet everything means something way. Great. Anyway, I don't know who the rocker is behind him. It looks almost like it's Jack Scott. I mean, Boland, can you tell? And over here we have Heinz Farm. Now, this is one of Eddie's and John Lee Hooker's favorite venues. It was near Toledo. It's still there. It was an outside place where they had, you know, motorcycle races, baseball games, everything. Just a really cool kind of a almost party type resort, if you will. You know, black, but whites were welcomed. Everybody was welcomed, and Eddie would always play there. He every time he came up there, and he would always talk about it to us. You know, Heinz Farm, the guy. Someone bought it, they're going to reopen it, you know, and whatever, which, you know, hopefully will happen at some point. So anyway, Hooker played there, and Eddie and John Lee Hooker, by the way, I didn't mention this, started out together. Eddie played on a lot of Hooker's early records, and they were partners on the road and on wax for years and years, off and on. This is Joe Weaver, a piano player and band leader that backed up tons of the rhythm and blues artists at Fortune, and also made his own records with his band, the Blue Note Orchestra, and a great guitar player named Johnny Bassett. Just a really fantastic, you know, these guys made these records in Detroit that almost sounded like they were from New Orleans. They're very influenced. I mean, they were Southern guys originally, but just sounded like Gulf Coast stuff. I mean, I think that Joe might have been from Alabama. I can't recall right now. But he wasn't really from the Gulf Coast, but their records, fantastic. Now we get to gospel. We can't talk about Detroit without gospel. We can barely talk about Detroit without mentioning Aretha Franklin, but how about her dad, Mr. C.L. Clarence LaVon Franklin, very powerful and influential preacher who also made records and sang on occasion, especially early on, and was very influential to guys like Bobby Bland and B.B. King. Well, he, you know, had a couple churches in Buffalo and Memphis and different places before he moved to Detroit, but he came up here and after spellbinding everyone at this National Baptist Convention here, he opened up New Bethel Baptist Church on Hastings, right down the street from Joe Von Battle's record shop. And you had programs like this happening in every church in the city, including his. The Flying Clouds of Detroit, a very influential gospel group. They were kind of the granddaddies of what, you know, we call the gospel quartet sound, which is a small group of people harmonizing. Now, it could be 4, it could be 5, it could be 6. They call them quartets. It doesn't matter how many people are in it, as long as it's not a choir or a solo artist, and as long as they're harmonizing. It's very influential on the doo-wop sound, the vocal group sound that I talked about before. And this song, Another Soldier Gone, is a prime example of what I'm talking about. You can hear that harmony, that doo-wop harmony in it. But the words are about a soldier dying overseas. Yeah, another soldier gone. And in a sense, it's about a soldier dying overseas, but it's also a shrouded civil rights call to arms, because they're really talking about the human race and how we need to be together, but we're not. And that's always been a theme of C.L. Franklin's sermons, well before the civil rights movement was actually like on paper. These guys were doing it on record and in churches, and they would tell stories or sing songs. They didn't necessarily spell it out all the time, but that's what they were talking about. And that's always been a big part of the gospel history here in Detroit. Here we have a variety of records by, some on Fortune, some on other labels. Gotham, which was a pretty big label out of Philadelphia, the Violinaires recorded the song Sign of the Judgment. It was written by a gentleman named Calvin Fair, a real Detroit gospel hero, who would later have a group called the Harmoniers Quartet on Fortune. But the Violinaires are one of the most famous gospel quartets, in existence, but nobody knows they're from Detroit. That goes to show that these guys were recording here and that they were billed as being from here. They became famous later and people forgot. And that's something we cover in the book, because it's so important to know where these people originated. Now, on the flip side of Clarence LaVon Franklin, we have Prophet Jones, who was a faith healer, legendarily, almost proudly crooked. Let me see if I can get rid of that? Okay. This guy, we don't even, we could talk for an hour on him alone. We won't. He was very flamboyant. He looks actually conservative in this photo. By all accounts, flamboyantly gay as well. The Gales, who were actually the Violinaires, recording as a rhythm and blues group, did a song called All Is Well, where they poked fun at Prophet Jones. Prophet Jones would always say, all is well, all is well. That was his tagline. The Gales this is such an insider record. I love it. It's a rhythm and blues group that's actually a gospel group, and they're poking fun at a local preacher. I mean, nobody would know that, and yet somehow it ends up getting recorded. Not only do they write the song, but it ends up getting recorded by JVB and put out. That's so cool. The Silver Harps, one of our favorite groups, Adam and myself and Billy as well. They're still around, they're still singing. This Lillian Rudolph, who's second from the right in that photo, is carrying on the spirit of the group, and they're just fantastic. They sing at these programs that still take place, or were before the pandemic, almost every weekend here. But you really have to dig deeply to find out where these things are happening, like a lot of other things in Detroit. But it's these types of programs. These are old posters with a lot of Fortune groups and other groups on them, but these kind of programs still go on every weekend here in Detroit. And you'll see the Silver Harps are on that poster right there. And the Victory Five, and who are also a Fortune group. But many of these groups are still around. And they sing with the same kind of spirit that they always did. It's incredible. Rock and roll, we've been waiting for it. In the time we have left, we better get to it, because it was bound up regarding Fortune Records in them moving to 3rd Avenue, which is the studio you've seen, the decrepit-looking studio that was pictured earlier. It was in the Cass Corridor, in the heart of the Cass Corridor, which was Skid Row at the time, 1956, in a social engineering project. Skid Row had been on Michigan Avenue, but they moved it. They actually moved Skid Row, we tell the whole story in the book, to 3rd, and right then Fortune bought their building and moved in, just like clockwork. This would have been these are a couple of scenes from a little bit later, but probably what would have been going on. The day drinking bars, the winos just whooping it up in the parking lot. This was Fortune, this is, as I said in the beginning of the presentation, that photo was taken not long after they moved there. It almost looks like it did when it was crumbling in the 90s. But right away, rock and roll, their move coincided with rock and roll, and the primitive recording aspects of their studio rocked the universe. I mean, this song might be the most rocking of all of Fortune's rock and roll records, and believe me, that's saying a lot. Totally insane. Wait till he says, "Get her, Roy!" Get her, Roy, referring to the gentleman in the middle with the electric guitar. That's Lafayette Yarborough, who's still with us and was very helpful with this book and giving us the, inside dope on everybody and everything, rock and roll and country and hillbilly, going on in Michigan from the moment he arrived here from Mississippi in like 1957. And this is actually another band he was in called the Louisiana Playboys. He was in a lot of bands. And he plays this guitar solo that Adam is going to. And the rest is history, baby. His friend Del Vaughn says, "Get her, Roy," because back then he would always wear cowboy boots, and so as a kid, Lafayette was nicknamed Roy, as in Roy Rogers. Ford Nicks in Japan, the gentleman with the banjo. Now this looks like a rock and roll or rockabilly band, and they are rocking, no doubt. But they could also be playing bluegrass. See, it all was coming together, and it didn't really, again, just like the rhythm and blues, you didn't really have these categories, and that was the beauty of it. Right here on the end, on the left, is Conway Twitty. You guys know him and love him for It's Only Make Believe and countless country and rock and roll hits. He was in Ford's band in Japan when they were in the Air Force together, and Ford's there in the middle with the plaid shirt with the banjo, so that's cool. Well, meanwhile, on the other side of the world in New Bodheim, Germany, was our good friend George Young, Fortune recording artist, rhythm and blues fanatic, and good friend of Elvis Presley, who he was in the Army with. And it's pretty cool to see Elvis at the piano and George on the guitar, as opposed to the other way around, even though George was a guitar player, but Elvis was too. So these guys were very good friends, and George had a whole presentation he gave on his friendship with Elvis that was amazing. Jimmy Lee, now this gentleman started out as a bluegrass player, ended up as a bluegrass player and preacher, but made a couple rock and roll records in the middle. Now this is something that happened with a lot of people. His real name was Jimmy Williams, and he played with the Stanley Brothers in some of their most legendary lineups, bluegrass legends, the Stanley Brothers. But when we were researching this book, no one would believe that they were the same guy, except our friends Keith Cady and Craig Mackey, who wrote Detroit Country Music. They knew that they'd gotten the whole story and interviewed Jimmy. But nobody else had ever bothered to ask him about his rock and roll records. So when I would talk to these other historians about Jimmy Williams of the Stanley Brothers, I would say, well, the guy made a couple of rock and roll records in Detroit. No, that can't be the same guy. What? It's the same guy. And if you hear the records, you'll hear it. And there he is with his Fortune record, really cool. Johnny Powers, a multi-pronged attack as far as Fortune Records history goes. This photo on the right with Jack Scott and Jimmy Kirkland and the boys, I won't name them all, Dave Rohillier, was taken at Bill's Barn, which was literally a barn heated by wood stoves up north of Detroit, where these guys would play on the weekends and develop their rock and roll and rockabilly sounds. Johnny Powers was one of them, and he was one of the most successful guys to come out of that scene. And he made these two fantastic records here in Detroit, and then he also recorded down at Sun Records in Memphis, and then later went to work for Motown, but then came back and managed a couple people at Fortune, which we'll talk about in a little while. This is Tony Valla and the Alamos before they were the Alamos. This is Los Tres Caballeros, the Three Gentlemen, otherwise known as Smiley and the Stars. They were their stomping grounds were Bagley Avenue, Mexican Town, that little area right there with the restaurants. It's, you know, there was a big club there called Las Vegas that had a lot of this kind of music, but most of what these guys were doing was too raw for the kind of Mexican, almost big band pop singers that they were bringing in there. This was conjunto. This was like San Antonio style, raw Mexican music telling a story. Well, Tony, you saw him over there on the right with the guitar. Pretty soon he decides, I love playing the Mexican music, but wait a minute. Maybe I need to start playing some rock and roll. He was already mixing it together because he's from San Antonio, Texas, and that's just what they do down there. So here he is with Jack Smith and the Orbits. That's Jack Smith there, who disappeared later. We wish we knew what happened to him. But the rest of these guys became Tony Valla and the Alamos. And that's Jesse, Tony's brother, on drums. He was an integral part of the group. And they backed these guys up, for instance. The Delteens, who are from Toledo. And they also backed up Dr. Ross on Cat Squirrel, which we talked about earlier, the song that Clapton almost got shot over. So they were, you know, the Browns would seize upon these bands, and they would say, well, we need you to record with these people. We got this guy coming in, whoever it was. This gal's coming in, we want to make a record with her, we want you to back them up. And they would always credit them on the labels and everything, so they became their little house band for a while. Or as Jack used to call them, here come the cool cats. Now, sort of the opposite of that were Jim Myers and the Gems. They never backed anyone up because they weren't from Detroit. They came up here and they made records, and then they went back to Ohio where they were from. But they were very proud to be on Fortune. Look, Fortune Records on the drum kit. Jim is a perfect example of a guy, and he's the one with the guitar in both photos, of a journeyman, a Fortune journeyman. He came up here to Detroit in 1952 with a hillbilly band, almost like a Western swing band, and he made a couple of records for Fortune. Then he disappears for 10 years, then forms a rock and roll band, then he comes back up, makes more records, you know, totally different styles. You wouldn't even know it was the same guy. You know, he called himself Jim Myers on the rock and roll stuff and Jimmy Myers on the hillbilly stuff. You know, again, people were always returning. Everybody that's vaguely familiar with Fortune knows Nathaniel Mayer and loves him. His song, I Want Love and Affection at the House of Correction, which was written about, you know, the Detroit House of Correction, aka D-Ho-Co, as he calls it in the song, was really, it showed the bizarreness of Fortune Records and how they would just embrace the weird at any turn, that they would put out a record like that. But we really know Nathaniel from his 1961 smash, Village of Love. There he is, I mean, in all his glory. That drummer is Butch Vading, who is an integral part of Nathaniel's sound, and also the sound of many other artists, Fortune artists in the early 60s, but he was mainly Nathaniel's drummer. They were very, very close. And again, it just goes to show that race just didn't mean anything to these people, you know, and Butch told us stories about going down, and Nate was born here in Detroit, so they would go down south, you know, in areas that they had to, like, you know, sleep in a house. They couldn't go to a hotel, you know, they had to go to the, you know, back door to get the food, you know, the whole thing, and they were both just like, you know, wow, we're not, you know, they'd never experienced anything like it. But up here, the music just, I mean, and just the culture, I think, too, in general, even though Detroit is often said to be a very segregated city, in the music back then, it was not. This is Nathaniel making his legendary comeback in Southfield, Michigan in 2004. He absolutely demolished the place. Nobody had heard from him in years. Nobody knew what to expect. You're pretty much looking at it. We took this photo right before, this is 5 minutes after I met him, and shoved a tape recorder in his face for the first time and said, "You have to talk to me." And the interview ended up in the book. This is before we were going to do the book, though. And that just goes to show how far back this goes. Billy was there with me, you know, Miriam was there. We were all there because we all loved this guy so much, and he became a great friend after that. And here he is parlaying me some long forgotten secret of Fortune Records, Detroit, who knows what, love. You're hearing it now. He wrote the song in the House of Correction. He was actually in there, and he proudly said, hell yeah, I was in there and I wrote that thing. I can't stay no more. E-D-ho-co. All right, Nate. Now, Nathaniel sets the table for the title of our book and a song that truly, how do I even say this? It just embodies Fortune Records in all ways, shapes, and forms. Mind Over Matter by Nolan Strong, written by Devorah Brown, and it's unmistakable when you hear those lyrics that she wrote this song. It's a supernatural song. You know, he's saying, I put a spell on you, you know, I put a hex on you, I put a spell on you, the whole 9 yards. Great guitar solo taken by Chuck Chittenden, where we do believe the Stones got Start Me Up, but it's coming right now, I think. 2 minutes? I can do it. Just keep it playing, my boy. I'm gonna talk over it. Keep it playing. The song was covered by Berry Gordy. That's actually the Temptations, the Pirates, on an early Motown record. Another label, of course, Melody. And despite the fact that the Browns had no power when it came to, you know, distributors or friends in the business or money or anything else, their version crushed the Motown version, despite, you know, Barry putting everything behind it. But that just goes to show you how much he absolutely loved the song and loved Nolan. He tried to sign him, but Nolan wouldn't leave Fortune for anything because he felt like, you know, this was my family, for better or for worse, you know. Below we see a ticket stub for the Diablos appearing in New York City, which unfortunately they did not show up for, and there was almost a riot. That was in 1960. That would be a harbinger for things to come. In the wake of Mind Over Matter, Nolan would just stop showing up for gigs. One of the big myths that's been touted around for years and years and written down in books and everything is that our good friend Lee Allen, a great legendary rock and roll DJ from here in Detroit, cut off all Fortune airplay because Nolan wouldn't show up for a gig at Wall Lake Casino that Lee had booked him at. Now, we know that Nolan did not show up for that gig, but I realized when we were researching this book, nobody ever asked Lee Allen about this. So our good friend Ed Wolfram set me up with him, and I asked him the question. He said absolutely not. He'd never even heard of such a thing. So that just goes to show how these rumors get started. Nolan was just a very complicated guy, and he wasn't interested in success. This is Spider Turner right here, second from the left. Ride My 225, written by Nathaniel Mayer, a fantastic Fortune soul record. This is, you know, the soul sweepstakes are on. Motown is ruling the roost, and everybody in Detroit is trying to start a record label. Fortune's been there from day one, and are they freaking out? Not really. They're just doing their own thing. They're making soul records, but their soul records are slightly different than everybody else's, like everything they did. And Melvin Davis was a great, you know, he'd done was on multiple labels later, and you've heard him sing Weed on You Gotta Crawl Before You Walk by the 8th Day and everything else, but one of his first records was for Fortune, and this goes to show the kind of gigs these guys were playing at the time. And the Utopias were Fortune's answer, a group led by a male lead singer who sounded like a woman. And I mean, absolutely, you couldn't believe he was a guy. It was incredible. David Lassley. Here he is again. And this is just absolutely fabulous and super unique. But this is, they just absolutely, the Browns just loved these guys. And they were so young, they were teenagers. They were from way out in the country, but they drove down here and, you know, personally managed by John B. at first, and then later our good friend Johnny Powers, who we mentioned earlier. Couple of Fortune's answer to soul music at the time, make doo-wop records in the 60s after they're 5 years out of date. But yet they were so great so often. It was almost records that are out of time, you know. And those records were picked up on by some DJs in other parts of the country. Jerry Blavitt right here and Mad Mike. Jerry was from Philly, Mad Mike was from Pittsburgh. Now these guys were 60s DJs, but they loved 50s music, they loved old records. They were digging for records before that was even a thing. And they were playing obscure stuff. So any kind of new stuff that came out that had that sound, like a Fortune sound, these guys were all over it. And they had a lot to do with, you know, spreading the Fortune gospel, so to speak, as did Pete Mad Daddy Myers down here from Cleveland. The gentleman, you know, I mean, I don't need to say anything else. The picture speaks for itself, I do believe. As a result, Fortune started to put out albums with some of the vocal group, you know, classics. This is the end of Fortune, and it won't last long. We go very, very deeply into it in the book. But if I may have begged for another 2 more minutes, in the 60s, they were just doing all kinds of stuff. They were recording gypsy music. This is Del Rey, the legendary Romanian neighborhood in southwest Detroit that's now being destroyed for that new bridge. You know, just incredible stuff. No one else was recording. Giulio Bella, this guy was a truly, you know, ahead of his time, and yet behind his time. I mean, you know, no one was recording gypsy music back then. A lot of them came from Braddock, Pennsylvania, and there's 2 Fortune artists, believe it or not, in this photo. You look in the book and we point them out for you. Giulio and his friend Arthur Rakoski, who both made albums for Fortune. And the guy that hooks all this together is a gentleman named Billy Rose. He's playing the guitar on the right there, and he's also right here with Bob Hope. He played on all those gypsy records and, you know, came from Braddock, Pennsylvania to Del Rey like so many others before him, and was amazing. He basically told me the whole story. He was the last guy standing, and he's still out there, still playing. Country music, they never really turned their back on it, but they absolutely renewed their faith in country music in the 60s. And down here we have Al Burnett and his Southern Swingsters. Al's still around down in Kentucky, 89 years old and doing great. Up here we have Eddie Jackson's band in front of Webb Pierce's car. Pretty cool car, with the guns for door handles, etc. And this is Patty Lynn, who made a great record for with Eddie Jackson's band for Fortune around this time. And Arizona Weston, who was a DJ here and also made records. But yeah, you can look at the titles, Polecat Hollow by Jimmy Click. I mean, that just doesn't sound like something that would come out of Nashville, produced by Chet Atkins, does it? How do I get rid of that thing? Bluegrass, we haven't really talked about, and we go very, very deeply into it in the book. But bluegrass, the first time it was ever mentioned in print, you're looking at that ad right in the middle. Craig Mackey dug that up. And it wasn't a genre. It wasn't a named genre, really, until that ad came out in Billboard magazine, record label from Detroit, advertising bluegrass music. Well, there you go. The unsung, untold story of bluegrass is that it had a lot to do, its development had a lot to do with the cities as well as the country. The city was an integral part of the music, and the alienation and the confusion that people felt moving from such a rural atmosphere into such an urban, gritty place really lent it its lonesome mood. And Curly Dan and Will Mann are also deal with that on record a lot. This is a picture, they were Fortune and as well as other label recording artists around here in Detroit, one of the greatest bluegrass groups ever, in my opinion. And they really nailed it. That song that Adam just played is North on 23. They're talking about coming to Detroit on Highway 23. And there they are in the 60s. Here they are in the 50s. Here they are in the 60s. And you'll notice it says, just back from the Grand Ole Opry, because their song South on 23, which came first, was recorded for 3 different labels, including Starday, which is a big label down in Nashville. They got to go down to the Opry, and they sold a lot of records that way. Our good friend Ed Wolfram, who just passed away sadly a few weeks back, is the gentleman in the sweater there, and that's Andre Williams at the board at theme recording. This should tell you this is just a clipping of a small part of a page of a phone book from 1966. Look at all these recording companies, including Fortune and Falcon in Royal Oak, but also Hitsville, USA, in small letters down there. I guess they didn't think they needed to put theirs in bold. So a few more notes on Andre Williams and we'll be done, because he really went on, and as an example of what fortune planted in these folks and the stewardship that they gave them, he really went on to do all kinds of great things, making tons of records for other labels. Most notably, wrote Shake a Tail Feather, which everybody knows and you should have been rich off of, as well as a few just a few things, but this is Andre in the 60s, hustling to every label he can, recording under different names, the Lancers, the Quality Controls, I mean, the Blue Bull. He had all kinds of, he would just make these killer records and put them out on any label that would give him money. That was Andre Williams in a nutshell. But like everything in Detroit, the riot or the rebellion defines what happened to not only Fortune Records, but so many of their contemporaries. And we go deeply into that in the book, and I won't say any more about it right now, but Armand Adams returns, the singer from the Earthquakes that I mentioned earlier, with Come Out of the Storm, which was right after the put out right after the riot, but huge, a record that Browns put tons of money into and never really went where it should have.
Michael, we're closed in 10 minutes.
We're wrapping it up right now. And that's it. That's really all I have to say. I went over time as predicted, but sadly enough, this is Fortune right before it got torn down. We can talk more about that in another time, but the important stuff is what happened before it got torn down. Thank you all very much. I have books for sale, and I will sign them.
Are you ready for this episode of Summer Reading Say What? With your host, Jenna.
Welcome to Summer Reading Say What? We are going to find out about the summer reading program and explore oceans of possibilities. But there's a twist. We are going to ask our contestants about this year's program. But they need to be careful how they answer. If they use any of our Say What words, splash. You'll see what I mean. Are we ready, team?
Oh yeah, we're ready.
Are the contestants ready?
Yeah!
Great. Let's go to Anne for our first contestant.
Round one.
Is a summer reading program just for kids?
Absolutely not. There's a program for kids, tweens, teens, and adults. Tell everyone!
When can you sign up for summer reading?
You can sign up for the summer reading program anytime between June 1st and July 31st.
How do you sign up for summer reading?
Well, just click the link on the library's website or come on in and we can help.
Round two.
How do we keep track of our reading?
Use our special reading log to keep track of all the reading you do this summer. For every 20 minutes you read, you fill in a space. For every 5 spaces you fill in, you get a reading badge.
Maybe next time.
Round three.
Do we have to use a paper reading log?
Of course not. You can keep track of your summer reading on the Beanstack app.
What happens if we finish our summer reading log?
If you complete 5 badges, you get a certificate and a free book.
Round four.
Does a graphic novel count as reading?
Of course. You can even listen to an audiobook. Whatever floats your boat.
Do I have to read all summer?
You can also earn badges by doing fun activities like attending a program like a magic show or telling a joke.
And I think we have our winner.
That was fantastic. Now see for yourself just how easy it is to play.
Use your summer reading log to keep track of all of your reading this summer. For every 20 minutes you read, you can color one space. For every 5 spaces you fill in, you will earn a reading badge. You can also earn badges by doing fun activities like attending a library program, doing the scavenger hunt, telling a librarian a joke, or visiting a museum. If you complete 5 badges by July 31st, you will get a certificate and a free book. So don't forget to register, it's super easy. All participants can register online beginning June 1st. And if you have any questions, we can help you sign up at the library. So what are you waiting for? Join us at the library this summer and explore an oceans of possibilities.
Hi, my name is Nick. I'm a personal trainer and group instructor over here at the Jack E. Kirksey Recreation Center in Livonia. My challenge fitness class is back and it starts now. Here's a sneak peek at some of the exercises and some of the fun that you can expect. So that's just a little bit of the fun that we have planned for you. There's a whole lot more. So come on out Wednesday, 7 p.m. Can't wait to see you here.
I'm Brian Kahn, the Director of Emergency Preparedness for the City of Livonia. The City of Livonia's Emergency Alert System, EAS, is an outdoor warning siren system that consists of 20 outdoor sirens strategically placed throughout the city. The siren's primary purpose is to alert people outside to severe weather, including tornadoes and dangerous winds, hazardous material events, terrorist incidents, or other emergencies. The system is not designed to provide notification inside your home or inside your business. It is the policy of the City of Livonia to provide timely alerts to citizens when severe weather conditions exist that are life-threatening. These conditions can result in personal injury, widespread or significant property damage. Sirens will be activated when, but are not limited to, the National Weather Service issuing a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, when wind gusts exceed 58 miles an hour or a tornado or funnel cloud has been spotted, or when a thunderstorm or tornado is within a 10-mile buffer of the City of Livonia with winds that are at least 58 miles an hour. The emergency sirens are activated from the Public Safety Communications Center. Monthly tests are conducted on the first Saturday of every month at 1 p.m. Tests of the siren system are expected to last approximately 1 minute. During a real emergency, the sirens will sound for a minimum of 3 minutes and may sound multiple times. A code red alert from the Livonia Police Department will accompany sirens with more information. If there is no code red alert, they are not Livonia sirens. Residents who live close to a neighboring city may hear their sirens instead. The City of Livonia maintains a local emergency radio station at AM 1670. During an emergency, important information can be broadcast on AM 1670, as well as on Livonia Television, Spectrum Channel 203, WOW Channel 10, and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. Follow us on social media at Facebook, Livonia Community, and Livonia Police Department, and on Nextdoor, City of Livonia. Sign up for Code Red alerts at livoniacodered.org.
Did you know that the City of Livonia has a transportation program for seniors and the disabled? Residents eligible for service are those seniors 60 years old or older and those who are permanently or temporarily disabled. Livonia Community Transit has been providing transportation to the community since 1999. Our mission is to serve the senior and disabled residents of Livonia by providing quality and affordable transportation. In doing so, our service gives people a greater sense of independence and enhances their way of life. You have probably seen our buses throughout the community, taking passengers all around the city. We transport people to medical appointments, the grocery store, the bank, to their job, or anywhere they want to go within the city of Livonia. We can also take riders up to 1 mile outside the city limits if the reservation is for a doctor's appointment. All of our vehicles are handicap accessible and specifically designed to transport wheelchairs safely. You can feel comfortable knowing that our drivers are instructed in how to handle wheelchairs and are there to assist every passenger on and off the bus if help is needed. We are a door-to-door service, and because of liability reasons, our drivers cannot come into the home or take you inside for appointments. Transportation is available 7 days a week. Reservations can be made Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., and Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Riding transit costs $2 each way. Because the driver does not make change, riders must have the exact fare or a bus ticket before getting on the bus. Tickets can be purchased from a driver or at the Livonia Transit office. In order to help make your experience with Livonia Community Transit run as smoothly as possible, there are some points to remember when making a reservation. Reservations are necessary to ride transit. We recommend scheduling your trip 3 to 4 days in advance so that we can better accommodate your request. Because we are a first-come, first-served service, calling ahead better ensures you will get transportation on the day you need it. Remember that reservations can also be made 2 to 3 months in advance so you can call ahead and book early. Sometimes last-minute requests can be accommodated, so call the transit office to check availability. First-time riders of Livonia Community Transit will need to provide us with complete information about the passenger. We require the name, address, telephone number, date and time of the reservation, the destination, and information about the passenger's mobility status. For example, are they ambulatory and able to board the bus on their own? Does the passenger use a mobility aid such as a wheelchair? Or does the individual need assistance from a caregiver to ride the bus? It's important that riders be ready when the bus arrives. We ask every passenger to be ready a half hour before their scheduled pickup. For instance, if you make a reservation with us to be picked up at 10 a.m., this means you should be ready and waiting at 9:30 a.m. If the bus arrives and you are not ready, your reservation may be canceled. The driver will only wait 3 minutes past your pickup time before leaving. If you find you need to cancel, call the transit office as soon as possible. This is not only considerate and lessens unnecessary trips, but it opens up time for other passengers who may also need transportation. This has been a brief look at Livonia Community Transit. We hope you consider our service the next time you need low-cost community transportation. Our office staff is available Monday through Friday to provide additional information and answer any further questions you may have. Call Livonia Community Transit at 734-466-2700 or visit us on the web at www.ci.livonia.mi.us. We hope you enjoy riding with us.
Heat Safety Explained. Heat is one of the leading weather-related killers in the U.S., resulting in hundreds of fatalities each year. During extremely hot and humid weather, your body's ability to cool itself is challenged. A body heating too rapidly or losing too much fluid or salt through dehydration or sweating could result in death or permanent disability. Everyone can be vulnerable to heat, but some more so than others. Infants, children, the elderly, the chronically ill, and pregnant people are especially vulnerable. Never leave anyone or pets alone in a locked car, even in the winter. Death can occur in as little as 10 minutes. During excessive heat, avoid heavy activity in direct sunlight. Stay hydrated, find a cool indoor place, and check on children, the elderly, and pets. Even moderate heat can potentially be dangerous. Protect yourself outside by wearing light, loose-fitting clothes, staying hydrated, and spending time in the shade. To see heat-related conditions and forecasts for your area, visit weather.gov.
On a good day, we are your friend, your neighbor, your sister, or your brother. We are there for each other. On the harder days, we are your somebody to lean on, to listen to what's on your mind, and help you find what you need. And on the toughest days of all, you can count on us. In your cities and your streets, in your schools and your clinics, you will find us. By boat or bicycle, across mountains and rivers, we will be there. We have lived through some of the hardest times, but even on the worst days of all, we are in this together. And together, we are unstoppable.
It's my job to pay attention to the game, and I take my job seriously.
While I'm busy watching the game, I need your help keeping an eye on the stands.
If you see something that doesn't look quite right, tell a law enforcement official.
We all play an important role in protecting our communities, and you can help.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Hi, I'm Miss Michelle from the Livonia Public Library. This book is Banana. Banana by Ed Vare. Banana! Banana? Banana? Banana! Please? Banana! Please, please. Banana! Banana. The end.
Hi kiddos, it's Miss Kristen from the Livonia Public Library, and today we're going to read Duck on a Bike by David Shannon. One day, down on the farm, Duck got a wild idea. I bet I could ride a bike, he thought. He waddled over to where the boy parked his bike, climbed on, and began to ride. At first he rode very slowly and he wobbled a lot, but it was fun. Duck rode past Cow and waved to her. "Hello, Cow," said Duck. "Moo," said Cow. But what she really thought was, "A duck on a bike? That's the silliest thing I've ever seen." Then Duck rode past Sheep. "Hello, Sheep," said Duck. "Bah," said Sheep. But what she thought was, "He's going to hurt himself if he's not careful." Duck was riding better now. He rode past Dog. "Hello, Dog," said Duck. "Woof," said Dog. But what he thought was, "That's a mighty neat trick." Then Duck rode past Cat. "Hello, Cat," said Duck. "Meow," said Cat. But what she thought was, "I wouldn't waste my time riding a bike." Duck pedaled a little faster. He rode past Horse. "Hello, Horse," said Duck. "Nay," said Horse. But what he thought was, "You're still not as fast as me, Duck." Duck rang his bell as he rode toward Chicken. "Hello, Chicken," said Duck. "Cluck, cluck," said Chicken. But what she thought was, "Watch where you're going, Duck." Then Duck rode past Goat. "Hello, Goat," said Duck. "Meh," said Goat. But what he thought was, "I'd like to eat that bike." Duck stood on the seat and rode past Pig and Pig. "Hello, Pigs," said Duck. "Oink," said Pig and Pig. But what they thought was, "Duck is such a show-off." Then Duck rode no hands past Mouse. "Hello, Mouse," said Duck. "Squeak," said Mouse. But what he thought was, "I wish I could ride a bike just like Duck." Suddenly, a whole bunch of kids came down the road on bikes. They were in such a hurry that they didn't see Duck. They parked their bikes by the house and went inside. Now all the animals had bikes. They rode around and around the barnyard. "This is fun," they all said. "Good idea, Duck." Then they put the bikes back by the house, and no one knew that on that afternoon there had been a cow, a sheep, a dog, a cat, a horse, a chicken, a goat, 2 pigs, a mouse, and a duck on a bike. The end. And kiddos, you see the duck. What's he looking at? And what do you think the next story is going to be about? Stay tuned. Bye.
Hi everyone, I'm Miss Julie from the Livonia Public Library, and today we're going to read Goldilocks and the Three Dinosaurs by Mo Willems. Once upon a time, there were 3 dinosaurs, Papa Dinosaur, Mama Dinosaur, and some other dinosaur who happened to be visiting from Norway. One day, for no particular reason, the 3 dinosaurs made up their beds, positioned their chairs just so, and cooked 3 bowls of delicious chocolate pudding at varying temperatures. "Oh boy," said Papa Dinosaur in his loud, booming voice. "It is finally time to leave and go to the, someplace else." "Yes," continued Mama Dinosaur. "I sure hope no innocent little succulent child happens by our unlocked home while we are, someplace else." Then the other dinosaur made a loud noise that sounded like a big, evil laugh, but was probably just a polite Norwegian expression. The three dinosaurs went someplace else and were definitely not hiding in the woods waiting for an unsuspecting kid to come by. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, a poorly supervised little girl named Goldilocks came traipsing along. Just then, the forest boomed with what could have been a dinosaur yelling, "Gotcha!" but I'm pretty sure was just the wind. The loud noise was immediately followed by another loud noise that sounded kind of like, "Be patient, Papa Dinosaur. The trap is not yet sprung." But that could have been a rock falling, or a squirrel. Either way, Goldilocks was not the type of little girl who listened to anyone or anything. For example, Goldilocks never listened to warnings about the dangers of barging into strange, enormous houses. So as soon as Goldilocks came across a strange, enormous house, she barged right in. Inside, Goldilocks immediately smelled the 3 bowls of delicious chocolate pudding. Said Goldilocks. "That chocolate pudding smells delicious. If only I could get all the way up to the top of that counter." Then Goldilocks noticed a very tall ladder that just happened to be there, and certainly wasn't left on purpose. Goldilocks climbed up the ladder and found herself face to face with 3 gigantic bowls of chocolate pudding. The first bowl of chocolate pudding was too hot, but Goldilocks ate it all anyway, because hey, it's chocolate pudding, right? The second bowl of chocolate pudding was too cold, but who cares about temperature when you've got a big bowl of chocolate pudding? Not her. The third bowl of chocolate pudding was just right, but Goldilocks was on such a roll by now, she hardly noticed. Soon, Goldilocks was stuffed like one of those delicious chocolate-filled little girl bonbons, which, by the way, are totally not the favorite things in the whole world for hungry dinosaurs. Tired and groggy, Goldilocks noticed 3 chairs in the living room, so she climbed down the ladder and walked out of the kitchen. The first chair was too tall. The second chair was too tall. But the third chair was too tall. Goldilocks wasn't going to climb that high just to sit in some chair, so she hiked over to the bedroom. When she got there, Goldilocks noticed that the beds were also gigantically big. "What is going on around here?" groaned the exhausted girl. "The bears that live here must be nuts." Just then, the room filled with a loud booming noise that was either a passing truck or a dinosaur gloating. "A few more minutes and she'll be asleep. Delicious chocolate-filled little girl bonbons are yummier when they're rested." Even a little girl who never listens to anyone or anything had to hear that. Goldilocks took a minute to stop and think, which was longer than she was used to stopping and thinking. "Hey," she told herself, "this isn't some bear's house. This is some dinosaur's house." Say what you like about Goldilocks, but she was no fool. As quickly as she could, she ran to the back door and got out of there. Just then, a loud plane flew by, which sounded pretty much like a trio of dinosaurs yelling, "Now!" or "Charge!" or the Norwegian expression for "Chewy bonbon time!" Suddenly, and completely coincidentally, the 3 dinosaurs rushed through the front door. But they were too late. Goldilocks was gone, and all that was left in the house were 3 disappointed dinosaurs. The end. And the moral is, if you ever find yourself in the wrong story, leave. And the moral for dinosaurs is, lock the back door. The end.
Hi, I'm Miss Karen from the Livonia Public Library. Today I'm going to read to you But Excuse Me, That Is My Book by Lauren Child. I have this little sister, Lola. She is small and very funny. Lola loves reading and she really loves books. But at the moment, there is one book that is extra specially special. One day, Lola says, "Charlie, Dad says he will take us to the library and we must go right now and get beetles, bugs, and butterflies." Lola loves beetles, bugs, and butterflies. I say, "But Dad took that book out for you last time, and the time before that." Then Lola says, "But Charlie, Beetles, Bugs, and Butterflies is a very special book. That is my favorite, and I really need it. Now, 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 now. Don't you know Beetles, Bugs, and Butterflies is the best book in the whole world?" And Lola says, "You see, Charlie, there are bugs that are quite buggy, and the butterflies are really beautiful, and the beetles are very silly. The beetle gets stuck and his legs are very funny, and he can't turn over." I say, "I know that, Lola. Come on, Dad's waiting. All his funny little legs, Charlie." When we get to the library, Lola is still saying Beetles, Bugs, and Butterflies. This is the best book in the world because you'll learn a lot and it is very great and extremely very interesting. And I really, really must get it. When we get inside, I have to say, "Shh, Lola, this is a library. We have to be quiet." Lola says, "But I can't find my book, Charlie." And I say, "Then why don't you try looking for it in all the books beginning with B?" So Lola says, B, where's my book? Where can it be?" And I say, "Lola, be quiet." She says, "I am being quiet, Charlie." And I say, "Shh." She says, "I am shushing. It's not here. My book's not here." I say, "Lola, be quiet." Lola says, "But Charlie, my book is lost. It is completely not there." I say, "Lola, remember this is a library, so someone else must have borrowed it." Lola says, "But Beetles, Bugs, and Butterflies is my book." I say, "But it's not your library. Someone else obviously wanted to read your book." Lola says, "But they can't. It's my book." So I say, "Lola, just think. There are hundreds and hundreds of other books in the library to choose from. There are spy books and dinosaur books, adventure books and scary books, books about princes, airplanes, and astronauts, books about castles, dragons, and volcanoes, monsters, mountains, and pixies, and books about Romans." I say, "Look, Romans. This one tells you all about the history in Roman times, like how the Romans built long, straight roads and rode chariots and had fights with swords." But Lola says, "Too many big words, Charlie. My book has got pictures that I really like." So I say, "Okay, Lola, let's try to find a book with more pictures and less words. How about this? An encyclopedia. It's got millions of drawings and millions of facts. You can learn about everything. Look, this page is all about helicopters." "It's too loud, Charlie. I don't really like those big books." "You see, Charlie, I am very right. Beetles, Bugs, and Butterflies is the best book ever." I say, "You might be right, Lola, but see what you think of this. It's a pop-up book." But Lola says, "That book has cherry blossom rain, and it is nice, Charlie, but it is not funny." Then Lola says, "Beetles, Bugs, and Butterflies is really funny, and it makes me laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh." I say, "So it's an animal book you want, a book with lots of pictures, a story, no big words, and animals that make you laugh." Lola says, "Yep." I say, "How about this, Lola? Cheetahs and chimpanzees." Lola says, are there beetles, bugs, and butterflies in it? I say no, there are cheetahs and chimpanzees. Now give it a try, Lola, please. Lola says, okay, Charlie, I will, but it won't be as good as beetles, bugs, and butterflies. Oh no, Charlie, look, that girl's got my book. I don't think she knows it is my book. No, no, just wait. That's my, I just like my book, Charlie. Lola says, I want my book, Charlie. And I say, but you said you would try cheetahs and chimpanzees. Lola says, well, I'll try it, but it won't be as good as beetles, bugs, and butterflies. But then Lola says, oh, look at that. The cheetahs are very fast, and the chimpanzees are very cheeky. And in fact, you know what, Charlie? This book is probably the best book in the whole wide world because it is so interesting and so lovely, and you know it has absolutely the best pictures of any book ever, and the baby chips are very funny, and the end.
In today's episode, we are going to pony on episode 3. Just really quick in summation, episode 3, we took a look at an introduction to the federal census. And in that episode, we touched on the federal census records available to you 1940, 30, 20, 10, and 1900. Those 5 census collections. We also mentioned the census collection of 1890, which was destroyed in the fire. Now, I did give you a little bit of homework, and I would really love to check some of your homework out, but at this stage, can't really do that. Today, I will be presenting to you information on the remaining census records available to you. That being the census records from 1790, continuing all the way through 1880. Now that's quite a bit that we're going to have to go through. Some of them I'm going to encapsulate and bring together because they do share a lot of commonalities that I think we don't really need to go into it in depth. I think once we talk about that grouping, you'll be able to get an idea of what these census records can provide to you information-wise. I'd like you to take a look at this particular slide. And basically what that is, it explains to us how long it took census takers to complete their job. So, starting with the 1800s, you'll notice that census takers had 9 months to complete their endeavor. And every decade, it changes and changes and changes. And we have to understand that these census takers in the early time periods, well, at times, you had to provide your own transportation. Your horse, your buggy, your wagon, and sometimes even the paper that you wrote on. In fact, it wasn't until 1830 that the federal government provided standard forms to these enumerators. Now, as we go through the presentation, I'm going to be touching very quickly on the duration of some of these particular census takings, so be aware of that as we go through it. We start today's presentation with the census of 1880. And at this time, the population of the United States was just over 50 million people. Now, the 1880s was part of an age of industrialization. America was in the throes of changing from agrarian to industrial. And this called for workers to come to the city. This called for immigrants to leave Europe and begin their journey across the oceans and venture to the United States. So we are going to see a massive, massive wave of immigration during this time period. Remember, the 1890 census is destroyed. This 1880 census is the beginning of that time period where you will now have a 20-year gap between the census records, 1880 to 1900. And you have this 20-year period of what could possibly happen to our families in that 20-year period. That becomes a challenge for us researchers because we now have to look locally, whether it be at the state, the county, the city, the town, township level. We have to get our information from there. Another thing about the 1880 census, and with the wave of these new people coming to the shores of America, these enumerators, these census takers, they are going to hear last names that they never heard of before. Katafias, Szymanowski, Hudzinski, Sienkiewicz. And they are going to wonder, what the heck did I just hear? And so the spellings that they are going to inscribe into the census records, make sure you give yourself a little bit of leeway and imagine, what did the census taker hear from this person speaking with this foreign dialect? If you keep that in mind and try to figure out some of the various spellings of the surnames you're looking for, that may assist you in your research. So here we have an example of the 1880 census. Some of the information that is going to be cited on this is the street name. If you're in the city, you will have street names. Now, they're not going to do it as far as rural areas are concerned, but just in the city, street names and addresses, which is going to come into play because addresses are so important in the research. And in fact, later on in one of the episodes, we are going to talk specifically about the importance of addresses and your research. And then we continue on. We have the names of the people in the household, their race, sex, age, the month of birth if a child is born within that given year. So from 1879 through 1880, if a child is born in that year, you will be given the month that the child is born in. The relationship to the head of household. Married, single, divorced, whether married within the year, then the occupation, school attendance, and also the parents' place of birth. Here's an example, and I emphasize to you all the time, look into the record. Look into the information, not just at the information. This particular family, I want to address these two citations here, Frank and Albert. And as you see, white males 1 year old, but they were both born in May. That tells the researcher those are twins. And now they can pursue looking for information regarding the twins. The 1880 census was the first census to provide the name of the street and house number on the sheets. The 1880 census was the first to identify the relationships back to the head of the household. And also the 1880 census was the first to record the state or country of birth for every individual's father and mother. And that is an important clue to carry with you in your research. In my opinion, what is the most important first? It would have to be number 2. And that would be stating every member of that household's relationship back to the head of the household. As we continue on with today's presentation, you'll see how the lack of that information in the census records prior to 1880 may give you a little bit of a speed bump, maybe a little brick wall for you to try to figure out and get around. Every genealogist just craves information. We want more information on our families. This being the case, and I gave you all the 3 firsts, if we could go back in time and if we could somewhat influence the people that created this particular document, what would have been great to put on the document was, of course, year of immigration to the United States. It would have helped so much due to the mass of people coming in. It would have just helped us as researchers. But again, the census records weren't meant for future genealogists. It was meant to determine representation into the Congress. There's 1880. Now we come to 1870, progressing backwards. 1870, the first census after the Civil War. We see a population in 1870 of 38.5 million people. And as the citation above it reads, this census may, mind you, identify survivors of the Civil War. Now, for those of you who have the benefit, who are blessed with that ancestry back into that time period, the 1870 and the 1860 census are vital to your research because it's these two collections of census that you will use to compare and contrast. Individuals that you see on the 1860 census that don't appear on the 1870 census, and if they are of military age, mid-teens, 20s, maybe even into the 30s, you may be investigating whether or not these people were military in the Civil War. If they are on the 1860 census, they are not on the 1870 census, you have two options. One, could they have moved to another location and started a family somewhere else within an entirely different state, or somewhere else within the state, or possibly killed during the Civil War? Those two options. So here we take a look and see the 1870 census. This is where we wish we had that relationship information afforded to us. As you see, here we have the names of all the people in the household. We have their ages, their sex, their race, their occupation. We even see where they are born. Pulling up this particular item from the 1870 census to draw your attention to the Hummels. We see here David, Kate, Henry, David, and Jacob. We can fairly guess and pretty much be confident in that guess that Kate is the mother of Henry and David. What we don't know is Jacob. His name, according to the census taker, is still Hummel. We could be fairly certain that Jacob is in fact the younger brother of David. Since David is 32, Jacob is 30, both born in Prussia. 95% confident, yep, they're brothers. Can I be sure? Can we be sure? No. Because we don't have that information that ties them in specifically. We don't have that information that ties them in concretely, that concrete piece of information. Guesstimate, yes. Concrete information, no. I'd like you to take a look at David, and that being right here, the youngest child. He was born within that particular year. We see that the census taker went through Toledo, Ohio on the 11th day of August in 1870. However, he lists David being born in August. Definite discrepancy in that. What did this census taker hear? So, in this situation, David is actually 10 months old by August. Therefore, his birthday cannot be August. You really have to watch the information that these census takers wrote. The age specification or the month. Personally, I would start here. I would look at birth records from Lucas County to see if David was in fact born prior to 1870. So I'd be looking for a birth record in around 1869. 1860. The population of the United States was somewhere around just under 31.5 million people. there was a lot of turmoil going on in the 1860s. The pressure was building in this decade. And it seemed as though these incidents and the mentalities was putting so much pressure on the United States that it was very soon going to explode. We had what was called Bloody Kansas. And Bloody Kansas, the conflict going on to see whether or not Kansas was to be a free or a slave state. John Brown, abolitionist, wanted to get rid of slavery, took over Harper's Ferry, and there was that small military conflict. And then finally, in 1860 itself was the year of a presidential election. Stephen Douglas versus Abraham Lincoln. The Douglas-Lincoln debates, Lincoln-Douglas debates. The election, or the result of the election, will be what is going to send the first domino to fall and precipitate the Civil War that is going to last until 1865. This particular census was one of those census that took 5 months, that was expected to be completed in 5 months. That would have been November. The presidential election in November. And again, Abraham Lincoln will win. South Carolina does not like the results, begins proceedings, and it'll be in December of 1860 that South Carolina will become the first state to secede from the Union. Then, from 1861, from January through the middle of 1861, other states will follow suit. And again, once again, leading up to the Civil War. This particular record of 1860, questions asked of free persons, very important designation. We see the name, age, sex, color, okay, occupation, value of real estate, place of birth, and then whether or not they attend school and the like. Again, what lacks on this particular census record is the relationship to the head of the household. Here we see Hugh Peoples, who is 23 years old, white male, farm labor, came from Ireland. Pretty much straightforward information. But when we take a look at Edward Peoples, who is 66, also a farm laborer, and also from Ireland, the question posed to the researcher is this: is Edward the father, or is Edward the grandfather? The census record does not give us any clue whatsoever. So to solve this particular dilemma, one would have to, A, go back to the previous census of 1850, research Edward Peoples, and to see how Hugh falls into line with Edward's information. If that information doesn't line up, then it would be, what could I find from Wayne County, Nankin Township, that would give me a little bit of help to solve that particular mystery? There are actually two federal censuses taken in 1850 and 1860. One was for free people, the other was for slaves. Slaves were enumerated separately, both in 1850 and in 1860. By just showing you this particular image from Jefferson County, Louisiana, it should be very striking to you as to what's lacking. And what's lacking are personal names. There are no personal names on the census. All they have, they count the slave, the age, the sex, and then the race. And that's it. The first name is very, very rarely provided. So if we happen to come up and take a look at Francois, I'm going to say d'Anjou, this would be the name of the slave owner. And we simply count the number of slaves, the age of the slaves, and immediately there is a problem. How can we differentiate between the families of the slaves? Who do we know? What can we use here to determine who goes with who? There's nothing there that helps us out on that federal census. We are adrift in this whirlpool of trying to find the information. And that's unfortunate. We do see here black, but we see M, mulatto. Mulatto, the combination of the white and black race. May lead us to assume that somewhere in this 65-year-old slave's life, that his mother had a relationship with a possible slave owner, maybe somebody in the household. We don't know. But that is the reason for the M there. Also pay close attention to the states that were included, which is here. Doing the research, it sort of shocked me a little bit that actually even the Utah Territory, people could have slaves there. And sure enough, went into the Utah Territory and discovered Reuben Perkins here with quite a number of slaves in Utah. A 49-year-old. Here's a 34-year-old female. And again, let's take a look at this very quickly. We have a 50-year-old black slave, a 49-year-old male black slave, and then a 34-year-old black female slave. The female slave is whose wife? You have two particular choices. The record does not indicate who this could be. And that is going to be a challenge for many African Americans as they're going through trying to do their genealogy. They run into this gigantic brick wall. This is a brick wall. But going through state records might have a chance to fill in the blank or access the Freedmen's Bureau's record after the war and after that institution was established. (1850). And you can see the lifestyle that was going on in Michigan at the time of 1850. Village life. This happens to be somewhere up in the UP and then Grand Rapids. And we see here the state of Michigan. We have the counties, larger counties up in the UP. I always find it fascinating to look at maps from way back then, because you never know what you're going to find. We take a look at Wayne County, and there's someplace called Truago, Truago. Well, I've been up and down river, never really came across that particular township. And we take a look even further in other particular maps. Here's a place called Waterford, just north of Plymouth. Thought Waterford was further north, our Waterford today. Here they had Waterford back then. Scharsburg, which is in Livonia Township. Just the various names just pop out. Delhi, over here in Van Buren Township. Here's Arsenal, over here near Dearborn. Fascinating names. What happened to these towns? Where did they go? Were they incorporated? And for a researcher, that's going to come into play. You will have to know the names of these old towns. So you can imagine if your research takes you and you see where a relative, you notice that they happen to come from Waterford. It would be, well, probably an honest mistake to look at Oakland County and look for Waterford in Oakland County. But when one takes into consideration the time frame, we have to look at Waterford in Wayne County. Always keep the years in mind when you do your research. It may even pay and be worthwhile, pay off for you in time, to try to find a map of that time period that you are researching, just to give you a clue as the particular geographical layout that you are going to be researching in. (1850 census. They consider this the first modern census. And trust me, what we see prior to this, it won't take any explanation whatsoever. First modern census. This census will provide researchers the first collection of wonderful information to help build your family tree. This first census, this first modern census, is going to begin listing people, their ages, their sexes, their occupations, and where they are from. Prior to this time, from 1840 backwards, you will definitely notice a difference. And the challenge is for those of you who are going to be researching 1790, 1840, there is going to be many challenges for you in that time frame. But before we get into that, we still need to take a really hard look and see at the 1850 census here. Okay. Now this happens to be, Livonia Township, Wayne County. And we take a look up here and we see that happens to be the census enumerator's handwriting telling you that this person is from Massachusetts. Elizabeth, born in New Hampshire, Lysander and Phoebe are both born in Vermont. It's not until John has a Michigan birth date. What can we learn from this? We can actually see how the family is moving from point A to point B to Livonia. After they were married, we know that somewhere Lysander was born 1834, somewhere in Vermont. Phoebe, 1836 in Vermont, and then John here, born in Michigan in 1840. So during the difference here, we know they traveled from Vermont to Michigan. And if I was researching the Lewis family, now I would be able to narrow my search between this time period to see if I could find a definite time where they came to the state of Michigan. How would I find that? Land records. He is a farmer, probably has land here somewhere in Livonia. Track him down, land records in Wayne County. See when he purchased that land, that gives me an even more precise time when they came to Michigan. Another example of the 1850 census, this being from the city of Detroit. Now, my guess would be this particular listing is from possibly a boarding house, because we see just a wide collection of individuals listed in there. In fact, there is only two brothers, that being Alexander and Thomas Arnold here, who are family members. We see the listing of where they were from, where they were born, place of birth. But there's a name on there that deserves attention. That name is right down here. Alexander Grayson. The age is a little distorted. That's due to the fact that the census taker misplaced probably determining the sex of that particular individual. So instead of putting the M here, he started to write M here. You can barely make out a 3 in whatever this digit is here, we don't know. But at least I know that Alexander is 30-some years old. Male, and he is black. A free black man in 1850 in Detroit, working as a cook somewhere, born in the state of Kentucky. So somehow he made his way. Could the family have made the way? Don't really know. But somehow he got from Kentucky to the state of Michigan, and now he is a free black man working as a cook in the city of Detroit. Born 1820 in Kentucky. Again, if I was researching that, not too much to go on. Maybe born in 1820-ish. Kentucky birth records, not sure how far back they go. That would be a challenge to try to find information on that. One would have to actually maybe proceed further into finding records, Wayne County, city of Detroit, maybe mid-1850s, and then after collecting those records, seeing what's garnered in there and then working your way back that way. Slave record. Mentioned before that slave schedules were done in 1850 and in 1860. Again, the slave schedule cites the name of the slave owner, the number, age, sex, and color of the slave. So again, we see that the total lack of given names. But we can still find interesting information on these particular records. Thomas, I'm going to say D-E-N-M-E-A-D, Denmead, who is the slaveholder in Berkeley County, Virginia. He has a female slave, a 28-year-old female slave. And look at the information right below it. Another slave, a 3-month-old female mulatto. That tells us that this child was born to this particular female slave and Thomas. There's a pretty good chance that happened. So Thomas would be the father of that particular child. Again, we are reading into the records. Always keep that in mind. Utah Territory. We go back to Utah. This particular record from Utah in 1850 is very different than the ones I've showed you before. Strikingly different. And the reason why I say strikingly different is due to the fact that this census taker actually provided given names of the slaves, the first names of the slaves in the column. Not just the ages. So, Oscar, Nelson, Mary, Henderson, Rose, Villock, Toby were all slaves of William Crosby here. African American genealogical research would have benefited hands down if these given names were in fact provided to, if census takers would have inserted them into their listings here. First names, phenomenal. The record also tells us something else, something that we can't overlook. That right here, under the remarks, it seems as though all of these people, all of these slaveholders and their slaves are heading to California. Why are they heading to California? 1849 gold rush, are they thinking that they're going to head over there and participate? I personally don't know. That would be information that the researching family would have to investigate. But it's a clue that if I am going to be looking for information concerning these people, I will start in California and not Utah for, like I said, more information. 1850. I'm going to throw you a curveball here. We're going to change up the strategy, and we are now going to look, we're going to jump to the census of 1790 and investigate 1790 to 1840. Here is the land maps of the United States, 1790 and in 1800. And you can relatively see the density of population. In 1790, the mid-Atlantic states in the northeast heading into the south. 1800, again, northeast, a little bit spreading west into Pennsylvania, the Ohio Valley. In 1790, nearly 4 million people were in the United States. In 1800, it jumped to 5.3 million people. So this being, what, a 35% increase? Well, we're not done yet. 1800, let's continue on. Let's watch the population. Here we come with 1810. We see 1810 is expanding even further up, further out. Pennsylvania has now collected southern Ohio, central and southern Ohio. They're just under the Indiana Territory. They're following the Ohio River. There's the Mississippi River coming down. People settling in New Orleans, Louisiana, the Mississippi River Delta. And the population at that time, 1810, is just over 7 million people. An increase, maybe again, 35, 36%. 1820, now it's getting a little bit packed here. All the way up and down the coast, heading into the interior of the United States. Mississippi River, Missouri River, Ohio River. People are flocking to the United States. They're coming. They're leaving Europe. They're leaving their lands. And they're coming to the United States. 9.6 million people arrive in 1820, or are there in 1820. The Michigan Territory, still a territory, still a territory. 1790, 1800, 1810, 1820. 4 census. Just some facts. What you are about to see, I have to emphasize that the information that was recorded in these censuses were not geared for family history, they were geared for counting. That was it. The purpose of the census was to appropriate seats in Congress. The government did not provide forms at this time period. It was up to the enumerators to provide their own paper. And this in itself poses a challenge to you researchers. Now myself, my families came over in the 1870s. I do not have the privilege of researching these records unless it's somebody coming into the library and asking for assistance. None of my families are from that time period. But census enumerators could write the information required any way whatsoever. There was no uniformity. If you are going to be researching these particular censuses, you'll be at home in front of your computer, probably have a nice cup of coffee going, maybe a pot going, and just sit down and relax and start researching. Here we see the states included on the 1790 census. The information was head of household and the numbers in the household. But not every location is going to be available to you. And if you go into Ancestry Library Edition and MyHeritage and Family Search, you will see what areas will not be cited on these particular census records. For example, the one in 1790, you'll notice that states missing are Delaware, Georgia, Kentucky, New Jersey, Tennessee, and Virginia. That's because all of these records were burned during the War of 1812. So census records were not simply put aside and kept, nice and pristine. They suffered damage, as we saw with the 1890 records, even the 1790 records. 1800, missing are Georgia, Kentucky, New Jersey, Virginia, Tennessee, Indian, Mississippi, and Northwest Territories. And again, information, head of household, and the ages of people contained therein. And it goes on and on and on. Here is an example of a 1790 federal census record from New York. That's it, folks. What you see here is head of household and the number of males and females according to certain ages, along, mind you, slaves. New York, Queens County, 1790, slaves existing. So the enumerator of that particular district cited that information this way. We jump ahead 30 years, the United States Federal Census, Michigan, Wayne. This is Michigan territory. Again, what do we see? We see heads of household. And what do we see missing? We see tally marks for all those individuals who are part of that household. Nope. Let me go back one. This definitely poses a quandary. Again, how would a researcher go about to fill in the blanks? Those are a lot of blanks to fill in, you know. We go with what is available at the state level, what is available at the county level, and fill in the blanks that way. Both looking at civil records and quite possibly church records. Are those available online? Some are, some aren't. You may have to contact the government. You may have to contact the county. You may have to contact the churches, the dioceses, and to see what records are indeed available and research that way. So we will have to go out and take our research outside of our computer. 1830, 1840. 1830, we have a population of 12.8 million. 10 years later, it goes up to 17 million. We take a look at both maps, and the first thing that we should notice is the definite westward expansion. that is going on in 1830 and going on in 1840. For the 1830s, we still see Michigan Territory here. We see people settling in the Detroit area. And by 1840, Michigan has become a state. And I found this to be a little bit interesting. For the cities that they have listed within the state of Michigan, we have Detroit, we have Lansing, we have Michilimackinac up here, and right there, they have Grand Haven. I just found that, nice bold letters, I just found that interesting, why they would list Grand Haven. For all you Michigan history buffs out there, maybe some of you know that. Maybe that'd be something you'd want to be interested in looking up. And here's just a blow-up of that particular. You can see Grand Haven, oh, here's Mackinac here, Lansing, and Detroit. 1830 census. Both of these particular census records will still continue to list head of families only. However, this is the first time where the federal government is going to provide uniform forms for the enumerators. We don't have to try to guesstimate what the census enumerator was trying to record from previous decades, 1790, 1800, 1810, 1820. Now it's on a universal form that we should be able to follow all the way across. Pay close attention to the columns that contain the letter D. It indicates a death within that particular age bracket. Look inside the record. We see here and here. So within that particular family, within that year, a female between the ages of 6 and 10 died, giving you a clue to research that. Also, women can also be heads of families, not just men. We take a look at Elizabeth Coleman, and Elizabeth is cited in this. Along here, we see that probably a son between the ages of 24 and 30 is living with her, though she is still considered head of household. 1840, first census to inquire the ages of Revolutionary War pensioners. That's important. Both of these censuses will have be comprised of two sheets, one for the whites, one for the blacks. The 1840 census will break down ages into 5-year increments and will also cite foreigners not naturalized. A clue into this person is residing in a particular area, came to the United States, but is yet to be naturalized. Unfortunately, they do not provide where they are coming from. 1840, the first census that listed Livonia as a township within Wayne County. And here we have an example of the 1840 census, giving you names of heads of families and all those individuals thereafter, all the kids that came along with it. I just wanted to show you an example of a full-blown sheet from the 1830 census. Remember, excuse me, how I mentioned that this was a two-part sheet, and I tried my best to incorporate that into one slide. So, the city of Detroit. The enumerator is going to list the heads of families, all those contained therein, in that household. And on the second page, city of Detroit, doesn't matter that it's in the north or the south, it's still a two-page form. We'll see slaves and free colored persons. And you'll notice that under the free colored persons, you will see numbers. So we do have African Americans at that time within the city of Detroit listed as free colored persons. 1840. This being from Georgia, I just wanted to give you a certain perspective, one being from the north, this one being from the south. So Georgia, 1840, Burke County, Burke Township. Here we have the heads of household, all the people contained therein that particular household, and there are the slaves, male, female, and you can definitely see a lack of information regarding the free blacks from this particular document here. Nope. So that basically brings us to a conclusion of the federal census records. 1790, and we've made our way all the way through to 1940. Now, some of you out there may be blessed, and you have ancestry maybe going back even farther. Again, I'm not privileged in that for American genealogy. And if you have to go further and further back, well, you know, come on. Estimated population in the colonies, well, in 1630, it was about 4,600 people, not that many. By 1700, it was about just over 250,900. 1750, 1,170,000 and change, and finally in 1790, 3,929,000. We can see the population growing. But again, what could possibly happen between the years 1607 and 1790 when the first census occurred? Well, just that. The founding of Jamestown, the founding of Detroit, an influenza epidemic in 1733, American Revolution, Declaration of Independence, Constitution was adopted. There was quite a bit going on. And even though none of this is recorded in a census, what does that afford you? What, if your family is there, where can you get this information from? You will need to access vital records and civil records, not on a national level, but on more of a local level. You would start in a colony. You will start in a city. You would start in a township and see what is available on Ancestry Library Edition, MyHeritage, Family Search. Go back to Cindy's list and see what they have available to you. Newspapers, birth records, death records, cemetery walkthroughs, tax books, wills. All of these pieces of information, these collections, are actually going to be there to assist you to try to fill in those blanks for family information that you cannot get in the census because the census doesn't exist. So that's where genealogy becomes fun. again, we come to the end of the federal census. Next episode, I will be talking about something we all share, and that's names. Last names, first names, and even nicknames. And though we simply take for granted names, sometimes they pose a little bit of a challenge for us when we do our genealogy. And so with that, I'd like to bring this episode to a close. I want to thank you for joining me once again to look at the census records. So until we meet again, please stay safe, stay healthy, good luck in your research, and I sincerely hope to see you again when we take a look at all of our names. With that, thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Hi Livonia, this is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan, and summer's return means the beginning of our 2022 Local Streets Reconstruction and Rehab Program. I'm here on Bainbridge, just south of 7 Mile, checking out a project that just started last week. And there are dozens of projects like this one that have already or soon are going to be kicking off all across Livonia. These projects are only made possible through the funding of our local streets millage, which is up for renewal in August. So, you know, over the last 10 years, the millage has funded over 70 miles of street construction and repair. It's funded over 5,000 sidewalk replacements, and over 4,900 new trees have been planted in the city right-of-ways. So much of what makes Livonia a special community to live in is what's supported by this millage. So we are really looking forward to another summer of investing in neighborhoods all across Livonia. For more information on this program and all of the projects in your area, check out the Road Reconstruction Updates page on livonia.gov.
Hi, my name is Rachel, and I'm the instructor for Shine Dance Fitness. Shine Dance Fitness was founded in Boise, Idaho, and is quickly taking over the whole entire world. It's currently only offered here in Livonia, in the whole entire Metro Detroit area. Shine is rooted in ballet, jazz, and hip hop. I'm excited to introduce you to the world of Shine Dance Fitness. All right, we're gonna start by throwing it forward. Put on your seatbelt.
Every time the sun goes down,
seatbelt. Feel that beat dropping in a little harder. We're gonna skip that seatbelt and go into a starburst. And chest pops. And point. Chest pop. Take it back for 4. And dance it out. Hold. Dance. Point. Again, my name is Rachel, and that was just a glimpse of what it would be like to shine with me. I will see you Thursdays at 7 p.m. Can't wait to shine with you.
Hi Livonia, this is Brian Kahn, Livonia's Emergency Preparedness Director, with an important message for all Livonia residents and visitors. In 2022, the City of Livonia is transitioning to a new emergency alert system. This new system, Livonia Code Red, will replace the existing Nixle system. To continue receiving emergency alerts about severe weather, snow emergencies, and important notifications from the Livonia Police Department, you must sign up for new Livonia Code Red system. For more information about how to sign up, visit livoniacodered.org. You can also text Livonia Alerts, all one word, to 99411 to receive a link that takes you directly to the sign-up page. Existing Nixle users will also receive information about this transition directly, but it is imperative that you sign up for Livonia Code Red to continue receiving emergency alerts. This new system will keep us in alignment with the state of Michigan as they embrace Code Red as their new emergency alert system, and this system will provide added functionality for Livonia residents. Livonia residents will now have the option to receive alerts through an automated telephone call, which was a feature many residents had previously requested. Livonia residents will continue to have the option to receive alerts by text or email as well. This emergency alert system is a key part of how we keep our community safe, and I encourage you to sign up for Livonia Code Red now. Thank you.
Greenmead is a hidden gem in the city of Livonia. Tucked inside that gem lies one of the cutest gift shops, the Cranston Hinburn House, specialising in antique reproductions and amazing holiday items at affordable prices. It gives you the opportunity to enhance your home or give a unique gift to a friend. We are historically accurate in that we accept only cheques or cash. In addition to carrying antique reproductions and vintage items, we also offer soaps and candles produced locally by Sue Findlay at Artisan Company. The Greenmead gift shop is open during our Sunday tours and all special events. If you wish to have a private shopping experience anytime, Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 5 p.m, you can contact the Greenmead office and one of our staff will gladly assist you. Consider doing your holiday shopping and supporting Greenmead Historical Park. Every purchase that you make goes towards the preservation and restoration of the buildings in the village.
Hello, this is Cityscape, a regular vodcast featuring people, places, and ideas that impact Livonia. I'm Dan West with the Livonia Chamber of Commerce. Today we will meet a registered acupuncturist who grew his practice over the past decade here in Livonia, and he recently moved into this newer, larger office located on Newburgh near 7 Mile. Aaron Lucky Lee immigrated to Michigan from China and brought with him family history and experiences with acupuncture. As a student at the University of Michigan in 2007, he initially studied economics, but he also began practicing traditional Chinese medicine and took other classes in medicine. Also as a student, he founded the Michigan Alternative Medicine Club, which organized educational events with holistic health practitioners discussing healthy living. He obtained certification in acupuncture from the China Academy of Chinese Medical Sciences in Beijing in 2009. He founded his own practice centered around his nickname, Lucky Flow Acupuncture, which provides treatments for those dealing with chronic pain, to depression, to smoking cessation, and more. We are joined today by Aaron Lucky Lee. Aaron, thank you for joining us today.
Right.
So,
hi, everyone.
Aaron, can you just give us a quick overture of what exactly is acupuncture and what does it strive to do?
Sure. So acupuncture goes back, thousands of years ago. So this is very initially by a caveman coming out, and the story goes, he actually had a back pain, but he fell and tripped and he landed on a rock. And then he found, whoa, okay, I got hit here, my back all of a sudden feeling better. So then that, right, art later became acupuncture as people find out different pressure points in the body is linked to different areas. And then there's further meditation to study, okay, so there's different pathways of the body so that people can feel the energy flow. And, you know, even modern science, National Institute of Health recently did a study. Acupuncture helps the success of fertility by 40 to 60%, whether it's fertility support for IVF or just natural conception. So there's definitely something to that. I think acupuncture is recently taking off in the United States. I'm looking forward personally to more scientific research and backup. But what acupuncture does is, right, you put different needles in the body. The current scientific understanding is that it releases the chemical within your body to fix the issues that you have. Instead of putting chemicals externally or injected into your body, synthetic chemicals, which in some cases just don't stick.
So it sounds like basically you're activating the body's natural healing power with what you're doing.
Correct, correct. And just to quick mention here, this is not a place to bash modern medicine or pharmaceuticals. You know, those things that some people do feel benefit from that. But what we found is that patients that come here have had a negative or side effect from medications, pharmaceuticals, because it's synthetic and their body don't stick. And sometimes once you take a certain amount, you know, then you have to increase the dose. Then what the chemicals are telling your body is that, okay, well, serotonin department, you guys can just go off, close on, go on a vacation, right? So then your body stops producing serotonin, then you can't sleep, then you have to rely on the serotonin that you're taking. So what acupuncture does, right, for sleep, for example, we put needles in the wrist, okay, we put needles in the ankle area to help the body re-trigger that serotonin, so then you slowly then you can fall asleep with the medication. And hey, some people are happy stopping there. If I can just sleep, I'll be happy because, you know, I have so much things to do, got family, work, kids. But, right, if you are looking to go a step further, our tagline is helping people declare health independence, and that means declaring independence from pharmaceutical drugs.
Now, Aaron, you grew up in a family where traditional Chinese medicine was very prevalent, practiced by members of your family. Can you talk a little bit about that history and how did you become so passionate about this practice?
Sure. So I want to acknowledge my mother here. She was an acupuncturist in China as well. And, you know, as a woman growing up in China, actually even today, right, even in the West, as a woman practicing medicine, you don't get the respect that you deserve sometimes. So she's had a hard time securing, right, her passion as someone that could truly help others. So then when she came here, right, then she said, oh, wow, you know, this is a place where my son will flourish and practice here and help a lot of people. So because of that, she was really strict to make sure that she taught everything that she know to me. Right, this means that how do we take from helping patients from what stage and area of their life to become better.
You've had the practice now for more than a dozen years now.
Yeah.
And now you're at your third Livonia location, graduating to bigger locations.
Yeah.
What do you think has been the key to your growth?
So actually, I'm a little bit superstitious. I think my lucky color is navy blue, and our theme here is actually water. And Livonia actually means the ocean. Did you guys know that?
I did not know that.
Did you know that? So I looked up in the dictionary. So there was a chiropractor that approached me that said in the beginning, says, okay, would you like to sublease my location? I had an acupuncturist that was here. She's moving to California. Would you like to take over? I said, well, okay, where is it at? I said, Livonia. Okay, I'm gonna look up what Livonia means. It's like ocean. So those are the things that I look for to kind of cue me into what I want to do. Kind of like Neo the Matrix is looking for a white rabbit, right?
So, wow, I learned that myself today. Well, thank you for, I only grew up here and I didn't even realize that.
Hopefully that wasn't too weird for you guys.
No, it's, hey, we're here about learning things. So,
okay.
Aaron, who refers patients to you?
So mostly it's other patients that refer patients to us. Sometimes a specialist could be from the neurological department, neurologists, fertility doctors refer a lot of patients to us. So so those are most of our patients do fertility, any type of pain, discomfort in the body, chronic or acute, headache, whatnot, what have you. So,
well, Aaron, we wish to thank you for your time today, and we wish you continued success with your practice.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much.
That's all the time we have for Cityscape. We thank you for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Are you ready for this episode of Summer Reading Say What? With your host, Jenna.
Welcome to Summer Reading Say What? We are going to find out about the summer reading program and explore oceans of possibilities. But there's a twist. We are going to ask our contestants about this year's program. But they need to be careful how they answer. If they use any of our Say What words, splash. You'll see what I mean. Are we ready, team?
Oh yeah, we're ready.
Are the contestants ready?
Yeah!
Great. Let's go to Anne for our first contestant.
Round 1.
Is a summer reading program just for kids?
Absolutely not. There's a program for kids, tweens, teens, and adults. Tell everyone!
When can you sign up for summer reading?
You can sign up for the summer reading program anytime between June 1st and July 31st.
How do you sign up for summer reading?
Well, just click the link on the library's website or come on in and we can help.
Round 2.
How do we keep track of our reading?
Use our special reading log to keep track of all the reading you do this summer. For every 20 minutes you read, you fill in a space. For every 5 spaces you fill in, you get a reading badge.
Maybe next time.
Round 3.
Do we have to use a paper reading log?
Of course not. You can keep track of your summer reading on the Beanstack app.
What happens if we finish our summer reading log?
If you complete 5 badges, you get a certificate and a free book.
Round 4.
Does a graphic novel count as reading?
Of course. You can even listen to an audiobook. Whatever floats your boat.
Do I have to read all summer?
You can also earn badges by doing fun activities like attending a program like a magic show or telling a joke.
And I think we have our winner.
That was fantastic. Now see for yourself just how easy it is to play.
Use your summer reading log to keep track of all of your reading this summer. For every 20 minutes you read, you can color 1 space. For every 5 spaces you fill in, you will earn a reading badge. You can also earn badges by doing fun activities like attending a library program, doing the scavenger hunt, telling a librarian a joke, or visiting a museum. If you complete 5 badges by July 31st, you will get a certificate and a free book. So don't forget to register, it's super easy. All participants can register online beginning June 1st. And if you have any questions, we can help you sign up at the library. So what are you waiting for? Join us at the library this summer and explore an oceans of possibilities.
I'm Brian Kahn, the Director of Emergency Preparedness for the City of Livonia. The City of Livonia's Emergency Alert System, EAS, is an outdoor warning siren system that consists of 20 outdoor sirens strategically placed throughout the city. The siren's primary purpose is to alert people outside to severe weather, including tornadoes and dangerous winds, hazardous material events, terrorist incidents, or other emergencies. The system is not designed to provide notification inside your home or inside your business. It is the policy of the City of Livonia to provide timely alerts to citizens when severe weather conditions exist that are life-threatening. These conditions can result in personal injury, widespread or significant property damage. Sirens will be activated when, but are not limited to, the National Weather Service issuing a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, when wind gusts exceed 58 miles an hour, or a tornado or funnel cloud has been spotted, or when a thunderstorm or tornado is within a 10-mile buffer of the City of Livonia with winds that are at least 58 miles an hour. The emergency sirens are activated from the Public Safety Communications Center. Monthly tests are conducted on the first Saturday of every month at 1 p.m. Tests of the siren system are expected to last approximately 1 minute. During a real emergency, the sirens will sound for a minimum of 3 minutes and may sound multiple times. A code red alert from the Livonia Police Department will accompany sirens with more information. If there is no code red alert, they are not Livonia sirens. Residents who live close to a neighboring city may hear their sirens instead. The City of Livonia maintains a local emergency radio station at AM 1670. During an emergency, important information can be broadcast on AM 1670 as well as on Livonia Television, Spectrum Channel 203, WOW Channel 10, and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. Follow us on social media at Facebook, Livonia Community, and Livonia Police Department, and on Nextdoor, City of Livonia. Sign up for Code Red alerts at livoniacodered.org.
Did you know that the City of Livonia has a transportation program for seniors and the disabled? Residents eligible for service are those seniors 60 years old or older and those who are permanently or temporarily disabled. Livonia Community Transit has been providing transportation to the community since 1999. Our mission is to serve the senior and disabled residents of Livonia by providing quality and affordable transportation. In doing so, our service gives people a greater sense of independence and enhances their way of life. You have probably seen our buses throughout the community, taking passengers all around the city. We transport people to medical appointments, the grocery store, the bank, to their job, or anywhere they want to go within the City of Livonia. We can also take riders up to 1 mile outside the city limits if the reservation is for a doctor's appointment. All of our vehicles are handicap accessible and specifically designed to transport wheelchairs safely. You can feel comfortable knowing that our drivers are instructed in how to handle wheelchairs and are there to assist every passenger on and off the bus if help is needed. We are a door-to-door service, and because of liability reasons, our drivers cannot come into the home or take you inside for appointments. Transportation is available 7 days a week. Reservations can be made Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., and Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Riding transit costs $2 each way. Because the driver does not make change, riders must have the exact fare or a bus ticket before getting on the bus. Tickets can be purchased from a driver or at the Livonia Transit office. In order to help make your experience with Livonia Community Transit run as smoothly as possible, there are some points to remember when making a reservation. Reservations are necessary to ride transit. We recommend scheduling your trip 3 to 4 days in advance so that we can better accommodate your request. Because we are a first-come, first-served service, calling ahead better ensures you will get transportation on the day you need it. Remember that reservations can also be made 2 to 3 months in advance, so you can call ahead and book early. Sometimes last-minute requests can be accommodated, so call the transit office to check availability.
First-time riders of Livonia Community Transit will need to provide us with complete information about the passenger. We require the name, address, telephone number, date and time of the reservation, the destination, and information about the passenger's mobility status. For example, are they ambulatory and able to board the bus on their own? Does the passenger use a mobility aid such as a wheelchair? Or does the individual need assistance from a caregiver to ride the bus? It's important that riders be ready when the bus arrives. We asked every passenger to be ready a half hour before their scheduled pickup. For instance, if you make a reservation with us to be picked up at 10 a.m., this means you should be ready and waiting at 9:30 a.m. If the bus arrives and you are not ready, your reservation may be canceled. The driver will only wait 3 minutes past your pickup time before leaving. If you find you need to cancel, call the transit office as soon as possible. This is not only considerate and lessens unnecessary trips, but it opens up time for other passengers who may also need transportation. This has been a brief look at Livonia Community Transit. We hope you consider our service the next time you need low-cost community transportation. Our office staff is available Monday through Friday to provide additional information and answer any further questions you may have. Call Livonia Community Transit at 734-466-2700 or visit us on the web at www.ci.livonia.mi.us. We hope you enjoy riding with us.
Hi everybody, I'm Carl Catafaios, a librarian here at the Civic Center Library, and this is another episode of Library Bites. Let's get right to our question. I can't make it to the library today. Can I still access your materials and services? Of course you can. We have so many resources that are available to you remotely. Canopy is our newest resource. You can access Hollywood blockbusters, educational documentaries, and must-watch series with just your library card. Canopy can be streamed on any of your favorite devices or accessed on your desktop computer and smart TV. Your library card gives you 5 play credits a month, plus 1 extra credit to learn something new with great courses. If you are looking for a new book to read or listen to, take a look at our downloads page for all our downloadable options. You can access great ebook and e-audiobook titles from both Download Destination and Hoopla. Would you prefer a physical book, but find it hard to get to the library? Fill out this simple form found on our website or give us a call, and we will set up a homebound delivery of titles you'll love. Are your kids missing their favorite librarians? We have a phone number where you can listen to stories for free, anytime and as often as you'd like. Or watch our librarians read from some of their favorite stories on our YouTube page. Looking for adult programs? You can also find previously recorded library programs on our YouTube page, from genealogy and history programs to noontime concerts. We've got it all. That's it for this episode of Library Bites. Thanks for your great questions, and remember, keep sending them or leaving them in the comments below.
It actually started at Idlewild and was privately owned and built in, as far as we can tell, 1925 or 1926, and was privately operated by a gentleman named Mr. Patterson until the city purchased it in 1976. Whispering Willows was built in 1968, and then in 1988 they started Fox Creek. Well, what we offer is some reasonable prices, some great conditions, and some great service. So, but we're very centrally located, right off the expressway at the 3 golf courses. We're less than a mile from 275. There's something a little bit for everybody. Fox Creek tends to be a little longer and maybe slightly tougher. The toughest hole here, I think, would be the 16th hole, a little short 4, but trouble on both sides with a very tough green to negotiate. Whispering Willows is a little more scenic. The number 2 hole over the pond there is one of the toughest holes in the area. Very tough little par 4 with a pond in front of the green. Idlewild is a challenge unto itself. It's an older golf course with small greens, small fast greens, and very tight. At each one of our locations we have a full-service pro shop that we can handle just about anything golf-wise, whether you need new grips put on your clubs, shaft to be repaired. We can handle all those things for you. Each one of our facilities has a PGA member, a head professional. They are available to give a private lesson or a group lesson by appointment. The junior program is very strong with probably about 300 or 400 kids in the junior program down at Idlewild mostly, starting with kids that are 5 and 6 years old with the snag golf, and they move up kind of through that program to junior golf where they get some instruction as well as some playing time on the golf courses. So in the future, if you're looking for a place to play, looking for a place to hold your outing or fundraiser, we're ready and willing to handle that for you. Give us a call. We handle most of it out of Fox Creek, so the phone number here is 248-471-3400, and we're here through the winter, so if you have to attend your meeting sometime this winter and figure out what to do with your golf outing, we'd be ready, willing, and able to help you.
Air Quality Explained. Air quality is a measure of how clean or polluted the air is. The 2 main culprits of poor air quality are particulate matter and ground level ozone. Particulate matter, or airborne particles, includes dust, dirt, soot, and smoke. These particles are so small that they can be inhaled, causing serious health problems. The smallest are a fraction of the size of a human hair, even smaller than grains of sand. Ground level ozone, on the other hand, is a gas and the main ingredient in smog. It forms when certain pollutants chemically react in the presence of heat and sunlight. Even low concentrations can trigger a variety of health problems. It can cause respiratory issues, hospitalization for heart or lung diseases, and even death. The EPA estimates that poor air quality causes more than 100,000 deaths in the U.S. annually. Seniors, children, and those with compromised immune systems are especially at risk. How can you protect yourself? Outdoor activity and exercise of all kinds can help your heart stay healthy and resilient. But stay inside when the air quality is poor. If you must go out, limit your time outside. The Air Quality Index, or AQI, reports the daily air quality. It tells you how clean or polluted your air is and what associated health effects might be a concern for you. See the current AQI for your area at airnow.gov.
Livonia residents have 2 options for recycling, by using either the Curbside Recycling Program or the Drop-Off Recycle Center. The Drop-Off Recycle Center is open Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The center is located on the south side of Glendale Avenue, a half-mile east of Farmington Road, between Schoolcraft and Plymouth. For curbside recycling, place items curbside in the recycling bin separated from your refuse on your scheduled collection day. If you need a replacement recycling bin or a second bin, you may pick one up from the sanitation department located in the City Hall Annex or at the Department of Public Works yard off Farmington Road, south of I-96. Items collected in the curbside recycling program include plastic bottles and plastic containers marked 1 through 7, clear, green, and brown glass bottles and jars, but no window glass, drinking glasses, or light bulbs. Tin, aluminum, empty aerosol cans, pots, pans, and license plates, office, computer, and loose leaf paper of any color, manila folders, junk mail, including envelopes with windows, glossy magazines and catalogs, newspapers and inserts, paperback books, brown paper grocery bags, boxboard and paperboard such as cereal and shoe boxes, and last but not least, corrugated cardboard cut down and bundled into 2-foot by 2-foot squares. In addition, it's important to clean all pizza boxes and garden plastics. Flatten cardboard boxes, empty and rinse containers, leave caps on the plastic bottles, and it's okay to leave staples and metal fasteners on paper material. Items that cannot be recycled curbside include plastic bags, foam containers including styrofoam, wire hangers, window panes, mirrors, ceramics, and dishware, organic material and food waste, electronic waste, paint, pesticides, oil, and antifreeze, waxed cardboard, needles and syringes, and hazardous waste. For more information on Livonia's curbside recycling program, visit the city's website.
Right here, baby. Look. Uma.
Something more than a birthday is happening here. Once you can see it, you can help. The sooner you recognize the signs of autism, the sooner you can make a lifetime of difference for your child. Start by answering a few simple questions at screenforautism.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Carl Catafias, and I'm going to be doing the presentation today on the Cotton Forest Massacre. I've been here at the library for about they're telling me 10 years next year, my anniversary, but it seems so much longer for some reason. But one of the things that I do here is I oversee a couple of programs, and one of those happens to be the History Lives series here at the library, where we try to bring in a speaker that will talk of some aspect of history, whether it be American or world history, whatever the case may be. I've often spoke at these History Lives programs, and I've spoken to a number of other groups even outside the library. And people will sometimes come up to me and ask, well, how do you choose your topics? Well, there are numerous ways. I might be reading a book and something in that book will pop. For example, the presentation I did on Wake Island or the mysterious disappearance I did on Northwest Flight 2501. Why I chose it, I don't know, but I just did. Something drew me to it. Or when I was working those 20-some years in Monroe, Michigan at the county library there, a gentleman and I struck up a friendship, so much so that he would come in every Monday and we would just research. We would research lighthouses. We would research Michigan shipwrecks. We just happened to be talking and Titanic came out. Well, oh my gosh, it was months and months of Titanic. And it wasn't just the shipwreck, but it was, well, what if they threw out the anchor on the bows? Would that have stopped the ship and made it turn quicker? And we were doing all these mathematical calculations and things like that. And we were just having a blast. And then that got me interested in the Carl D. Bradley and the Edmund Fitzgerald. Or there's sometimes where I just feel like doing it. For example, when I did the Battle of Wake Island, I had to touch upon Pearl Harbor, and then that led me in to do a presentation for Black History Month on Dory Miller. So I get my ideas from a whole bunch of different places. Tonight, it's going to be a different kind of presentation for me, because this presentation is going to get personal. And I'm going to take you on a bit of a personal journey on how I got to this point. Now, cotton, I've heard about this in my undergraduate studies at St. Mary's College, Orchard Lake. You know, I went there with the idea of becoming a priest. Well, this isn't a black shirt, and I don't have a collar. I've got 2 kids. I'm married for 25 years. And I live in Canton, so I didn't be a priest, okay? But I enjoyed my time there at the Orchard Lake Schools. After graduating there, I went to the University of Toledo for a master's in history. I heard of cotton there. I decided to get into teaching and ended up back at Orchard Lake St. Mary's Preparatory. So I took cotton into my world history and Polish history classes and gave it to my students that way. So cotton has been around for all of my educational time. When I was working in Monroe, one of my jobs that fell into my lap was to be the special collections librarian. And as special collections, it was Michigan history, George A. Custer collection, and genealogy. And genealogy and I have been together for quite a few years now, okay? In fact, I think it's been 25, 30 plus years, and I've actually traced the family back to the 1750s in Poland. On Christmas 2011, my sister surprised me with a trip to Poland. That was my Christmas present. And it just so happened that a few years prior to that, we were able to discover our ancestral village in Poland. And it came from the Felician Mother House, because I found out where my grandfather had a sister who was a nun at the Mother House, and on her profession papers was our ancestral village that eluded my sister, myself, my mom, everybody for years and years and years. So one of the things we were able to do when we went to Poland in 2012 was to visit the ancestral village for an hour. We were on a tour. Are you kidding me? I never ate potato pancakes so fast. My sister and I both shovel our potato pancakes in because we had a chance. Right across the square was the church, St. Florian's in Zneen, where our ancestors were baptized. We hustle across the square with our tour guide, knock on the parish door, and an 80-year-old priest gives us the keys to the church and says, "Go help yourself." We opened the doors, and we were basically standing in the parish where our ancestors, the Cataphias family, were baptized, were married, and died. Ended up walking to the baptismal font and basically hugged it. And that was an important part of discovering our roots. So coming home, I now knew I had to search around the villages for more cataphiases. There had to be other individuals living there as well. Okay? And as I came home to discover, I found something very, very interesting, which led me to the topic today, that being the Cotton Forest Massacre. It just so happened, before I get in, outside of our hotel, on the day we were leaving, was this structure, was this monument. And I had some time to kill. I didn't want to wait for my sister, because she was getting ready in the room and it was like getting all together. So I was out walking around the streets of Warsaw, and again, this monument was sitting outside the hotel. So I decided, you know, I just want to take a picture of it. I'm going to be leaving here in a little while. And this was a monument to all of the deaths, the massacres and things like that that occurred in Poland at the time, or involved Poles at the time. And I took a look at the picture and something struck me. And it was almost, I don't know why it struck me, but it was there. And I don't know if you can make it out, but right here, K-A-T-Y-N, and I was able to find this on the internet, somebody did a better job of it than I did, was Kościel's Katyn. And it was almost like a deja vu moment, like I'm using this image for a program 4 years later. And so that sort of struck me. Again, I was on the internet searching for cataphiases in Poland, and I came across this particular young man. His name is Livonia Cataphiash, or Cataphias. And I did some research on him and was able to connect him back to our ancestors, even though he came from a village, Jaroszewo, near Znin. He is a direct descendant of our Cataphias line. I come to find out he was actually murdered in Katyn and was buried there. So now I have a direct line, I have a direct interest in this massacre. And in preparing this presentation, about 3 weeks ago, as I was searching for images for my PowerPoint, I came across a photo of this particular priest. And he's sitting amid human skulls, kneeling in supplication. And I almost had to do a double take. And I went to the website to visit the page just to make sure I saw what I was seeing. And it just so happens I was privileged to be taught by this man at St. Mary's College for 2 years when I was there from 73 to 77. Father Zdzisław Peszkowski, who was actually captured by the Russians, and by God's blessing, he was actually put on one of the transports that left the Kościel's camp prior to its eradication. In all the years that I knew that man, I went to his class, went to his office because he needed help cleaning up his books. I played tennis with the guy, never once mentioned this. So you can imagine my astonishment when I saw that. And again, I am so privileged and touched that I am respectfully going to be talking to you tonight about the Cotton Forest Massacre. Before we begin with any kind of historical presentation, I have to give you a bit of a background of Poland and what was going on at the time. So we're going to have a history of Poland in about 10-15 minutes. So strap in, and here we go. Okay? So, we're not going to go all the way back to 966. We're going to jump ahead to 1385. And in 1385, Poland and Lithuania is going to unite under what was called the Jagiellonian dynasty. And that particular dynasty became one of the strongest and one of the most extensive in the history of Europe. So you can basically see that it's going well across both Europe and into Russia at that time. And for quite some time, there were strong monarchs. The Catholic religion was nearly universal. 90% of the people were Roman Catholic at the time. They would practice religious toleration. They didn't come by the sword and say, because you're not Catholic, we are going to massacre you, but you can practice your religion within our confines, within our empire. But as all empires experience, the strength of the monarchs will tend to diminish in time. And it came to be that around 1648, the monarchs did weaken. There were numerous wars that occurred with Poland. The Swedes, the Russians, the Turks all began fighting the Poles. The Szlachta, or the nobles, they had a vested interest in Poland. They wanted to control the kings. So they then made sure that the weaker kings were put into power because they needed to make sure they could control these kings to get their ways done. And this led to a further and further decline. Finally, in 1772, we have what is called the First Partition of Poland. At that time, Poland is going to find itself between Prussia, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. Remember, weak kings, weak monarchy, and they have three of the largest powers on all their borders. So Russia, Austria, and Prussia get together and say, we want part of Poland. And they take it. They simply take it. Poles can't do anything. In 1793, Russia and Prussia get together and say, we want a little bit more. And so they take more. And finally, in 1795, we have the third and final partition of Poland that takes place between Russia, Austria, Prussia, and now the nation of Poland ceases to exist. It is no more. It's gone. Okay? For all of you that do genealogy or have Polish relations, if you happen to take a look at a census record prior to 1920, and you have ancestors from Poland, the country of origin will never say Poland, because there was no Poland. How could a census taker put down something that didn't exist? And if they did do it, they weren't supposed to. So your census record will either read Russia, Prussia, or Austria. Okay? So as you can see here, even though you see the word Poland here, we have the Prussian Empire, we have the Austrian Empire, and we basically have Russia. Okay? So again, from 1795 to 1920, no Poland whatsoever. So as time marches on, we know what's going to be coming up in Europe in a little while. Europe is festering. There's things going on. A lot of nations are getting together. They're signing treaties. They're making alliances. They're getting all this like a spider web entangled with each other, that if something happens to one, I got to help. And then if something happens to the other, this other person has to get in. So it's going to be a domino effect. And so we all know what's going to happen and how World War I is going to occur because of the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. And one thing leads to another, bam, bam, bam. So soon we have continental Europe, and we have the Triple Entente, that being France, Russia, and of course the United Kingdom. And they are going to be facing off against these folks, the Triple Alliance, and then it's going to turn into the Central Powers, that being Austria-Hungary, Prussia, Italy, and then Turkey will sign on as well. Okay? The war on the Eastern Front, okay, between Russia and Prussia, a little bit of Austria, is happening on Polish territory. Okay? So that in itself is decimating the Poles. Russia is going to get out of the war in 1917 because of the Russian Revolution. The United States will come in in that same year because of unrestricted submarine warfare. Because of the United States, the tide is turned, the Treaty of Versailles is signed, and this gentleman here, Woodrow Wilson, is going to come to Poland's rescue. Because Europe is going to follow a plan. It's going to follow his 14 points. And one of those 14 points, in fact, it was Article 13, is going to state an independent Polish state should be erected, which should include the territory inhabited by indisputably, Polish populations, which should be assured of free and secure access to the sea, and whose political and economic independence and territorial integrity should be guaranteed by international covenant. That statement right there puts Poland on the map. Okay? You would think, this is great. This is wonderful. Poland's back. Okay? Okay. From 1795 to 1920, that's what, 120, 125 years? Okay. And now all of a sudden, we have this nation, and it's supposed to work. Okay? Well, it sort of doesn't. Okay? So, we have in the late times, the Polish government was formed, the independent Poland is proclaimed, but there are still things that they have to work through. Some of the Prussians in Western Poland, there's a lot of industry there. They don't want to give that up. Okay? So that's going to be a problem for the Poles in a little bit. Another thing that was going on is that the Russians, the Bolsheviks over here, well, they were thinking, hey, maybe it's time we can start spreading communism that way to the West. And Poland is ripe for the picking. And so, so what we have are the Bolsheviks beginning to look at Poland and beginning to really threaten Poland at that time. Okay? So the Poles are going to recognize that threat, and under a gentleman by the name of Joseph Pilsudski, they are going to establish what's called a self-defense force. Okay? Well, the Poles are going to go to Vilnius, and that's as far as they go. They're not going to go beyond and chase the Bolsheviks. They didn't want to do that. Okay, they were just going to sit and we're just going to chill out. In fact, they are going to bicker back and forth, and it got to the extent where Great Britain said enough is enough. If you guys agree, we will come in and mediate. And the Poles were saying, okay, what we can do is our border will take our lands will be west of the river Bug, and the Soviet or the Bolsheviks can have the rest. Well, the Soviets decide we're not good enough. We are going to continue fighting. We are going to continue and hopefully annihilate the Poles. And so the war is basically going to continue. And so the Russians, once again, well, the Soviets, Bolsheviks, begin to attack Poland. And so here, let us save our homeland, remember well our fate. And so this basically just shows a Polish soldier with the Polish eagle defending the bayonets of the Mensheviks that are attacking into Poland. Okay. The Russian-Polish War is going to continue, but finally the Treaty of Riga in 1920 ends that particular war, and now we start Poland between the wars. Well, numerous challenges were facing Poland at the time. You have to remember that they were just coming out of a war. Nobody helped them rebuild their economy. Okay, that's number one. So, horrible, ravaged economy. The damage that occurred not only because of World War I, but because of also the Russo-Polish War, the cities were in ruins. Okay? Now, a third of their population are non-Poles. Now, that's one thing to remember. These Polish minorities of Ukrainians, there were Prussians, there were Belarusians there. This is actually, the presence of these minorities is going to come into play once we get closer to the upcoming war. The major industries are located in this area of Poland, still controlled by the Prussians. Okay? And now they're faced with how to reunify a 125-year-old country that hadn't governed before. Okay? And you still have a problem there. If you take a look at the map, okay, we have Germany on one side, we have the Soviet Union on the other, and even though Austria-Hungary has been, taken care of, and we now have an established Czechoslovakia and Austria there, Poland is still in a vice. They're in a vice grip. There are two nations that they are sitting in between that don't really like them a lot. Okay? But they have to raise their economy. They have to raise their country. And it's up to them to do it. And so, what they are going to do is they will start with a constitution. They are determined that they are going to have a democratic government, a constitution. And so a constitution was developed in 1921 with a lot of the power going to the legislative branch. Now, in our legislative branch, we have two parties, right? Now, how often does Congress agree with two parties? Okay? In Poland, there were 16. How effective was that Congress? Never. Okay? But because it was a fledgling democracy, one has to remember that these political parties were basically given that opportunity. Okay? Poland is in a dire mess. And so, a gentleman here by the name of Marshal Joseph Pilsudski comes onto the scene and he launches a coup. He was the general that basically came to Poland's rescue and led the self-defense force. He saw what was going on and he leads a military coup because he couldn't stand how ineffective Congress was. So, what he basically did is, I'm going to keep the 1921 Constitution. Okay. He retains the Congress, but he is going to really start limiting what they are going to be doing. Okay. When this was going on, it reminded me of how the nobility way back in the 1700s, they began to control the weaker kings. Well, now all of a sudden, Pilsudski is going to throw a curveball. Okay? I'll keep you guys around, but trust me, you ain't going to step on me. Just look at that guy. Okay? You really don't want to mess with him, you know. If he was your father and he was saying, meet me out in the woodshed, you know it was coming, right? And it wasn't, oh, dobra dzieci. No. No dobra dzieci. Okay? So, Pilsudski. Okay? And in times, they begin to work on a new constitution. They begin to work on the Constitution of 1935. That the state is set up for the good of all citizens, that we are going to limit the power of Congress, and that they are going to strengthen the executive branch. Okay? So he now becomes responsible for choosing members of his cabinet. Okay? That if somebody is complaining in Congress and just a stickler, he is going to claim the right to get rid of them, but not in the literal sense of, but simply remove them from office. They don't want to play nice, they go bye-bye. That's Pilsudski. He retained the right to name 1/3 of the senators and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. That was his right. If he wanted to do it himself, he could. If he wanted to give that up, he could. Okay? He had the right to issue decrees, and he had the right to veto Congress. And he also had the right to name his successor in a time of war. So it's almost becoming a bit autocratic. Do you sense a bit of a dictatorship? But remember the time that we're in. Remember the time that these parties were not getting along. Nothing was happening. The people were suffering. Something had to be done. This man came along and did it and tried to set the country on the right path. It was during his tenure that he actually recognized two problems that were occurring. So he went out and encouraged the Polish government to do two things. Number one was to establish a non-aggression pact with Poland and the Soviet Union. A non-aggression pact. And that was signed on July 25th, 1932. And basically what that says is, I will not attack you, you will not attack me. We are going to live in peaceful harmony. Okay? And there are numerous articles throughout the treaty emphasizing that fact, that they will remain neighbors, that they will remain peaceful. So Pilsudski succeeded in the east. Now he looked to the west. And on January 26, 1934, he was able to sign a non-aggression pact with Germany. Okay? The German government and the Polish government consider that the time has come to introduce a new phase in the political relations between Germany and Poland by direct understanding between state and state. They have therefore decided to lay down the principles for the future development of these relations in the present declaration. And once again, a non-aggression pact. Okay? So, peace. Now Pilsudski can concentrate. Pilsudski can concentrate on bringing the Polish nation back. Unfortunately for the Poles, Pilsudski will die on May 12, 1935. So, doesn't have a lot of time. And just as the kings were plagued back earlier in those centuries, weak kings, once again, Poland is going to be plagued by an individual coming in who doesn't really have the forcefulness and the, what do I want to say, the chutzpah, you know, the political force to take Poland to where it should be. Okay? As time progresses, there is going to be a political shock in the world. And that is going to occur on August 23rd, 1939. Something that the world never would have imagined. On this date, we have signed the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact. August 23rd, 1939. This is probably one of the most stunning and one of the most important documents that come out of World War II. Because in it, they basically state that they are going to desist from any kind of violence, aggressive action, or attack on each other individually or jointly. That neither party shall in no matter support any belligerent action by a third power. They will maintain continual contact with each other, exchanging information on common problems affecting their interests. Okay? I don't know why Stalin's in the bridal outfit, so, you know, that's for another, you know, maybe that's for political propaganda, cartoon presentation, okay? But I couldn't resist it, so that's why it's there, okay? They will refrain from participating in any grouping of nations aimed at the other party. That if disputes arise between the parties, they will resolve their conflicts through a friendly exchange, or if necessary, arbitrators. And finally, that the treaty is going to be good for 10 years, and it will automatically renew for 5 thereafter. So technically a 15-year non-aggression pact. Okay? So again, you can see here Poland under the both boots of both the Nazis and the Soviets. And then again here with the word cotton, and you both have the Nazis and the Soviets arm in arm there. What is not known, but if you take a look at the document, this was not publicized, it's one of these secret agendas, secret protocols. And in it, it basically states, verbatim, the rearrangement of areas belonging to the Polish state. Spheres of influence shall be bounded by the rivers Nadew, Vistula, and San. This protocol will be kept in strict secrecy by both parties. So it was only known between the Soviets and the Nazis that the fourth partition of Poland is going to occur. On September 1st, 1939, World War II begins. We know the Nazis invade Poland. They hit them with a new lightning war called Blitzkrieg. Okay? The Polish forces are totally overwhelmed by land, by sea, by air. The Nazis are mechanized. The Poles determined that they are going to fight what is called a stall campaign. And as the Nazis are driving east, the Polish forces are planning to fight a withdrawal campaign. They are hoping that as they continue to fall back, their allies, France and Britain, are going to come in and declare war, thus stopping the Nazi invasion and forcing Hitler to turn and look the other way. They are being attacked in the north, in the central, and in the south. Okay? 16 days later, the Soviets invade Poland. This was a secretly arranged pact in the Non-Aggression Pact, and right now, if we go back, and you remember, the Poles are fighting a stall campaign. But now take a look at where the Russians are hitting them. Okay? All of a sudden, their stall campaign is totally ineffective. It's worthless. They've run out of room. They've run out of options. There's nothing left for them to do. The Poles are attacked also on three fronts, north, central, and south. And the Polish units are actually going to hold out until October 6th, 1939. And now, once again, you see the fourth partition of Poland. Poland doesn't exist, okay? So we have what used to be Poland and what used to be Poland, okay? Now we're going to turn our attention to the situation of why we are here today, okay? And we're going to start with Kozielsk, okay? The Kozielsk camp. Actually, the Kozielsk camp was a monastery back in the 16th century Europe. Well, we know the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917, and the Bolsheviks decided this was such a really nice place, we're going to turn it into a vacation spot for our workers. And so that's exactly what they did. They decided to renovate the place, and if workers wanted to leave their homes and needed to get away, this was one of the options that they were able to go to. But further research of mine shows that many of the vacationers, well, the Bolsheviks really didn't keep this up too well. And when the workers got there, the conditions were so deplorable that they would actually go to the camp official and said, "Would you mind if we would go home?" And sometimes the camp official would say, "Well, you can't do that right now because you got to make it look like this is a nice place to come to." So they would have to stay there for 5 days, 7 days, and then they could go home. So, good place to visit? Not really. Okay. Well, during the war, the transformation began, and they decided to turn this monastery into a prison camp. So they ended up barbed wiring it all around the perimeter. You have the machine gun posts, the sentry posts, things of this nature, sentry boxes, things of this, okay? So by the end of September, okay, we now have approximately 12,000 POWs in that area, in that camp, okay? 12,000 POWs, all rank. So you have the enlisted, you have the officers. Everybody is sharing that particular camp, okay? And the population was always coming and going, okay? They would take soldiers out, they would bring soldiers in. They would take soldiers out, they would bring them in. Some of them were actually released, and they made their way back to Poland. Some were sent to camps further into the Soviet Union, labor camps. Some were never heard of before. Okay. By mid-October of 1939, there were no enlisted left in this camp. It doesn't mean that they were executed. It means that they basically were relocated. And the Soviets decided, we are going to make this an officer camp exclusively. Well, before that happened, we had these other undesirables to deal with too. So there were a couple of, at times, priests would find their way to this camp. Professors would find their way to this camp. Intelligentsia would find their way to this camp. Okay. Well, the priests, they would take them, they would be sent off. They would take the intelligentsia and send them off. So by the end of November, all non-military are now gone. They've been relocated. So by the end of November 1939, we have about 4 generals, 300 majors, a vice admiral, about 1,000 captains, 100 colonels, lieutenant colonels, 2,500 lieutenants. Okay. Also, they are going to bring in former officers of the Polish army from earlier wars. They don't really trust them, so they want to make sure they keep an eye on them. So the Soviets, are going to arrest them and bring them to Kościelsk. Okay. Now, POW, prisoner of war, right? Should be overseen by the military, a military, governing body. This was a POW camp. Make no mistake about that. A POW camp. It is not controlled by the Soviet military authority. This camp was run by the by the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs. What that means is NKVD, which is going to evolve to the KGB. Okay? That's who's running the camp. Okay? The NKVD. Now, within the camp, there's a bit of, I'm going to just briefly go over the living conditions. These images are taken from a movie called Cotton by Vida. For those of you who are interested, we do have that movie in the international collection. 2 days ago it was on the shelf. Don't know if it's there now, but if you're interested in seeing it, it's going to be there, and like I said, this is where the images come from. Well, immediately upon arrival at the camp, the officers were sorted by rank. And privileged treatment are going to be given to the higher officers. So the senior officers are going to have a private bed. They're going to have a mattress. They may even have linen. Okay? The junior officers are going to probably find themselves in these large blocks. And they're going to have tiered beds. Okay? Some of them have blankets, some of them don't. There are no mattresses there. Okay? There is bad lighting. Okay? You can tell. How would something that large, in fact, this image here, you can almost see it's like inside of a monastery. It's inside of a church. You can just see how vast the expanse is. So how do you think it would be heated? Or do you think the NKVD would even care about heating it? Okay? Lice, bed bugs, sometimes no soap, no water. That's what you were given as a junior officer. But as in any army, lower ranks are always subordinate to the higher ranks. But the NKVD wasn't happy with that, because what they wanted to do was sow a little disharmony. Even though the Poles were in this hell at the time, they still maintained a bit of their solidarity. And that's something that bolstered their spirits. And that was threatening the Soviets. So they needed to find a way to erode that, to eat away at that. So they needed snitches, almost. Okay? And they were actually looking for prisoners who they could use to seed some, malcontent in here and spread rumors and things of this nature for some better rations, for some better food and things of this nature. Because it was up to these malcontents to spread disharmony. Okay? And some of these individuals, they did go to that other side. Can you fault them in this situation? Can you fault them if you're starving? Can you fault them if your body is covered with lice and bed bugs and things of this nature? Okay? It's human nature, preservation. Okay? The food, supposedly, they were to have been given 800 grams of bread and 20 grams of sugar daily. Should have. Doesn't always happen like that. Okay? Sometimes the bread ration was halved. And it wasn't like going to Heritage Bakery or Miami Bakery or anything like that. The bread sometimes would have things that move. And sometimes the prisoners actually would like that because the bugs are actually contain more protein than the bread, unfortunately. Okay? They were supposed to receive monthly rations. Okay? 5 packets of tobacco, boxes of matches, cigarettes, paper, tea. The Soviets took what they wanted first, then they gave what they had. So even that wasn't necessarily granted to them. Supposedly, officers under the age of 60 were supposedly only they needed to be concerned with the condition inside the camp. How good the camp looks, keep it clean and things like this. And they were usually, according to regulations, they weren't really supposed to be forced to go outside of the camp and work. Didn't matter to the Soviets. They took these officers and they were digging roads, they were digging ditches, they were mining coal, they were digging peat, they were loading food onto trains. This was basically hard labor for the officers. So the Geneva Convention, the what? Forget about it. The Soviets are basically doing what they want to do. Okay? And you add to that fact when winter hits, okay, when winter hits, they were not given winter clothing. You basically had to suffice with what you in fact had on. And a lot of these guys only had on summer uniforms. Okay? There came a call to liquidate the camp. Okay? Now, the official evacuation of the camp is actually going to begin in April of 1940. And rumor had it that they were going to all go back to Poland. Well, guess who's doing the rumor? Okay? Remember the people that were working to try to help? The malcontents? That's the rumor started. So it's very similar what's going on now, and if we happen to draw a parallel, and if you can think about what's happening to the Jews in the Holocaust, okay? Well, we are loading you onto these trains and we're taking you to a better place, okay? Same thing here. We are loading you onto the trains, and don't worry, we're going to take care of you, okay? In fact, one of the Soviet the NKVD officials, whose name was Captain Alexandrovich, he was actually approached by one of the Polish officers and asking, well, where are we going and stuff like this. And the Polish officer, Alexandrovich was saying, to the west, nearer home. That was the phrase he used, to the west, nearer home. Well, when you hear this, what do you imagine? You hear that last word, home. Little do they know where they're going. So what would happen is an NKVD official would go through the huts and begin spouting names. Okay? Katafiash, Sendrovsky, Swastik, Yashinsky, stuff like this. So once your name was heard, you were to pack everything up and go to a specific designated building. Okay? Once there, the NKVD would, oh, this is our blanket. The Soviet Union gave you this. You don't need that. You don't need it anymore. What else do you have that we gave you, that we provided you? And they would take away the possessions that were actually given to the soldiers. Okay? Now, they were given, after they were, stuff was taken away, they were given a small packet of food for their journey. Okay, maybe they are going home. Okay? They're going to be taken to another building. And once again, make sure that nothing from the Soviet Union is going to be on their person. And finally, they're loaded onto trucks, taken to the train station, and basically put on the cars to be taken away somewhere. Now, what was really bothering the Poles, the Soviets were always very regimented. Boom, boom, boom. Very orderly. And what struck them, and what really caused them to think, was the way that they were actually picking out prisoners. It was too random. Something was up, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Okay? It just wasn't characteristics of the Soviets to do this, but they had an answer for it. So the Soviets, as the Poles were at the station and they're getting ready, we're going to sort everything out at the next camp. Okay. And so it was that they ended up going into the cattle cars and onto Kozielsk, or onto the west. So here we see, this was actually where the camp was, Kozielsk. Okay. The Alexandrovich, in saying, we're taking you to the west closer to home, well, really he wasn't lying, because they are traveling west. They are heading toward Poland. Okay. Unfortunately, they're not going to make Poland. Okay. According to records, at the end of 1939, there was approximately 250,000 Polish prisoners that were captured by the Russians. In the three camps that contained officers, and there were, as I said before, we're looking at Kozielsk here. There was one, Starobielsk, and then Ostashków. Okay, the three officer camps, with a total population of about 15,000 people there. Okay. Now, beginning in April of 1940 and continuing through May of 1940, camps were liquidated, and they were going to some unknown destination. Inquiries by the Polish government, they were contacting the Soviets. Where are these officers? I mean, we've got 4,000, 5,000, we've got 15,000 officers we haven't heard from. Not one time did the Soviets reply. Don't know. Okay. The Polish underground checks to see if there were any Polish soldiers that made it home. Okay. None of the POWs from the aforementioned camps ever returned to Poland. And in contacting family members, each of the families would state that correspondence with the soldiers ended in April of 1940. What does that tell you? Okay. There are certain people that, and the Soviets tried to say, well, we really couldn't send them to Poland, so we actually had to send them to hard labor camps. So, don't worry about it. We've still got them. Don't know why they haven't been sending letters. Maybe it's the weather or something like this, but just trust us, we'll take care of it. Weeks go by, and then finally, in June of 1941, Wait a minute. Wasn't on some slides just recently we were talking about a non-aggression pact between the Nazis and the Soviets lasting 15 years? I could have sworn I mentioned that. I mentioned that time period. Huh. Okay. Well, now it's June of 1941, and it looks as though the Nazis are invading the Soviet Union. So the pact lasts for about, you can figure that one out. Okay. So what we have, the Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact, not even 2 years. Okay. Once again, the mechanization, total push. So during this time, the Polish government, in their communication trying to find information on the Polish officers, forget about it. Stalin's got more important things to do. He's got the Nazi army on his tail. So there's no way he's going to be talking to the Polish government in exile or the Polish underground or these representatives worried about some 4,000, 5,000, 15,000 Polish officers. I can't deal with that right yet. I got more important things to worry about. Well, yeah, he sort of does. Okay. So, after a few years, on April 3rd, 1943, German radio begins broadcasting. And they broadcast news of the discovery of mass graves located in the forest of Katyn. Okay? And in these graves contained thousands of bodies of Polish officers. And in the same sentence, they accuse the Soviet Union of the massacre. Well, how do you think the Soviets are going to say it? How do you think Stalin is going to react to this? This occurred on April 3rd. On April 15th, Stalin announces to the people, don't believe it. It's all Nazi propaganda. You know what they're doing. You know what they're doing in Europe. You can't believe these people. So the Nazis have done all this. Okay. The Polish government on April 17th is going to go to the International Red Cross and say, would you please look into an investigation? Okay. Once they do that, Stalin is livid. He is so angry. He's beside himself. He's seething. So days later, the Soviet Union will break off all diplomatic relations with the Polish government due to the fact that they are siding with the pro-Hitlerite factions with the government, and they are collaborating with the Nazis. So because they went to the International Red Cross, they've now become pro-Hitlerites and have now chosen sides with Hitler. Okay? That's the mentality here. Okay? In August of 1943, the Germans will publish this document. Amtliches Material zum Massenmord von Katyn. That being official material for mass murder at Katyn. Okay? This report, and for those of you who do want to go look on the internet, it is available in full, in English, on the internet. Okay? This report was basically drawn up by a collection of European medical specialists. A European medical commission composed of eminent experts. And we're going to get into the eminent experts in a little bit. But here you can see that they are examining a body that these individuals sure don't look like Nazis. They look more like Allied soldiers, don't they? Okay? You can see here the wounds. Okay? Most of the remains will have those characteristic wounds. And then this and the uniforms come into play. Most definitely, as you'll soon see. Okay. Well, the Soviets aren't going to sit around. They are going to launch their own commission. And in August of 1943, after they drive the Germans out of the area, the Soviets are going to publish their document. Okay? And this one is The Truth About Katyn, the report of Special Commission for ascertaining and investigating the circumstances of the shooting of Polish officer prisoners by the German fascist invaders in the Katyn forest. Okay? Again, this available for you to read on the internet. Okay? In full, in English. In summation, very quickly, they blame the Germans. Okay. So now what we have, here are our choices. Here are our culprits. So the Nazis did it, so the Soviet report is true. But on the other hand, if the Soviets did it, then the Nazi report is true. So those are our choices, folks. Okay? So as we go, here are our culprits. Now, it's up to us to go through and see the facts. And the first is the forensic team makeup. The Nazi forensic team, who are going to go through the bodies, the team is made up of German experts along with non-German journalists, members of the Polish Red Cross, and Allied POWs from the medical field. Okay? When we take a look at the Soviet forensic team, their special commission is made up exclusively of Soviet scientists, academia, medical and military experts. Okay? Okay. We're just going to do this, okay? We should, the balance is, shifting here a little bit. Okay? The victims. The Nazi panel stated that the victims, there are not less than 4,143 bodies that they discovered and exhumed at Katyn from 7 graves. They were able to identify approximately 70% of the bodies, because in the bodies, whoever did this, they left the guy's papers inside the bodies. Okay? So my ancestor, however they found him, the only way they were able to identify him was from his papers. Okay? This number is substantiated by the Polish underground. Prior to the Soviets moving the Nazis out of the Smolensk area, another grave was opened up. In it was 110 bodies, thus bringing the number to about 4,253 bodies in Katyn. Okay? So, 8 graves, 4,200. The Soviets saying that, no, really, there's only 2 graves. And in these 2 graves, there were approximately 925 bodies. So the Germans, they really blew this thing out of proportion, because there's really only 2 graves. Okay. And that is stated in their report about the 2 graves versus the 8. Okay. Each side finally agrees to this, that the victims of Katyn were members of the Polish military prisoners captured by the Soviets in 1939. That they both agree upon. Okay? That's the only thing they agree upon. Okay? So basically, each and every male that you see here was murdered in Katyn. Now, dealing with the method of killing. The method of killing, without exception, all the victims found at Katyn were found shot in the back of the head. Okay? Basically here, in the upper right, and there. Okay? Approximately 5% of the individuals had their hands tied behind their back. What this basically indicates is that these individuals could have possibly been resisting. And whoever did this to them basically did this to calm them down, to basically, this is your fate, so just accept it. Okay? And some of the prisoners were found to have been bayoneted. Okay? According to the Soviet method of killing, the Soviets report that all 925 bodies had bullet wounds to their head, and that only 20 of the 925 had hands tied behind their back. Okay? Very large discrepancy here, folks. Now, incriminating evidence. This basically seals the deal. Okay. Number one, the ammunition used in the executions was of German manufacture, produced in 1921 through 1933. And the Soviets make a very large issue of this. The bullets were German. The problem is that the Germans were actually exporting this weaponry during that time period. And so the ballistics made their way to Poland, they made their way to Lithuania and the Baltic states, and they also made their way to Russia. So the ammunition was there at that time. So it doesn't really matter the manufacturer, it matters what was there to be utilized at that time. The rope. The Polish underground actually was able to get pieces of this rope back to the Allies. And the Allies would actually examine it in London, and they came to the conclusion that this rope was manufactured in the Soviet Union. Okay? The bayonet wounds on the body, okay, are very important. There was a frame earlier on, and I don't know if any of you were able to see it or if you were able to pick it up from where you're sitting, but the image in the lower left corner showed the Polish soldier with the shield, and there were 4 or 5 bayonets attacking the shield. Okay? And it is very important to look specifically at those bayonets, but because these bayonets were 4-edged bayonets, and they were specific to the Soviet Army. And it is these bayonet wounds were caused by 4-edged bayonets. Okay? And it was used by that Soviet Army exclusively. Diaries, letters, and notes found on the bodies abruptly stop at 1940. Remember what we said before? How the Polish families, they had this abrupt stop. The correspondence stopped. Stops at 1940. The documents were found intact and not torn out. Bodies were dressed in overcoats and sweaters. And this is important to remember. When they were excavating the bodies, the Nazi team would comment on the lack of insects in the graves. And that being was because it was a very cold spring at the time, and the insects did not yet make it into the grave. So there were no dead insects in there. Okay? That is going to come into play in a little bit. Okay? Time of the massacre. There were only two possible time blocks for the massacre. The first being April and May of 1940. That would be the responsibility of the Soviets. The Soviets are claiming it could have happened in August and September of 1941. But recall the insect. Okay? If it would have occurred in this time period of August and September 1941, there would be more insect larvae within the graves. Okay? So once again, evidence is pointing definitely, if not all, to a Soviet atrocity. Prior to the German discovery, the Soviets, of course, really didn't care, and families would continue to write about what happened to all these soldiers and things of this nature. Well, NKVD correspondence was found by the Nazis in Smolensk, and they made this known. A lot of times they would inform her, meaning to this one letter, he's been transferred to an unknown camp. Okay, we'll just leave it at that. Okay. After the Polish-Soviet Treaty of 1941 was signed, the Poles were able to make official inquiries. This is when, the Soviets were stabbed in the back by the Nazis, and now they wanted to be friends with the Poles. So they signed this little agreement. And now Stalin was willing to take official correspondence into the inquiries of the unknown soldiers. Well, Stalin told General Sikorsky, one of the leading Polish generals, well, all the POWs, we've released them all. They probably went to Manchuria. Okay, Manchuria? You couldn't come up with something better than Manchuria? Really? Okay. Another time, he is going to reply to General Anders in March of 42. I don't know where they are. Why should I keep them? It may be that they're in camps and territories taken by the Germans, and the Germans let them out. Okay. After the discovery of cotton, the Soviet authorities knew what happened. The POWs were murdered by the Germans and the Gestapo. That's the official Soviet mentality. That's our official statement. And it was the Gestapo who supplied the papers and the documentations to place in the POWs' belongings. So the Gestapo and the Nazis had all these Polish papers lying around, and before that they killed these 925, that they would stuff papers into them. Okay? And then shoot them. Okay. The International Red Cross, once again, approaches the Polish government in London, investigates the Soviets, and this is where, once again, Stalin is emphatic that the Polish government is just collaborating with Hitler and rejects any proposal to have the discovery investigated by the organization. Case closed. You people want Hitler, you want Hitler to win, you don't want us, so the heck with your investigation. Okay. And that's the way the Soviets played it. News of the atrocity started leaking out in the Allied press. It made their way to, the Southeast Missourian. Okay. It made their way to the Milwaukee Journal, to the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, to the Tuscaloosa News. Okay. I think one of these is, I think that one is the Edinburgh Times or something like this. But I draw your attention to all of the headlines, okay? Put massacre blame on Nazis. 1944, newspaper article. The Nazi atrocity tale of the Polish officers, May of 43. Okay. Polish massacre blamed on Nazis, June of 1944 in Tuscaloosa. Okay. Polish officers' graves, the age, September 29th, 1943. Okay. All of it during the war. All of it when the Allies, United States, Great Britain, and Russia, were fighting together against the Nazis. And so the people here in the United States, Poles, Polish Americans, even the people in Britain, Poles, Polish Brits, this is the news that they were being fed by the Allied press. Okay? So this is how the news of Katyn was coming out more and more. However, the tide begins to change. The war ends. And now we have I'm sure you all remember the term the Cold War. Okay? Us versus them, you know, democracy versus communism. And in the 1950s, the American press, you can see which way we're going with this. Toledo Blade, 1952. A mystery witness to lay the Poles massacre on the Reds. Who's this mystery witness? The Desert News in 1950. Russian massacre document lost. Lodge asks publicity on Polish massacre, where he is actually going to be calling for a congressional committee to look into this particular situation. Eugene Register, Poles reported killed by Reds. Okay. The Lawrence Journal World, 1942, witness of Russian massacre of Polish army men is found. Maybe that's a secret witness. But look at how it changes just as the decades change. Here we were friends, so we're blaming the Nazis, and now we're in the Cold War era, and now we're taking a very hard look at the Soviets. And in fact, it was such a hard look that we are going to see in the Congress a gentleman by the name of Ray Madden, a Democrat out of Indiana, a Special House Investigating Committee is going to begin the first comprehensive effort to start collecting facts on Katyn. Okay. This is going to take about a year to do. They're going to have 81 witnesses, 183 exhibits, and over 100 depositions. This committee is going to produce well over 2,300 pages of documentation that basically lays the blame on the Soviet Union. Okay? And in quick summary, this committee unanimously finds beyond any question of reasonable doubt that the Soviet NKVD committed the mass murders of the Polish officers and intellectual leaders in the Katyn forest near Smolensk. Russia is directly responsible for the Katyn massacre. There has not been a scintilla of proof or even any remote circumstantial evidence presented that could indict any other nation of this international crime. Okay? On the basis of further evidence, we are equally certain that the rest of the 15,000 Polish prisoners, those interned at Starobielsk and Ostashków, were executed in a similar brutal manner. And this is really the first accusation at this time where the other prisoner camps, POW camps that maintained Polish cavalry officers or Polish military officers, this is the first time of an accusation of a similar massacre at those camps, laying the blame right in the Soviets' lap. Okay? Thus, the committee believes that there are at least 2 other Katyns, yet undiscovered at this time in 1952. Well, what's going on? Okay. The committee requested a trial before an international tribunal, but the U.S. government declined to press for such a trial because it needed Soviet support to end the Korean War. Okay. Now, gentleman here, Alexander Shelepin. You probably don't know him. Okay. You know the guy on the other side. I'm sure we all recognize Nikita Khrushchev. Okay. In March of 1959, Shelepin, he already experienced this, what was going on in the United States, in world. The world was sort of looking at the Soviet Union in a very accusatory manner. And so this gentleman was the head of the new KGB. Okay? It used to be the NKVD, became the KGB. Okay? And so he basically goes to Khrushchev and he says, we've got all this documentation and the world is starting to get a little hint that we might have done something a little bit hinky. So how about we get rid of it? How about we destroy it? Okay. So, as you can see, since 1940, records and other materials regarding the prisoners and interned officers, okay, of the former bourgeoisie Poland. Poland was bourgeoisie at the time. Okay. Okay. This was a country that was just coming back from the partitions, but we were bourgeoisie. Okay. Who were shot in that same year have been kept in the Committee of State Security of the Council of Ministers, USSR. Okay. On the basis of the decision by Special Troika of the NKVD, that meant 3 individuals, 3 high-ranking individuals of the NKVD, basically sealed the fate of these Polish officers. A total of 21,857. So it wasn't just Katyn. It was the other 2 as well. Okay. 4421 were shot in Katyn. 3820 in the camp of Starobielsk. 6311 in Ostrakov. And 7,300 were shot in other camps and prisons of the western Ukraine. Okay. There was even a time, and I believe it was at the Starobielsk camp, that they would actually bound the Polish officers onto rafts and set them adrift and then shoot the raft out from under the prisoners and make them drown. Okay? That was a liquidation at that time period. For some reason, Khrushchev never gets back to Shelepin. He never answers him. Shelepin, following strict Soviet protocol, cannot do anything without that permission. So because of that, the documents survive. We all know this guy, Mikhail Gorbachev. Mikhail Gorbachev in 1990 he wants to start a healing process going. And so he's going to basically begin to start opening up the Soviet archives and things of this nature. Okay, I recommend that the Academy of Sciences of the USSR and other departments and organizations conduct investigative work by April 1st, 1991 to reveal archival materials relating to the events and facts in the history of bilateral Soviet-Polish relations, which resulted in the losses to the Soviet side. Okay, so basically he's looking to start the healing process going. Well, the gentleman that comes after him, good old Boris Yeltsin here, he and Mikhail didn't really get along too well. So Boris is basically going to one-up Mikhail Gorbachev, so that in 1992, Yeltsin would release 41 top secret documents from the sealed package number 1. And on October 14th, 1992, the publication that blatantly states, reveals who the perpetrator of this horrendous crime was, finally is revealed to the world. Lavrenti Beria, head of the USSR People's Commissar of Internal Affairs, is going to write a letter to the General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin. This is the letter, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that puts the blame on the Soviet Union. There is no way that they can deny it, because in this top secret document dated March 4th of 1940, Beria is going to simply state, after a brief preliminary statement, to direct the NKVD USSR to examine the cases of the 14,500 former Polish officers and officials, and also examine the cases of those who have been arrested and are in prisons of the western oblasts of the Ukraine and Belarusia, numbering 11,000, and using the special procedure, apply to them the supreme punishment of execution by shooting. This basically is the letter that seals the fate of those 21,000 plus Polish citizens, Polish soldiers in World War II. Something that occurred in 1940, and it took until 1992 to come to light, buried in the Soviet archives. And all the time, from 1940 up until after Khrushchev, the Soviet Union constantly claiming knew nothing about it and things of this nature. Lech Wałęsa, once he receives the gift given to the Poles by Boris Yeltsin, he couldn't believe it. And it's basically, on October 15th, 1992, highly esteemed Mr. President. He's talking to Boris Yeltsin now. Deeply moved, I wish to thank you in the name of all Poles, and personally my own, for delivering into my hands the most important documents concerning the monstrous Katyn crime. This was a crime perpetuated against the Polish nation, a crime shrouded in conspiracy of silence for almost 50 years, a crime whose consequences we have felt so painfully for so long. And he is basically taking the pain and the heartfelt thanks of the Polish nation upon himself and expressing it in this way to Boris Yeltsin. And it was finally through time that now the site is actually a memorial where individuals can go and walk through the site. This is actually the entrance to the site, and there will be a variety of grave markers throughout. These two images here and in the lower right is actually a wall containing the names of every individual in Cotton. Okay. Currently, I do believe that the other sites, that of Starobielsk and Ostakov, they too as well have these monument kind of sites as well. Poles are more than welcome to visit them. In fact, it was on the 10th anniversary, I believe it was the 10th anniversary, that a large Polish delegation containing the Polish president at the time, his wife, numerous officials, things of this nature. They were on their way to commemorate the anniversary of the memorial. The plane crashes in the Soviet Union, wipes out the entire 92-party Polish delegation, and once again, the Poles are devastated by this event affiliated with Cotton. So my ancestor, his name rests on that wall. Father Peszkowski, I mean, his spirit is probably there as well. This is one of the things that, as you do research, you never really know what you're going to find and turn up. And I guess this is just a way on my end to, once again, as I stated before, to make this presentation almost like a personal memory, in memoriam, of an ancestor I didn't know, but an ancestor just as well, and a Polish priest who I considered a teacher, a mentor, a friend, and I hope that this presentation would live up to their expectation. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attendance tonight. I sincerely appreciate your attentiveness. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them. If not, I want to thank you once again for sharing your time with me here and coming here and listening about the Cotton Forest Massacre. Yes, ma'am.
Art is an expression. I think it's a way to just let your mind be free and to do something that you enjoy every day. I mean, I always wanted to do something that I love. To me, that's art. I have a way, just this creativity that bottles up in your head. Some people play music, some people act, some people, write. For me, it's always been to draw. As a young person, you have to do what you love, and if, there's no sense in being miserable every day. So, you just have to push yourself, don't be afraid to experiment with new techniques and mediums and go to galleries and go to shows and meet other artists and collaborate with artists and, You don't necessarily have to get a degree in art to be an artist. You don't have to take a bunch of classes or have an art history minor or degree either, but you have to be passionate about it. My workspace is in my bedroom in the house that I've grown up in. Even as a kid, you know, when I always said I wanted to be an artist, and then in high school when I'm like, I think I'm gonna go to school, you know, for art, and they've never batted an eye. You know, it's never been like a, are you sure? Or, you know, I don't think you'll make a lot of money doing that, because at the end of the day, like, for me, it's never really been about money. I'm not like a money-driven person. I just wanted to be happy with what I'm doing, and I know I can only really achieve that if I'm making art. It's funny because one of my coworkers was like, saw my art and she's like, "Are you disturbed?" And I was like, maybe, I don't know. I really have always been interested in cartoons and comics and monsters, as you'll come to find out. So as an artist, I've always tried to evolve my, creativity with faces and manipulation and kind of put that into a piece. When I start these pareidolia pieces, I've come to learn that I'll cut. I don't really plan these either. You really can't plan for them because it's so, unknown the result you're gonna get from the watercolor. So I just take whatever paper I'm using, usually some type of denser watercolor paper, wet both sides to prevent, warping of the paper. And then I might have a slight thought about what color scheme I want to use, but for the most part, it's just kind of like, all right, I like this color, I like that one, and then I just kind of go. And depending, I might do 1 or 2 layers of the watercolor just to get some texture and some layering. And then I just kind of, however it dries is however I start with the ink. And I don't use pencil or anything on top. I just kind of go in with the marker, and it's kind of up to chance how they turn out. The faces is just like they're a combination of seeing, things from all over, whether it be on social media, a magazine when I'm 6 years old, or, cartoons growing up. So I think it's kind of like a culmination of like all those. And I might, see something from artists and I'm like, oh, I kind of like that. And I'll take a little bit of that and then combine it with something else that I see. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint like where or how. I think it's just like just a pile of ideas that kind of float around and attach to each other and find its way out of my head. Now I'm trying to freelance, and I don't know where that'll go, but my goal would be, that I could support myself eventually, or even if I had like a part-time job where I have, the insurance and a 401k and all that stuff, but to be able to primarily make art on the side and sell it and make a living from that, that would be my ultimate goal.
Are you ready for this episode of Summer Reading Say What? With your host, Jenna.
Welcome to Summer Reading Say What? We are going to find out about the summer reading program and explore oceans of possibilities. But there's a twist. We are going to ask our contestants about this year's program, but they need to be careful how they answer. If they use any of our say what words, splash. You'll see what I mean. Are we ready, team?
Oh yeah, we're ready.
Are the contestants ready?
Yeah!
Great. Let's go to Anne for our first contestant.
Round 1.
Is the summer reading program just for kids?
Absolutely not. There's a program for kids, tweens, teens, and adults. Tell everyone!
when can you sign up for summer reading?
You can sign up for the summer reading program anytime between June 1st and July 31st.
How do you sign up for summer reading?
Well, just click the link on the library's website or come on in and we can help.
Round 2.
How do we keep track of our reading?
Use our special reading log to keep track of all the reading you do this summer. For every 20 minutes you read, you fill in a space. For every 5 spaces you fill in, you get a reading badge.
Maybe next time.
Round 3.
Do we have to use a paper reading log?
Of course not. You can keep track of your summer reading on the Beanstack app.
What happens if we finish our summer reading log?
If you complete 5 badges, you get a certificate and a free book.
Round 4.
Does a graphic novel count as reading?
Of course. You can even listen to an audiobook. Whatever floats your boat.
Do I have to read all summer?
You can also earn badges by doing fun activities like attending a program like a magic show or telling a joke.
And I think we have our winner.
That was fantastic. Now see for yourself just how easy it is to play.
Use your summer reading log to keep track of all of your reading this summer. For every 20 minutes you read, you can color 1 space. For every 5 spaces you fill in, you will earn a reading badge. You can also earn badges by doing fun activities like attending a library program, doing the scavenger hunt, telling a librarian a joke, or visiting a museum. If you complete 5 badges by July 31st, you will get a certificate and a free book. So don't forget to register, it's super easy. All participants can register online beginning June 1st. And if you have any questions, we can help you sign up at the library. So what are you waiting for? Join us at the library this summer and explore an ocean of possibilities.
Hi Livonia, this is Mayor Maureen Miller-Brosnan, and summer's return means the beginning of our 2022 Local Streets Reconstruction and Rehab Program. I'm here on Bainbridge, just south of 7 Mile, checking out a project that just started last week. And there are dozens of projects like this one that have already or soon are going to be kicking off all across Livonia. These projects are only made possible through the funding of our local streets millage, which is up for renewal in August. So, you know, over the last 10 years, the millage has funded over 70 miles of street construction and repair. It's funded over 5,000 sidewalk replacements and over 4,900 new trees have been planted in the city right-of-ways. So much of what makes Livonia a special community to live in is what's supported by this millage. So we are really looking forward to another summer of investing in neighborhoods all across Livonia. For more information on this program and all of the projects in your area, check out the Road Reconstruction Updates page on livonia.gov.
Okay, good evening, Livonia. We will begin tonight's regular meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance offered by Vice President Laura Toy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
Thank you.
Tonight is the 1946th regular meeting of the Livonia City Council. This will be a voting meeting. Minutes of this meeting will be approved on Monday, June 27th of 2022. Ms. Nash, City Clerk, will you please take the roll of this evening's meeting?
Vice President Toy?
Here.
Councilmember Barr?
Here.
Councilmember Donovic?
Here.
Councilmember Morgan?
Here.
Councilmember McCullough?
Here.
Councilmember McIntyre? I'm sorry, President Jolly. I'm looking at my sheet.
I am
didn't-
present,
Yes.
Ms. Clerk. I will note that Ms. McIntyre is not with us this evening. She's attending to another community event and representing the council at that event. At this time, I will entertain a motion for the meeting minutes of May 16, 2022.
Move approval. Support.
Motion by Barr, support by Donovic. Anybody from the council? Anybody from the audience? I see none. Ms. Nash, please take the vote.
Vice President Toy?
Aye.
Councilmember Barr?
Aye.
Councilmember Donovic?
Aye.
Councilmember Morgan?
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough?
Aye.
President Jolly?
Aye. The meeting minutes are approved. At this time, we have a special recognition offered by Councilman Scott Morgan.
Yes, I'd just like to congratulate Officer Daniel McCulley, Senior Police Officer for the Livonia Police Department, just retired after 25 years.
Thank you very much, and we wish our best to Officer McCulley. At this time, do we have any audience communication? If you have audience communication that is not related to agenda items tonight, please come to the podium. You have 3 minutes to address the council on any item that is not on the agenda this evening. Please identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Joshua Cheslock. I live in Livonia. I have a question. I already contacted the Ordinance Enforcement Department related to this. I'll just go over the points. About 3 weeks ago, I was in my backyard when a person in a t-shirt and shorts with a ladder climbed over my neighbor's fence into my yard. At that point, I confronted the person, and they identified themselves as a Spectrum employee. They didn't have any identification on them. They were driving an unmarked white van. When I questioned them further, I contacted Spectrum about it. They said that they could enter my property at any time. So my question is around what are the access rules related to easement access? When I contacted the Ordinance Enforcement Department, they told me I'd need a lawyer to find out what the rules are. So I was just really confused around that. I contacted Spectrum. They told me that they could not tell me what their rules are related to accessing my property. And we have cameras around our house, so I know they did not approach my house. They didn't ring my doorbell. They just climbed over the fence. So I am just bringing up the question to this meeting to find out what are the rules around, do they need to be identifiable? What are the rules around how they access our property? Because everything around this, I guess, gives me a lot of anxiety. My kids were freaked out because they saw someone in the backyard and they thought someone was like gonna burglarize us. And so far I've gotten no answers related to this. So my question is around that and what the rules are. And if there aren't any rules, I say we put some in place, because the police officers tell us, watch out for exactly this. These are the people who take our kids. These are the people who burglarize our houses. And yet for a utility company to enter in this way, there should be a rule against it if there isn't already. And I don't think I need a lawyer to find out what the rules are in our city. So thank you.
Okay. Sir, thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. I will ask the administration to make a note of this and to follow up with you. Thank you. Anybody else for audience communication? Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Brian Weiss. I come from the beautiful
subdivision of Castle Gardens. I live at 14265 Norman Street. Council President, colleagues, and viewers at home, and those who are also reading the minutes. I am here to cordially invite you and inform the public of an upcoming event that I am organizing in conjunction with the Greenleaf Commission on Sustainability, with input from the Department of Public Works. That would be for June 21st at 7 p.m. We're going to host an informational session on solar energy. There's also going to be a contractor on site who's going to be able to go over frequently asked questions as well as set up further consultation appointments. So the way that I see it is, if you are on the fence, now is the time to do it, because we're going to get a group buy discount, and even if you're a little bit skeptical, but maybe on the fence, and you just need that little bit of information to kind of convince you, I think this is the perfect opportunity. I also think June 21st, we're going into the week of the spree. What a high energy event, and so therefore what a great opportunity to learn about home energy solutions. So you can reach out to me directly, BRIANPATWEISS. I'm on Facebook. Also, the Greenleaf Commission is on Facebook, so you can certainly reach out to them. You do not need to be a Livonia resident to participate in this event or participate in the group buy program. So thank you for allowing me to
Thank you very much. I'll just ask you, it's June 21st. Is there a time and location for that, sir?
Yeah, thank you. It's at 7 p.m. and it's going to be on Zoom.
Okay.
Zoom, yep. Absolutely.
And will the Zoom link be posted on the city website?
Yeah, so if you email me, you'll actually be able to sign up directly. We are working through the Department of Public Works to actually get the communication out there. So look for something on the city's social media presence through Nextdoor and on Facebook.
Thank you very much, sir. No. The council will wait till council communication to respond to anything. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else here who has audience communication? There is not. At this time, I will open up communication to the city council. I think Mr. McCullough has something at this time to say.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Brian, thanks for spearheading this, you and the Greenleaf. I know we had the Greenleaf had a kind of like a summit at Madonna recently, and it was moderately attended, but it was, the first of many events coming up. And then another thing too, Livonia did receive a bronze certification in the Michigan Green Communities Challenge for sustainable measures by community, and it's based off of, I think there's 44 communities around the state that did it this year, so kudos to that. We're taking the steps, and I applaud you for joining us tonight and giving us some information. I'd be happy to share it on my social media, and I'm sure our colleagues will too, so thank you.
Mr. Donovic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I think that's an exciting project, so thanks for bringing it up, and great job on your presentation. I like that. Very good plug. And then also to the resident spoke earlier about the guest in your backyard. I can understand how frustrating that might be, and I understand how frustrating it is for the city because, of course, kind of to what you alluded to in your comments, there are easement agreements and whatnot with utilities and whatnot, but still, you'd think they do a better job of at least letting residents know or sending some sort of letter, mailer out, letting people know, hey, in the next few days, we're going to have employees out here. So I can understand how that might be frightening. I just wanted to say great job to the city and Parks and Rec recently for the Memorial Day event here in Livonia. It was well attended on a Saturday morning for Memorial Day, honoring the men and women that have fallen in combat in defense of our nation. So great job to Mr. Davis, Parks and Rec, Livonia TV, all the city officials, and of course the residents that showed up. It was a beautiful Saturday morning, very respectful, and I just really proud to be a member of this community and see that many people come out and pay their respects, and to all my colleagues and everyone that participated and make it such a great event. So thank you all, and next year we'll be there again. So if you didn't make it this year, please come pay your respects next year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Donovic. We're going to go to Vice President Toy and then Mr. Barr.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple quick things, and you reminded me of it. This year, with Delight, we are bringing back Spree, and that will begin on the 21st of June. That's our annual event, which hasn't been too annual in the last few years. So Mr. Sperling, who's our president of Spree, has told me that they do still need help. in several ways, whether it's transportation with the vans, or it is the beer tent, or the, food, whatever. So they do have a website. Please contact them. And that will begin on the 21st of June through Sunday, and it concludes with the fireworks at Ford Field. So we're all very excited, and, great news that it's back. And also to the gentleman that brought forward your visitor in the backyard. I can only remember that we had a similar situation, not to bring up bad news, but there was a dog there, and the dog didn't take too kindly of that visitor. So, and it happened to be, part of, I believe it was a phone company at the time. So we want to be cautious, and I know our president's going to contact the administration for further study on that. So thank you for bringing that forward, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Barr.
Just want to add to Councilman Donovic's comments in the Memorial Day ceremony and say I also want to acknowledge Mission Barbecue that provided the lunches at the retirement center afterwards and actually donated so many lunches that I believe we were able to provide all the leftovers to the police department that day as well. So they deserve a lot of commendation for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Nothing from Mr. Morgan. I will speak for just a moment here. We would like, as a council, to wish happy birthdays to our colleagues, LaShawn Thomas and Tony Laporte, who are both celebrating birthdays this coming week. To the gentleman who expressed your concern, in regards to the easement laws in the state of Michigan, many of these, if not all of these, in regards to public utilities such as cable companies, electrical companies, and the such, are established by the state of Michigan through the Utility Commission. There's oftentimes very little we can do in regards to adding additional requirements on those utility companies. So although we are going to be noting that, I don't think we're going to be able to do a whole lot here in regards to changing that, because that is a state level law. I would suggest that you possibly contact your state representative and senator. On a personal note, I would like to wish a happy birthday to my daughter Lexi. She is turning 11 years old tomorrow. She is a swimmer. She is a pretty decent guitar player, and tomorrow she will be receiving her bronze award for the Girl Scouts with a bunch of her peers. So we're very proud of her, and we'd like to wish her a happy birthday and all the best. At this time, if there's nothing else from the council, we will move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a list of items that were previously studied. In this case, there are items 1 through 5. They were studied at the study meeting of May 16, 2022, and found to be not requiring any additional study and able to be voted on as a single item. Does not mean they're any less important, but rather that they are, at this time, ready to proceed. At this time, can I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Move approval.
Support.
Motion by Barr, support by McCullough. Anybody from the audience have anything to say about the consent agenda, items 1 through 5? I see none. Ms. Nash, will you take the vote, please?
Vice President Toy?
Aye.
Councilmember Barr?
Aye.
Councilmember Donovic?
Aye.
Councilmember Morgan?
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough?
Aye.
President Jolly?
Aye, the consent agenda passes. We will move on to unfinished business, item number 6. This is a proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinance as amended, section 040 of Title 13, Chapter 08, Water Service Rates and Revenues, to provide for changes in water service consumption rates to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1 of 2022. I'm looking for a first reading in this matter.
Mr. President,
Mr. Barr.
I'll offer first reading.
Thank you very much. That will require a first meeting, that will require a second reading at an upcoming council meeting, and then will be voted on. Item number 7 is also a proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinance, section 050 of Title 13, Chapter 08, Water Service Rates and Revenues, to provide for changes in the water service consumption rates to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1 of 2022. I'm also looking for a first reading there.
First read.
First reading offered by Mr. McCullough. Again, that will require a second reading at a future meeting and then be voted on. Item number 8 is a proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinance, section 120 of Title 13, Chapter 20, Livonia Sewage Disposal System, to provide for changes to the sewer disposal and maintenance rates to become effective on on the first billing on or after July 1 of 2022. Looking for a first reading.
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. Donovic?
offer a first reading.
We have a first reading on number 8. Number 9 is a proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinance as amended from the Department of Law, Section 130 of Title 13, Chapter 20, Livonia Sewage Disposal System, to provide for changes to the special rates for designated uses to become effective with the first billing on or after July 1 of 2022. Looking for a first reading.
Mr. Chair, or President,
Mr.
I'll
Barr.
offer first reading.
Thank you very much. Item number 10, proposed amendment to Livonia Code of Ordinance as amended, Section 050 of Title 13, Chapter 28, Industrial Waste Surcharge, to provide for changes in the industrial waste surcharge rate to become effective on or after billing cycle of July 1, 2022. Looking for a first reading there.
Mr. President,
Mr. Donovan?
I'll offer a first read.
Okay. Item number 11, also a proposed amendment to the Livonia Code of Ordinance as amended to amend Chapter 37, Delivery and Placement of Written Materials, to Title 8. That is
Chair.
also looking for a first reading. Vice President Toy.
I will offer first reading on that if I may.
We have,
Can I comment on that quick?
yeah, we have a first reading. Mr. Barr?
Yeah, I know it's just a first reading, but I'm actually going to be out of town for our next regular meeting, so I just wanted to state, as I said at the study meeting, I don't support this. I understand the intent of it, and what it's doing is just taking our existing ordinance, which prohibits unsolicited literature from being dropped in people's driveways without their knowledge, because it's unsolicited, and what this is a proposal to take the word unsolicited out of there and not allow anything there. While I fully understand and agree with the intent of this, I think it's a classic example of good intentions going a little bit too far. And we're talking about outlawing a practice of people that subscribe to newspapers or whatever that have been dropped into driveways for years, and that was not itself the problem that we were looking to solve. What we were trying to solve was people getting things, especially when they're out of town and stuff that they don't know is coming and haven't had a chance to postpone. So I just want to be careful we don't overreach here. I won't be here at the meeting, but I wanted to voice my opinion on that in case it sways some of my fellow council members. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. I don't see anything else from the council at this point. Ms. Nash, just to be clear, I read off a lot of items there. You have items 6 through 11 accounted for, correct?
6, 7, 8. Yes.
Okay,
Got 'em.
thank you very much. I did not specifically call for audience communication for anything on items 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 11. Is there any audience communication on those items? I see none. So those items will come before the council again as second readings and then be voted on at that time. At this time, that concludes our agenda for the regular meeting tonight. I will go back to the audience. Is there any further comments from the audience for audience communication? I see none. We'll go back to the council. Mr. Donovic?
Thank you, Mr. President. In relation to water rates, which is what we were talking about tonight, I wanted to quickly just touch on, there was some update recently with GLAA. Their board of directors voted to eliminate Highland Park's bad debt recovery charge increase in the fiscal year 23, which will be reducing the overall fiscal year 23 charges by $6.7 million. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, basically Highland Park wasn't paying their water rates for a long time, and other cities were essentially forced to pay their fair share or their share. So there's been a lot of movement on that, and since we did have some talk on water rates tonight, I just wanted to quickly touch on that. And you can find more information about that just by looking that up online, GLAA and the water rate increases. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Donovic. If there's nothing else from the council at this time, I will call for a motion to adjourn.
So move. Support.
Motion by Barr, support by McCullough. Anybody from the council? Anybody with audience communication on that? I see none. Ms. Nash, please take the vote.
Vice President Toy?
Aye.
Councilmember Barr?
Aye.
Councilmember Donovic?
Aye.
Councilmember Morgan?
Aye.
Councilmember McCullough?
Aye.
President Jolly?
Aye. I will call the meeting adjourned. It is 7:19. We will see you back at 8 o'clock. Good evening, Livonia. We will start tonight's study meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance offered by Councilman Rob Donovic.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donovic. Tonight is a study meeting. No votes will take place this evening. They will receive motions for either an approving, a denying, or a referral to a committee. And those motions will be voted on June 27th at the regular meeting. At this time, we will note that we have 2 members absent this evening. Ms. McIntyre is attending to a community event, and Mr. Barr was here for the regular, but he also had to leave to attend a different event. So at this time, we're going to go to audience communication. If anybody in the audience has anything to address the council that is not on the agenda this evening, we ask you to come to the podium up here at this time. It appears there is no audience communication, so we will start with the agenda. Item number 1 is a block party request from Amy Ashton to be held on Saturday, July 2nd, 2022, from 3 p.m. until 10 p.m., with a rain date of Sunday, July 3rd, 2022, on Eloise Street, from Plymouth Road south until it ends. Ms. Ashton? Yes. Please come up to the podium. Tell us your name and your address, and tell us about your event, please.
I'm Amy Ashton. Our address is 11860 Eloise Street in Livonia. We're just planning a block party. We've had kids for the first time in the neighborhood, and we just moved in about a year ago. Everyone seems fairly excited about it. So just 4th of July weekend, patriotic event. Lots of kids, lots of fun, bounce house, face paint, that type of thing.
Nice. Are you aware of our neighborhood grant program?
No.
Okay, so the city has a program where the city will sponsor up to $500 for such events.
Oh, nice.
To maybe pay for the bounce house or something like that. So you might want to take that to note for future block
Surely.
parties. Do we have any motions from the council? Mr. Donovic?
I have a question. Are we invited?
Yeah, it'll be a good time, yeah.
I'd like to offer an approving on consent if there's no objection from my colleagues.
I see no objections. Any audience communication on this matter? I see none. What this means is, being on consent, is we will vote on it at the next meeting, but it's all but assured to pass, so you do not have to return.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Good luck
you.
with the block party.
Have as much fun as we do.
Yeah.
I think these meetings are quite fun.
Yes.
For some people. Item number 2, block party from Kate Dobson, to be held on Saturday, July 16, 2022, from 12 p.m. until 10 p.m. with a rain date of July 17th on Sherwood Street between Williams and Comstock Streets. Is Ms. Dobson here?
Mr. President,
Ms. Toy?
everything seems to be in order on this. I would ask for an approving resolution on consent if we may.
Anybody from the council? Any further comment? Any audience communication on this matter? We have a consent for item number 2. Item number 3 is a block party from Gina Tucker to be held on Saturday, August 13, 2022, from 1 p.m. until 10 p.m. on Ellen Drive, from the intersection of Edgewood Street and Gary Lane to the intersection of Edgewood and Roycroft Streets. Is Gina Tucker here? Please, when I begin to read off your item, if you're here for it, please start to make your way to the podium. Oh, please. I'm just saying for everybody else. As I start to read things, just come on up. Good evening, ma'am. Tell me your name for the record, please.
Gina Tucker.
Okay, what's your event about?
Block party, same thing that the last lady was saying, face painting, barbecue. We have a lot of new neighbors and we want to get to know them.
Okay. Any motions from the council?
Council President?
Mr. McCullough?
I'll offer an approving for consent. Thanks for coming out.
Thanks.
And, yeah, please keep it up. We'll hopefully see you next year.
The grant you were speaking about,
Yes.
where do we get information on that?
It's on the city website.
Okay, perfect.
So it's a really great somebody really intelligent
Yeah.
thought of
Who
this.
was that?
Um,
Why don't you just give it
No, it's a great community asset, and you can use it for block parties or many other things, so
Perfect.
please look into it. Thank you,
Thank
good luck
you.
with your party.
Thanks.
Is there any audience communication on item number 3? I see none, we'll move on to item number 4. A request to waive the city's noise ordinance to erect signs at referenced locations. This comes to us from Wafi Barshini for the festival chairperson at the Basilica of St. Mary's in connection with their 14th annual Michigan Fun Fest on Thursday, August 11th through Sunday, August 14th in the rear parking lot of 18100 Merriman Road. Good evening, please identify yourself.
Wafi Barshini, St. Mary Church, behalf of Father George, address 18100 Merriman Road, Livonia, Michigan.
Yes, sir.
And I'll be speaking a little too. So Freddie Sackla from St. Mary's Church, address 18100 Merriman Road, Livonia, Michigan.
Thank you, gentlemen. Can you tell us?
So actually, this is a little different than the Fun Fest. Every year in August, St. Mary's celebrates the Dormition of St. Mary. It goes August 12th through August 14th. This year, similar to what they did last year, they're going to have a festival, a small festival on the church parking lot to benefit and honor the Dormition of St. Mary's. We are asking for approval for a noise ordinance variance. They're going to have music, some small bounce houses, no carnival rides, and maybe a petting farm. So a smaller scaled festival, and we are asking for your permission. Wafi is my successor. This year we won't be doing the Fun Fest, and we hope and see where the future will take us on that. But in regards to the Dormition Festival, Wafi will be, I will be behind him, making sure everything's done according to your rules and plans in the fire department, but he will be the leader for all the fun it has.
But it's not going to be the Fun Fest, so he's not worthy of running the Fun Fest.
He is worthy of running the Fun Fest.
So, listen, Mr. Sackla, thank you very much.
Yes.
At this time, number one, so I presume no fireworks, correct?
There will be no fireworks.
And you're requesting a noise waiver as well.
Correct.
What hours are you looking for here? Because I know that this has been brought up by neighbors in the past to be.
They're looking for 11 p.m. on Friday, 12 p.m. on Saturday, and 10 p.m. on Sunday. They will not be operating on Thursday, different than the festival typically. And we find that, I think last year, my family was well hidden, like I think most. And unfortunately, there was a problem at the end of the night where the music continued on past the deadline by a certain amount of time. I don't know the details because I didn't know about it till 6 months later. Nonetheless, that will not happen this year. So we've always closed at 10 on Thursdays, 11 on Friday, 12 on Saturday, and 10 on Sunday. And we'd ask that you continue that. The problem is with the festival is that the ability for it to benefit the church requires you to serve the people, and the people just appear to always come around 7, 8, and it's always a later crowd.
Mr. President.
Ms. Toy?
Thank you, Mr. President. So you're not going to have the Fun Fest, and may I ask why?
So we were nervous for COVID of course you can ask why. We were nervous for COVID for 2 years, so we took a break because we were worried about the expense of the festival in relation to the revenue. It's as you all know with the spree, it cost a lot of money to put on one of those events.
Right.
And we felt that the community was falling apart a little bit, so because of COVID. So we're doing a little bit to try to build back the community on a smaller scale and give the members of the church attention a little bit. Mm-hmm. And then we would hope, and I believe that the entire city will reach out and help convince the spark to ignite again for the Michigan Fun Fest.
Okay, and if I may continue, Mr. Chair, does that mean that the band will end at midnight on those particular evenings, or?
The band will end at 11 on Friday.
Okay.
The band will end at 11:59 on Saturday, and the band will end at 10 o'clock on Sunday, 9:59.
Okay, because I think as the chair pointed out, we, as you are aware and sensitive too, I know, the noise levels, et cetera. I'm going to ask for an approving resolution, Mr. Chair, and see where we go from there.
Thank you, Ms. Toy. Mr. Donovic?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for being here tonight. Thanks for what St. Mary's does for our community. We love you guys. Father George and the community has been a big partner in Livonia for many, many years. And I echo some of my colleagues' concerns, right? I mean, we have to be good neighbors, right? Our neighbors next door that live in the homes 24 hours a day, you know, that they want to be a part of St. Mary's, but they also want their peace and tranquility. And City Council, we try to balance that. We try to make sure that our partners in the religious community or people that are hosting block parties, residents in general that are participating in fun, right? We want to have activities, we want to get together, especially in the religious community. But at the same time, we want to make sure our residents that live nearby can also, if they don't want to participate, you know, they can be happy as well. One of the questions I remember we looked back in the past was the pointing of the speakers, right? When you talk about noise pollution, are we going to make sure that looking at your diagram here, and thank you for sending us this packet, it's very helpful, thank you. Are we going to make sure that the speakers are pointed away from the homes so that it minimizes any noise pollution towards the neighborhood to the north?
We're going to do that. We're also going to, there's an ability to bring a sound system person back that is on the more expensive level, but he'll be able to regulate the sound from this side of the outside of the festival. So hopefully we will point in a better direction, and we will also do technical things that can help not have that problem again. And, you know, we do love our neighbors, and a lot of times the festival for years has been about our neighbors. And I know that there's probably lots of them out there that will miss the Fun Fest for a little bit. So I'm confident a lot of them will come and enjoy this too.
Okay.
And then for signage, do you guys anticipating putting signs out a week or two in advance to kind of let neighbors know that are close by, hey, there is this event coming up Friday, Saturday, Sunday, be wary of upcoming noises and whatnot?
We weren't going to put signage, but I think what we can do, which we've done many years, and Wafi, you have no problem doing this, you guys will, we take a little card and we go hand deliver it to the individuals down one street and the back street, inviting them and letting them know that we're having the festival.
Great, that'd be very nice, and thanks for being sensitive to the neighbors. Appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
100%. And we apologize to any of the neighbors from last year who are watching today. We appreciate you, and we do our best to compromise.
Well, we heard about it, so I don't want to hear about it again. And I hope those cards you're handing out to the neighbor are going to have your cell phone number on them, Mr. Sackler.
Actually, okay, I will put my cell phone like I do every year. Most of them have my cell phone number. I'm surprised I didn't get a call last year, but.
All right. So at this time, we have an approving for consent. You've been made aware of some concerns from past instances. Do we have any audience communication in regards to this? Gentlemen, we have audience communication. Mr. Sackler.
I will step aside.
Do you mind?
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. Paul Condon, 3115 Hillbrook in Livonia, and we are 601 feet away from the speakers when they're put up there, which, just for your information, is the same distance from the center of this building to the center of 5 Mile. So we're pretty close. A couple questions that I have, maybe through the chair. One of the things I would object to is the extension to 11:59 on Saturday night. Personally, I guess I wonder how much is really accomplished in that last hour, because they never do, rarely do they stop on time. Another comment is that I've lived there 40-some years now, and I don't ever recall getting a card with anybody's name or a contact or anything of that nature, and I don't know that my neighbors have on Hillbrook. They may be, I may be incorrect, but they might just be going around on Merriman and the streets across to the west there. I understand, and like you and like they want to be a good neighbor, so do I. And I do not begrudge them having a festival. We understand that they have a need for that. But we just ask for a little more consideration and control on the volume of the music. The type of music is absolutely fine. No objection to any of that, except the volume. When your windows rattle 600 feet away from from an event, you know, that's a bit invasive. So those would be my comments. I do appreciate the time, if I may address Mr. Donovic direct, that he has given me on this particular issue. He's been very attentive to the needs, I think, of our neighborhood. So we thank you very much, and I don't know if that'll have any sway with what you do, but if they could adjust the timing, that'd be great, and if they certainly could adjust the volume, that'd even be better. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Sacklet, you've heard everything tonight, and I think you are well apprised of the situation. We have a motion for consent approving this, but I don't want this to be an issue next year when you come back for this.
I apologize to the neighbor, and sometimes people aren't home, but I've gotten to know one of the neighbors throws a party every year in their backyard, and I walk by on the John Deere, and I know the ones on the curve.
Well, let's not talk about that.
Point
Maybe
is,
give
I
Mr.
apologize.
Condon your cell phone number, and we'll call the next item.
Done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other audience communication? Okay, we have none. Item number 5, appointment of Mr. Christopher Bolden to the Zoning Board of Appeals. This comes to us from Councilwoman Kathleen McIntyre for a 3-year term, which will expire on July 12 of 2025.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Toy?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Bowman has been on the zoning board in Kathleen, or Councilwoman McIntyre's absence. I think somebody needs to make a motion on this, so I would be happy to do that in her absence. He's very qualified, a very knowledgeable person, and well-deserved. A reappointment.
And that's an approving. Anybody else from the council? I'm going to ask for that to be on the regular. I think ZBA, the Zoning
Certainly.
Board of Appeals, is one of the most crucial appointments we have in the city. And I think it's important for people to come once every 3 years and talk to us as a council. So, any audience communication on that? Item number 5? I see none. Item number 6 is the appointment of Timothy Kliz to the Zoning Board of Appeals. This comes to us from Councilman Brandon McCullough for a 3-year term expiring on July 12 of 2025. Mr. Kliz, your name, well, tell us your story, sir.
Sure. Thank you, President Jolly, and I appreciate Mr. McCullough putting me forward to continue. This will be my 3rd term. Ran for council in 2015, was not successful. Was appointed to the zoning board in May of 2016 and have been serving ever since. I enjoy the work. I am currently the secretary of the ZBA, so you have the president, vice president, secretary. So it's a board executive position, I guess, within the ZBA. And it's good because having a consistency there. We had, I think our president, when I started, had been there 20 years. Matt Hensey, and so he had this great historic knowledge of things in the city and what we had done and stuff. And then when he left, it was like, whoa, you know, this is a new era. And so we're in that new era now. Mr. Morgan was with us briefly and got to see how things are done. And we have some new folks that are on board. So I think it's good to keep that consistency. I've had very excellent attendance there, and I really enjoy doing the work with Mr. Fisher a lot and the other attorneys from the law department, and just happy to be able to continue the mission.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morgan?
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to offer an approving
Is that
for
for
the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. We have an approving for consent. Mr. Donovic?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Klitz, thanks for stepping up again to serve. You've been doing a lot of great things for your community. I appreciate it. And I'd like to let all the residents know that if you have a neighbor with a fence that is annoying you, you got to bother that guy for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. McCullough?
Thank you, Council President. I still remember it was probably back in 2019, we had spoke about your experience and how much you loved serving on the ZBA. And, having this opportunity to appoint you is my honor. Honestly, you do bring a wealth of knowledge to the community. The one thing that stands out, I must point out, is you did put in here that you were part of the Hoover PTA skating chair from 2008 to 13th, and I think that's really what sold it all to me. No, but all serious aside, your resume, you know your resume, graduate from Detroit Mercy, U of M Dearborn, You mentor young attorneys through the law school and the State Bar Michigan Mentor Program. And again, it's my honor to have you as my pick. So thank you for serving again.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I could add a lot of other things. I would never say, when you're talking about Mr. Kliz, I would never say the only interesting thing. There are many interesting things we could get into. But you have an approving for consent. Thank you for your service. Great attorney, great representative of our community. Any audience communication? I see none. You're all set. You do not have to come back.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Have a great night, guys.
You too.
Take care.
Item number 7, a waiver petition 2022030208 submitted by Tissio Architects on behalf of True Heal Veterinarian Clinic, requesting to operate a vet clinic at 27488 5 Mile Road on the north side of 5 Mile between Inkster and Foch Avenue in the southeast quarter of Section 13. Mr. Tissio, please tell us about this project.
Bonus aid.
I want to give you
Some handouts.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just hand them to Mr. Zelinsik and they'll pass them out here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tissio.
Ben Tissio, Tissio Architects, 19815 Farmington Road. We're here before you tonight to seek an approving resolution to modify the existing building at the location into a veterinary clinic. The exterior of the building be minimal work other than some freshening up. There'll be no additions. We're not painting the brick. If we have to paint the block, we will do that. One of the things that we didn't put on the drawings is that there's a masonry fence on the east side of that is leaning over about 4 inches that will be coming down. It's not required under the ordinance, so we will be taking that down. The clinic is that, it's a clinic. It's designed for one veterinary doctor there, one assistant, and a receptionist. This is not a mill type of operation. The doctor is not here tonight because he's working in one of the mills, and he doesn't want to do that anymore. He wants his own private clinic to be able to control the practice that he's given to the animals. So the building is not expected to be expanded at all. Again, interior renovation. We're going to be adding a x-ray room and also an enclosing for a break room. The front half of the building roughly will be for the public area. The back is for the employees. There is not a trash dumpster there, and we don't plan on putting there one, but there is going to be a trash rollaway inside the back door, and that will be rolled out on the day that the trash will be picked up. So that's not going to be an issue. There are not going to be barking dogs. This is a clinic. This is not a kennel operation. This is where they take the animals to be checked out, medical conditions, whatever they may be. So there's going to be 3 employees there, and we have 4 parking spots in front, which we have 4 exam rooms would be enough to take care of the clientele and the customers. And the
Thank you,
employees.
Mr. Tissio.
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Thank you, Council President. Through the chair to Mr. Tissio, is there, and it might have been in the packet, forgive me if I didn't see it, are we going to have animals overnight staying? Or
No, that is not. Maria, you want to?
Yes, no, there will be no
Can you
animals.
identify yourself, please?
Huh?
What's your name?
My name is Maria Petrenko. I am the owner of the building and the manager of the clinic. So there will be no animals staying overnight. It's a come in and come out kind of hospital. If an animal will need hospitalization overnight or more complex surgery, they will be referred out to an emergency hospital or somebody who can keep them overnight.
No, thank you for that. And then, Mr. Tissio, I know you've been doing great work around the community, and it's appreciated and it's noted. I know we've had a few petitioners in front of us over the last couple of years. Do you have a spot? One of the people that I know the residents' concerns will be, you have an animal, you got to let it go outside. Are you going to have a little bathroom area, a little piece of grass or green space? Are you planning on any of that?
That's not anticipated.
Okay.
I mean, so there is some landscaping proposed. So there is an area of grass on the front. I mean, generally, when an animal is brought in, they're there for surgery, and there are places inside the hospital where they can relieve themselves.
Okay.
But because it's not a kennel and it's not a daycare, they're not staying there over long periods of time. There's not really going to be expected
Overall, I looked at the plan. Again, you're taking something that is, not fully dilapidated, but you're going to be reviving something, and that's appreciated. I will recommend, and just maybe you could look into it a little further, of this little grass area. I totally understand that, while you might not have people walking out, but as people take their animals back to the car, I know those neighbors would appreciate if you did have something there, just in case. That way,
oh, absolutely, yeah.
being good
We'll
stewards.
look at that, thank you.
One of our big thing in some of the other operations, we really don't want it to smell like a veterinary hospital. so-
Absolutely. Yeah, so that, I seen some innovative ideas in this, honestly, just even running through it quickly, appreciate the hard work in that. I'd be happy to offer an approving for consent if there are no objections.
Thank you. Ms. Toy?
Thank you very much. If I may, to the petitioner, it's a nice improvement in that area. You're not doing a lot, but simple is a lot of times nice. And I really appreciate it. That's an older area of our community, down in that area business-wise as well. I concur with my colleague, Mr. McCullough. I have more than enough animals in my house, and when they go to the vet, you're shaking your head with me. Yeah, they get out of the car, in, out, whatever, and they smell others, I guess, animals that is, and so they relieve themselves. So it behooves you to, I think, have something there, and I think you agree with that. Absolutely. So, and we appreciate having a vet again. I just had my cat at the vet, and I had to wait almost 2 weeks to get in, and then they don't let you in right now because of COVID and all the good stuff that's happening. So we appreciate, another vet in the area. This is great. How long has he been in practice? He's been in practice, I think, in this area for a total of 9 years and 15 years total. And he probably went to Michigan State, of course, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Interesting. I understand nationwide, there's a shortage of 40,000 veterinarians. It's like, seriously?
Well, thank you for picking Livonia. We appreciate it. Thank you. No, thank you for being nice. I do have to say, we've tried a couple of other cities, like when just looking for property, and that would be like, I would just call a city council or planning, and they would be like, absolutely no, we're not rezoning it. So, and when I called Livonia, they were like, yeah, sure, come on and talk to us. So thank you. You guys have been, it's my first kind of introduction to Livonia, and it's been nothing but a joy. I'm not trying to score any points. It's just
I think Mr. Donovic,
It's okay.
we've got something else real quick.
You scored a point, so good job.
Thank you.
A few questions in terms of the grass space. It does look like green space. It does look like there is some grass looking at the plans in the front of the building to the south of the building. While I can't exactly say how much, it looks like there's adequate space up front. Question is, in the back of the building to the north, there's not a wall that separates that parking lot, correct?
Correct. There's a cross-access.
There is a cross-access agreement?
Agreement between the neighbors, so they'll come in off the side
Couch
street,
Avenue.
go through the neighbor's property to park on the, what do we have, 5 spots in the back there.
So if
But
they're
there is a
parking-
wall to the multi-residential on the east of the property line.
So, and that was my next question, is in the south of the building, in the front of the building, next to 5 Mile, is there also a wall that separates that?
There is a wall on the front of the building, but we're gonna be taking it down. It
That's
is
what you're gonna
leaning
take down.
already.
Okay.
So it's time for it to come down.
So with that being said, there's even more green space now if a dog did have to relieve
Go next
itself.
door, but
before
we're not
going.
saying that.
There's
Well,
a big field there, and it doesn't look like anything is going to happen for a couple of years, maybe. So we've got that.
Well, thank you for coming to Livonia, purchasing a building and investing money into it and offering a business for our residents. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Tissio.
Thank you.
So I have a question. So you plan on utilizing city trash services, correct?
No, I think that that's gonna be a,
Well, you mentioned there's no dumpster. How do you plan the trash to leave the
Well,
property?
they would hire, just like I do in my properties, we would hire Priority or Green for Life
Okay.
to come by and pick up.
Okay, so the
trash.
medical waste is not going to be an issue?
No, there's no medical waste. If there is, it's very minor, and that's a special pickup.
Okay, sounds good. You have an approving for consent. Do we have any audience communication? I see none. So you're all set. You do not have to come back. Good luck. Thank you for the improvement.
Thank you.
Have a nice night.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 9 is a waiver petition from the Planning Commission 2022040212, submitted by Area Towing and Recovery, Inc., requesting to operate a vehicle at 12.
He's on the wrong one.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the wrong one.
Eight, Jim.
Yeah.
okay.
Number 8.
Number 8.
So excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me, item number 8, let me start there. Waiver petition from the Planning Commission 2022030211, submitted by Livonia Veterinary Hospital, requesting to expand their facility at 13389, 13391, and 13393 Farmington Road on the west side of Farmington between the CSX Railroad right-of-way and Schoolcraft Road in the northeast quarter of Section 28. Good evening.
Hello.
What's your name and?
Dean Devons with Devons Custom Construction, 43650 Utica Road, Sterling Heights, Michigan. I'm the builder.
Okay. Mr. Terramina, are you going to walk us through this?
I'll do it quickly, yes. So Livonia Veterinary Clinic is located just north of the DPW's new administrative offices. This is a vet clinic that's been there for some time. It's a one-story building that's about 2,200 square feet. The plan is to expand that by adding another 3,000 square feet to the building on its northwest side. Property is split zone currently. It has both C2 and M1 zoning. The industrial zoning is where the addition is going. The council is in the process of rezoning that. First reading was given on September 9th of 2019. So the building addition would bring the total size up to about 5,300 square feet. This would allow for additional exam rooms as well as a pharmacy, a food store, as well as an employee lounge. The main customer entrance into the building would be relocated to the addition. There would be a vestibule added as well. The building does meet all of the required building setbacks. It also meets all of the city's parking regulations. Dumpster is shown on the back of the building that would be adequately screened. Additional trees and landscaping are being provided to the site. Planning Commission reviewed this and recommended at least one additional tree along Farmington Road, which the petitioner was happy to accommodate. The addition itself is going to complement the existing building with the use of similar brick. Limestone would be added both to the existing building as well as to the new addition. You can see the renderings down below. Peak roof is shown on the addition. Ultimately, when the addition is completed and they can go in and renovate the existing building, a matching peak roof would be added to that portion of the structure. So overall, a plan that was well received by the Planning Commission and recommending approval.
Thank you, sir. Do you have anything to add?
Nope.
Okay. Anybody from the council? Any questions or comments or motions?
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Toy?
If I made a petitioner or to the fixer-upper person here, I want to compliment you. This building's been there since like the 50s. My parents took our animals there. I remember that as a kid. So before most of these guys were born anyhow. But anyways, that's okay. This is a vast improvement. I'm glad our planning department is, helping and is right on top of everything in this city. They do awesome work. So we appreciate you coming to Livonia and the veterinarian that's here now. And, again, we need these vets around for these animals. Livonians love their animals. I mean, you go door knocking in this community and there's all kinds of dogs and cats, and we're very fortunate. So thank you for being part of our city, and I'm going to offer an approving, if I may, Mr. Chair, and I'll leave it to you to decide if you'd like that on regular consent, sir.
Anybody else from the council? Any audience communication? I see none. That'll be for consent. And you're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council.
Now, finally, item number 9. Excited for this one. Item 2022040212, that's a waiver petition from the Planning Commission, submitted by Area Towing and Recovery, Inc., These gentlemen have been waiting since just approximately 7 o'clock. So requesting to operate a vehicle tow yard at 12719 Inkster Road on the west side of Inkster between the CSX Railroad and Schoolcraft Road in the northeast quarter of Section 25. Your name, sir?
Shane Anders from 12719 Inkster Road. I'm the owner of Area Towing, and I'm here to answer any questions that anybody has in regards to this piece of property that I am proposing to develop.
Okay. Mr. Taramina, do you have any details for us?
Yeah, so Area Towing and Recovery is proposing to set up operation on parcel of land is on the west side of Inkster Road. Parcel measures are roughly 2.65 acres. It's located at the far west end of property that is owned by O'Keller Tool and Manufacturing. And this is surplus land that they have. It was previously used for vehicle storage or recreational vehicle storage. The petitioner this evening is requesting a tow yard operation that now falls under the waiver use standards. He does have all intentions of bidding on the upcoming tow contract. The site provides storage for roughly 343 recovered vehicles. There is a small building located on the adjacent parcel, also owned by O'Keller Tool, I believe, and this is where the tow operators' offices would be located. The area surrounding the existing building, that's shown here. What we have highlighted is actually where the recovered vehicles would be stored. This area is fully fenced. The building where they would operate is located here. I think half of the building is what they would occupy. There is paved parking around this for both customers and employees. The surface of the rear lot for the storage lot is currently gravel. That will have to be improved at least to some degree for proper storage. Lighting is proposed for that area as well. And I think that's pretty much it. Site plan does show an enclosed dumpster, and Planning Commission is recommending approval of the plans as submitted.
Anybody from the council, questions, comments?
Mr. President.
Mr. Donovic?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir, for being here, and thanks for investing in Livonia. With that existing building, are you renovating that building at all, or leaving it the same as it currently is?
We'll make some upgrades to it. That building has been empty for probably about 5 years, a portion of it. It was there when they did the RV parking and storage parking, and it's that, and the property itself has been vacant for about 5 years.
Okay, and then the actual area where you are going to store vehicles, currently that's fenced in, correct?
It currently is fenced in, yes.
Do you anticipate having to change any of that fencing, or is it pretty adequate right now?
So in almost all of my impound facilities, we opaque the entrance of the facility. The Planning Commission advised me that you prefer vinyl fencing in the front area. My other facilities, we opaque it with either the sheet metal, steel, or something like that. We do have one that does have vinyl. So we're flexible and have no issue in following those guidelines that they provided me during the Planning Commission process.
Okay. Can you tell us kind of about your business? I mean, what kind of cars you're storing? What are you doing exactly?
So the sole purpose of this would be only if I was selected through the process to be the police impound facility for the Livonia Police Department. That is my sole focus in my business for 25 years. I tow for about 15 different police departments. I have 5 different impound facilities throughout Wayne County and Monroe County, strictly law enforcement. So I wouldn't be bringing an impound facility to you if I didn't win. That's not my model. It's strictly with law enforcement, and that's what I do and specialize in. So my business is based on a couple things. We are focused on technology, and more importantly, we have a unique process. Unlike most, your police departments spend a ton of resources, taxpayer dollars, managing this process. And about 15 years ago, I invested in technology that basically took my law enforcement agencies out of the business. Their law enforcement officers no longer were doing the administrative paperwork. They reallocated them to real public safety needs, utilizing their gun and their badge to protect the citizens more than to push paperwork for a private business. And so that's really what I'm focused on. I also am very involved in environmental, being environmental friendly. I own an environmental company, and we are probably the only one in the state that can provide proof that we take all of the absorbent that's used on the crash site. If you drive around, you'll notice in a lot of cities, they leave the absorbent out for motorcycles to run over and vehicles and things like that. That eventually flows down into your stormwater drain, and that ends up into our lakes and rivers. So we started initiation about 2 years ago, and
I'm gonna stop you there. So I appreciate the detail. We don't need to go down this road.
That's fine.
At this point, I think what you're trying to convey is if you don't get the police contract for towing, this will not happen. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the council?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Ms. Toy.
Could the petitioner, if I may, could you give us some of the other cities or townships within Wayne County you're talking about?
So I've towed for the city of Taylor Police Department for 20 years. I'm the only vendor.
Okay. Just the cities is great, yeah.
The state police, I have towed for them for about 20 years. I cover all of I-75 for them, from Southfield Freeway to the Detroit border, and then I also cover all of I-94 from Inkster Road all the way back to the Detroit border. I tow for all the police agencies in Monroe County. I cover the state police down there for all of I-75 and US 23. And there are a lot of little or smaller departments. The most recent one is the city of Ecorse. They got rid of their tow vendor and their police chief due to corruption, and brought me in, and they've outsourced the entire process so that they're not involved. Their law enforcement officers are not involved in the administrative process.
Certainly, and if I may ask you then, if you don't get the towing contract, then you're not going to develop this or purchase this site?
Correct.
Because we won't know that for a while yet.
That is correct. So I have a lease agreement to
Okay.
move forward contingent on the RFP process, where there were only 2 bidders that have submitted that was opened recently last week. And so there's just 2 of us bidding on it.
Sir, I don't want to get into bidding contracts and stuff like that. That's not what this is
Yeah,
about.
it wouldn't be an ownership then of the building, you'd just be leasing it, is what
Yes.
you're saying then, right?
Yes.
Then, okay. I was just confused by that,
it's
Mr.
okay.
Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, is there a clause in the current proposal that's been approved by the Planning Commission to limit this waiver usage to this operator?
Good question.
That is a good question.
If there is not, I would like to have that placed in there at this time.
Absolutely.
Do we have any motions from the council? Mr. McCullough?
I'll offer an approving for regular with the stipulation you just added.
Okay, do we have any audience communication in this manner? I see none. So you will have to come back and join us at the next regular meeting, and that'll take place on June 27th.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir. Item number 10 is a waiver petition from the Planning Commission 2022040213, submitted by Wade Shows, Inc., requesting to conduct a carnival in the parking lot of the former Sears location, sponsored by the Livonia AM Rotary, consisting of amusement rides, games, and food concessions from July 14 through July 24 of 2022 at 29500 7 Mile Road. Good evening. Your names, please.
Good evening.
Good evening, I'm Joanna Hardesty with Wade Shows, and with me is Pat Zucal from the Livonia Rotary.
Okay. Mr. Taramina?
Very briefly, this follows all of the
procedural standards that they've operated on the last several years at this location. The parking lot of the former Sears is sponsored by the Rotary Club. Wade Shows, again, obviously is the operator. This event would run for 11 days from July 14th through July 24th. Hours of operation 4 to 11 on Monday through Friday, 4 p.m. to 11, Saturday and Sundays from 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. And then on Monday, July 25th is when the carnival would be dismantled and removed.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Toy.
if I may, the petitioners have been doing this, as Mr. Termina said, for many years. And I really admire you as well and your business because we've never had a problem. We didn't have any ride breakdowns. We, God forbid, we've never had any kind of accidents and all that kind of stuff you hear in other areas. So you have a wonderful reputation and you run a good show, and the Rotary certainly can use the money and and all the success they do on it. And if nobody else wants to offer an approving, I'll be happy to do that for you this evening. Thank you for all the work you do for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McCullough.
Thank you, Council President. Through the chair to the petitioners, this is a weird question. I fully support Rotary AM. You guys do a great job. This has been around for a while. It's exciting to hopefully kind of get back to a little normalcy. If there's anything we can do, I'm sure on our end to blast it out, we will. So thank you again for doing it. The goofy question I do have is, how do you pick the carnival games that will be at these? I'm just curious. Because it seems to change.
How are they chosen?
Yeah.
They're actually part of the Wade Shows family, if you will. They travel with Wade Shows all
Is there a
over
way
the-
to recommend some to be at these?
Come.
Because I'm really good at
What
certain
he wants
ones.
to know is, how does he win a stuffed animal?
No, I got to tell you, and I'll make it really brief, but there was a time, and this was, I literally, for a project at Lawrence Tech, made a prototype, and I mastered one of the hard games. And I would win on demand, and then all of a sudden it was gone. I was threatened to be kicked out of the carnival a few times, and that was fun, but it's kind of a fun story. And then it hasn't been there. I don't even know if I want to tell you the game because.
Don't tell me the game,
Okay.
but I would recommend that you contact Frank Zychak, the owner of Wade Shows, because
I might
I'm
not-
sure you would have an interesting conversation.
He might arrest me and ban me. But no, thank you for that.
So if I can officially provide him as a ride tester, to test any rides at any level of being put together.
I'm not gonna
he's
lie.
yours for the entire weekend.
There was the last thing I'll end this on is it was the wiffle ball game where you roll it up and it falls in the basket. And I got to tell you this. So my wife and I, who have been together now for almost 20 years, I won this game, and I was actually offered to bring a black pair of pants and be
And work it?
and work it. And my girlfriend at the time said, I will never date you again if you do that. But no, I was just curious.
So
It
you
was
were
one-
that good? Well, that's
I am
great.
very good, yes.
Wow, that's insane.
So his wife was impressed, but his girlfriend wasn't.
Well done.
Anyways, you have an approving, and Mr. McCullough and I are both done talking. Do we have any audience communication?
It was good. It was good.
We have no audience communication. I think that'll be for consent. There are no objections. Thank you very much. Good luck. Thank you for all the work the Rotary does. A lot of the money they raise ends up back in our parks and our communities. So
Yes,
this
it
is a great
does.
thing.
Yeah.
So
It does.
thank you. Have a nice night.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rotary.
Item number 11 is a site plan petition from the Planning Commission 2022030801 submitted by MA Designers, Inc., requesting to construct an addition and remodel the interior and exterior of the retail center at 34800 Plymouth Road on Plymouth Road between Stark and Wayne Roads in the southwest quarter of Section 28. Your names, gentlemen?
Good evening. My name is Alex Rishuni. I'm with MA Designers, Inc. I'm the 5710 Rouge Circle in Dearborn Heights, and I'm representing the owner, Firas. Always forget your last name.
My name is Firas Siriani, 25734 on Arbor Trail in Dearborn Heights.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to go to our Planning and Economic Development Director to explain the details of this, and then we'll come back to you, okay? Mr. Termino?
Thank you. Again, this is a request to expand and remodel an existing multi-tenant retail building that is on Plymouth Road. This property, relatively small site, 200 feet by 200 feet. The zoning is C1 local business. The existing building on the property is about 7,000 square feet. 2 driveways provide ingress and egress to the site, both on Plymouth Road. The site does border single-family homes to the north. So the expansion would occur on the east side of the building. This addition would be 2 stories in height. It would provide roughly 4,600 square feet of additional floor space. 2,300 square feet of that would be on the first floor. That would be the retail. Another 2,300 square feet of office would be on the second floor. And then on the west side of the building, above that end cap unit, they would add another 2,300 square feet on the second level. So they're altogether adding about 6,900 square feet of floor area. This would bring the building to about 14,000 square feet altogether. That's 9,380 square feet of retail on the ground level, and then another 4,600 square feet of office. There's a floor plan that shows how the building would be subdivided into the tenant spaces. 5 retail spaces are shown on the ground floor, and then the 2 offices above. The zoning ordinance does require a minimum setback of 20 feet from the rear lot line. In this case, the building is only about 9 or 7 feet away from that wall, so building the addition to an existing non-conforming building is going to require the approval of the Zoning Board of Appeals. There is a 6-foot high masonry wall that separates the commercial district from the residential district, but again, it has to go to the ZBA. In terms of parking, the city's parking schedule requires or recommends 68 parking spaces. In this case, the site plan provides for 53 available parking spaces, but in determining whether or not to allow fewer parking spaces, the ordinance does allow us to consider other sources, including the Institute of Traffic Engineers parking generation manual. In doing that, the recommendation is for 55 spaces. So again, they're at 53 spaces, so it's very close. Council does have the authority to approve the slight deficiency in this case. In terms of building materials, this is what the building would look like after construction. The roof gets completely modified. You can see it goes to a pitched roof on the 2 additions. The existing asphalt shingled roof gets removed and replaced with standing seam metal. The brick is used throughout the construction, as well as some other materials, including a stone base. There's a canopy that provides opportunity for signage. That's something that the Planning Commission asked for changes, and which the petitioner did do. And then along the back of the building, looking at the rooftop units and how those would be screened. In this case, they're going to bring those off the roof and inside the building, so those would not be visible from the residence to the rear. Planning Commission is recommending approval. And last thing I'll just note is the landscaping, additional landscaping is going to be provided along Plymouth Road in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the council?
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Toy?
If I may, to Mr. Chairman, can you help me out? I can't envision where this is at on Plymouth Road.
Yeah, so it is a.
I'm sorry, I just.
This is the old flea market. That's what I call it. I'm not sure, but it's a market that they sell a lot of old things.
Where Cockrum's was?
No.
No.
It's all glass in the front right now, and we're going to utilize that existing building. We're not demolishing any of it or anything like that. We are just adding to that building on one side and on the top. And even the roof is going to stay utilized, and we're just going to, like as Mark said, take out the asphalt shingles and replace it with standing seam metal. But yeah, they sell a lot of different old, furniture and lighting.
Oh,
and all this
yeah, I
kind
know
of
what you
stuff.
mean now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've done a
Antiques.
beautiful job on the design of the building. Do you have tenants already, or no?
Do we,
you have
yes,
people that are gonna rent?
he does
Yeah.
have tenants in mind already for a clothing store that we kind of have labeled already on there. And you can go ahead and tell them any.
We only have one tenant right now, but we're trying to get better, like good ones. I'm not sure, to be honest. I have real estate agent working on this.
Did you approach any of the neighbors? I noticed you abut those neighbors to make sure that, I know you're going up on your roof line there, 2 stories almost. Were you able to, have you heard anything from them, or have you talked to them at all?
Spoke to any of the
No,
neighbors or anything like that?
no.
Nobody
Okay.
approached them, I guess, and
No, nobody even mentioned any.
Okay. I don't want to cause any problems, but a lot of times they don't see it and then they come in at the voting meeting and they start, being very concerned about certain things. So
like to pass this
you
around.
may want to just let them know, the people that abut you or right behind you, you may want to just say, hey, we might be your new neighbors and this is what we're planning on doing. It's just good, being a good neighbor, that's all. And it goes a lot smoother that way. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. White. Mr. Donovan?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a drastic improvement from what the building currently looks at. This is for reference for anyone wondering, this is the building across the street from the Donut Town, the Burger King area, the Dunkin' Donuts right there on Plymouth Road, just east of Wayne Road. You look at its current condition and the building is struggling, so I'm excited to see this move forward. Question about the dumpster enclosure. Is the dumpster enclosure the same material as the new brick material that you're adding outside?
yes, we're gonna change that to, match the building.
To match the building,
brick,
okay. And then what do
yes.
the gates look like?
And the gates, never thought about that, but it's gonna be a steel gate, a wrought iron.
Okay. And then the parking lot, do you have to, I may have missed it, are you changing the landscaping plan, or are you keeping the landscaping the same and adding to it, or?
No, well, there was some landscaping on there. I gotta brush up, and it's been a while, because we've been going back and forth, but, most of the landscaping, 99% of the landscaping is all brand new, and we complied with the planning department on that. There was only some landscaping toward the front, what I remember, and, some of them were removed in order for me to replace with new landscaping. I'm not sure if I left a couple different, shrubbery, but everything else is new.
The last question, do you guys anticipate starting construction this year, or are you gonna wait till next year?
Oh, he wants to start yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
That's the spirit. Well, thank you, and is there approving?
No.
I'd be happy to offer approving if, on consent if my colleagues have no objection.
Mr. McCullough?
Just through the chair to the petitioner, I know exactly what we're talking about. I think it's called Yesterday's Treasures, and it's a consignment store. That building, as you know, is in need of a huge uplift, and this is it. I appreciate everything that you're bringing to it. My concern also echoes to the second floor that you're adding. But I do like the fact that there's no windows, you've got screening for the HVAC, and you're not planning on, deviating from this plan, correct? So there would be no windows, nothing, it would just be brick or
Just
whatever.
the front.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be exactly the way you see it right here. We're
The
not
question that I
deviating
do
anything.
have, that second floor, you're looking at office space, correct?
Yes.
Is
And the
there-
reason why he had that, he just wanted the appearance of the building to look a little bit different than just
Yeah.
your straight, ordinary plaza and stuff
Oh,
like that.
I'm sure, compared to what it is now, this is a definite enhancement. Looking at the site, are you guys doing site enhancements to the parking as well? Are you planning on
Oh, yeah,
new
he's gonna-
asphalt? So this is all
We're proposing to resurface that whole.
awesome.
It's all
Well,
gonna be new.
Yeah,
it-
everything's-
thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's great, and I do think that it would go a long way to reach out to the neighbors behind you, just to let them know, I'm sure that they would be excited compared to what they're probably looking at right now. So that's just, and I think it's great. Thank you again for investing in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Morgan?
Actually, my question was answered, but I would like to say I think this would be a great addition. That building's quite run down and needs to be revamped, so, yeah, that'd be good.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
One final point, I'd just like to note for the record that the two buildings over, the building is 2 stories as well, to the left of it, just to the west of it. So I'd like that to be known. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any audience communication on this matter? I see none. Any objection to this being on consent? I see no objections for consent. You gentlemen are all set. You do not have to come back to the next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You can move.
We'll go to item number 12, a request to approve hourly rates and holiday pay increase from the Department of Civil Service for 2022 through 2024 seasonal laborer positions.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janine Leibel. I'm here on behalf of the Civil Service Commission and Department. We're here to request a change for the hourly rate and also the holiday pay for our seasonal laborers. We'd like to move it to $15 an hour to be competitive with our neighboring communities. Excuse me. And we'd like to have a cumulative rollover of hours worked in order for our temporary and seasonal laborers to be able to collect holiday pay.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Toya?
Thank you, Mr. President. I concur with this wholeheartedly. It's tough getting people out there. I understand that. And I think, when McDonald's and others are paying $17 an hour, this behooves us to take some action quick so that we can keep our beautiful city beautiful. So I would ask for an approving.
Anybody else from the council? I see none. Any audience communication? I see none. Is that for consent? Any objections?
That's up to you, Mr. Chair,
So
whatever you
that'll
would
be on
like.
consent.
Oh, awesome, thank you.
We'll move on to item 13. Request to approve an increase in compensation for administrative assistant in Parks and Recreation from the Civil Service Department to be in the same compensation range as other Parks and Recreation administrative assistants in comparable communities. Ms. Leibel, can you explain this to us?
Sure. We have, they've done some reorganization of responsibilities within their department. The person that they're looking to change the wage for is going to be responsible for several more temporary or seasonal staff and all of the scheduling and front office or front desk work at the rec center. That person, Mr. Murphy, I'm sorry, he is the only person in the city that works underneath that title of administrative assistant, so wouldn't have any impact on other departments or other divisions. The part of his work is coming because there is a change for the program supervisor business manager, and they're changing that to a recreation supervisor business analyst to separate the duties. The person they had before was, I think, being overwhelmed by work in terms of scheduling their front desk and covering the front end administration.
So let me ask you a question real quick, just so I can understand. Are you saying that Tom Murphy is currently under this title? That's not the case, is it? He's the building supervisor.
Hang on 1 minute, I may have, oh no, Mr. Murphy is the only employee who's classified as an administrative assistant.
Well, why don't you change that? Because he's not an administrative assistant. He's the building supervisor, facility manager.
That is a great question. We have some extremely outdated and outmoded job titles. We would love to change them, and I will come and bother you. Excuse me, I'll approach you about that at a different time. I'm so sorry.
Well, I mean, it's easier to make this change and make this argument if you're going to call him what he really is. I'm not trying to give you trouble, but like,
No, I don't disagree.
At this point, you'd have to take it back to civil service to do that, correct?
Yes, so his current title or his new title will be Administrative Assistant Facility Manager, so it'll have a kind of appendage designation.
So that's already approved.
Yes, by the Civil Service Commission.
That makes more sense. Thank you.
Good point.
Anybody on the council with any questions or comments? Any motions? Mr. McCullough?
Everything with the exception of the title, which you'll be working on, seems to be in order. Again, this is something, thank you for the backup with all the neighboring communities. I think it further points out that, we need to continue this. So I'd be happy to offer an approving for consent if there are no objections.
Any audience communication? There is none. Yeah, I think it's worth noting that Mr. Murphy, I think the rec center is literally probably like his child. I think he's the person who was dropped off on the site before the bricks were dropped off, and he's been there ever since. So
I agree.
that's for consent. We'll move on to 14. Request to waive the formal bidding process and approve a 4-year contract with Ritter GIS from the Department of Public Works and Information Systems to provide GIS, that's Geographic Information Services, to the city of Livonia in an amount not to exceed $35,360 annually, with an option to extend for 2 years from budgeted funds. Mr. Rorath.
Good evening, council.
Welcome, sir. I don't think I've seen you in a bit. It's good to see you.
The money ran out, I'm back.
Tell us
Good to see you as well. Thank you for having me.
Sir.
Don Rorath, DPW Director. As you mentioned, we're before you tonight for Ritter GIS. Historically, Ritter GIS has been a very important partner for the city and our GIS in general, along with CityWorks and all the implementation and the switch over from Cartograph a long time ago with that. They've had numerous contracts with the city over the years, and they've also helped, if you recall, with the SAW grants and the different things that we've implemented. As I mentioned, Ritter GIS, they've been instrumental in the development of CityWorks, the training of our employees on CityWorks, coming up and programming and doing all of our crystal reports that are needed that come out of that management system. With all the changes that have happened with NISTIG over the last 3 to 5 years, they've been very, very helpful in implementing that to get that put into CityWorks as well. This is going to be a partnership with the IS department, and Mr. O'Neill apologizes that he's not here tonight, but his son was going to be out on the ball field down at Comerica Park, so I told him I would carry the load tonight. But it is both departments. We will be sharing the costs for this moving forward. And the IS department, they utilize Ritter GIS as much as DPW in a multitude of requests and different projects that they have. Ritter has the background, the necessary technical background, as well as the history with our system and everything they've done in bringing it basically right up from the ground. There really isn't another company out there that could do what they do without coming in here and having a whole lot of higher costs to do that. So, you know, what we're looking for tonight is a 4-year contract, not to exceed $35,360 annually, with the option to extend 2 years if mutually agreed upon. And we're asking council to waive the formal bidding process in accordance with the section 3.04.140D.4 of the Code of Ordinances as amended, because we don't feel there'll be any advantage to the city resulting from a competitive bid situation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. McCullough.
Thank you, Council President. I'm familiar with Ritter GIS. I'm sure, you know, looking over the packet, the amount of background and the work that they've done over the years, even building it up, they're an integral piece to the puzzle. The question I do have through the chair to Mr. Roraff is, their prices, obviously we're waiving the formal bidding process. In years past, did they have a huge increase compared to the contracts? Are they keeping their prices pretty much the same?
It's under 1% in what we were dealing with them in the past.
Okay.
And just so you know, where did that number come from? We're basing that basically on an average of about 8 hours a week of work that they're going to do for
Well,
us.
that was the big thing. And you guys are obviously happy. They're a huge part, and I'd be happy to offer approving on consent.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Anybody else on the council? Any audience communication? I have a question for Mr. Fisher. The way that this is worded, just so we understand this, as we approve this as a 4-year contract with an option to extend, is that ever an administrative option to extend, or would that have to come back to council?
I guess it depends on how it's written up. What would be your preference?
I think I would just like to have a touch base moment, well, for whoever's here 4 years from now, just to understand how it's working out and have the ability to look at that. I won't be around here, God willing. But, yeah, if we can do that with making that, any extension come back to council, that'd be appropriate. Thank you. Well, otherwise, I'm okay with it being on consent. And with that, we'll move on to item number 15. Award of contract from the Department of Public Works for water main taps and service connections, along with emergency water and sewer repairs at various locations throughout the city in an amount not to exceed $375,000 annually for a period of 3 years with an optional 2-year extension from budgeted funds. Mr. Roraff?
Thank you, Council. As you all know, D'Angelo has been a fantastic contractor for us for about the last 27 years. They've done an outstanding job for us, helping us with new water main tap services that are going in for any of our new properties, water services, anything that we would need in that regard, emergency repairs for water and sewer repairs. They're our go-to whenever we need any kind of help at all. They've come in and helped us in water main break situations if we have too many water main breaks. Pick up the phone. Vince is here tonight from D'Angelo, if you may have any questions for him. But as I mentioned, we're looking to award this contract to D'Angelo. This went out to bid on Mitten in May, and they were the only bidder to come back in. If you recall, we've extended this contract a couple of times prior. We actually sat down with them and talked about extending it again, but understanding the situation that we're in with extending contracts and going out to bid and a little bit worried about the pricing, we were very pleased that they came back and were the low bidder or the only bidder at that point in time. But we're looking for this 3-year contract, not to exceed an amount of $375,000 annually, as you had mentioned, with the optional 2-year extension. This would be coming from the water and sewer budgeted funds. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding this.
President?
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's all right, that's okay. I mean, just real quick, I was just gonna say, that Mr. Roroff and company has done a great job with this, and since I've been here, the familiarity with them repairing, the kind of systems you've had in emergency and crisis situations, if you will, has been outstanding. And through the snow, sleet, and otherwise, they've been there. That's been my experience as a councilperson in this community. So I have no reservations saying, let's go with it. And I think, though, the president made a good point of just keeping an eyeball, for this council as it proceeds in the future here.
Absolutely.
But short of that, I would offer that unless Mr. Donovic would like the honors, but in all fairness, that would be fine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to my colleague Laura Toy. The honor is all yours. Ladies first. I would just like to note that maybe the petitioner wants to come up and say hi with the lights and camera, get some glory shot real quick. But no, the company does a great job, and I'm thankful to partner with organizations like them, businesses like them, that work hard for a community, especially in something as serious as this. I mean, you're talking about water main breaks and really nitty-gritty work that needs to be repaired quickly. And I've been thankful to go out with DPW a few times, and even from all the DPW people, they've said that D'Angelo has done a good job. Not Vince himself, but the rest of the people there have done a fabulous job, and looking forward to them continuing that good work for our community.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Council. Thanks for the opportunity. We, as you all know, Livonia has been part of myself and family for 20-some years. So we look forward to keep on building this relationship and fixing your guys' problem. That's our specialty. So we've catered our company and our name to doing just that and fixing everything that no one else wants to do. So as Todd knows and many know, we do everything no one else, and that's just turned into our lifestyle. So
We just need you to move your business into Livonia.
we can't get much closer.
Well,
We're only about 30 feet, 33 feet away, so.
Are there any objections to that being on consent?
Our PO box is Livonia.
I see no objections. Any audience communication? The audience has left us. I do have a question just while we're on this item, not about this contract specifically. But Mr. Roroff, can you let us know how have we been doing recently with water main breaks? I know we were losing a lot often, and I've heard less. Is that correct, or how are we doing?
Yes, absolutely. I'd be happy to talk about that. Just to take you back a little bit, 12 years this month for me being here in Livonia, and it just seems like maybe 2 years. But when I first started here, we were at 190 to 200 a year, give or take, water main breaks. Since that time, bringing Jacob Rushville, bringing Tom Wilson in, bringing and working with our consultants, doing different things, actually looking at the system of what we're doing, we've dramatically reduced those water main breaks down to an average of about 110 a year right now. And for a system this size, that's pretty good. We're doing more. We're trying, as you know, we're before you with replacing valves, with replacing meter pit installation information that's allowing us to see this, to deal with these things, but we're dramatically down. Again, if we get a spike in the system or something that's being supplied to us, we have to react to it. That's just gonna happen. That's everyday life. But we are down. My goal is to get that under 100. So we're gonna keep pushing for that.
Good. Well, thank you for the update. That's very appreciated, and keep up the good work. Thank you, D'Angelo's, rather. I think we have nothing further on the agenda tonight. We'll go back to the council.
Council President, if I could, I'm sorry, just one comment. On the prior, with Ms. Lible up here on the seasonal work, I really do appreciate that. I'm not sure if everybody is aware of what we're dealing with, but we are normally budgeted for 40 seasonal employees, and we currently have 6. That is absolutely detrimental to getting grass mowed, to doing the different things that we need to do to be able to fine tune this. So we're really hoping to go out there and be able to attract some people and have our numbers go up. So I just wanted to say thank you. We're struggling with that right now.
Well, we all appreciate the position that you're in. So some of these jobs that you have with DPW, in terms of mowing the lawns and facilities, outdoor kind of care, you know, I had a neighbor who was looking for a job, a high school kid at Stevenson, and I was surprised that these jobs require you to be 18. It seems like some of these jobs a 16-year-old could do. Is that not the case?
That is the case. I'm actually working with the Civil Service Department. Historically, that has been the practice of the city. And historically, we really haven't struggled to find employees to come in and work seasonally like we are now. The reason behind that is there's machinery and equipment that they have to run. I'm working on trying to separate that and bring in some younger employees potentially to do some of the, you know, the more busy work, some of the work that they will not have to be using equipment and that type of stuff. But I'm glad that you brought that up, because that's actually something that we've talked about, and we're trying to figure out a way to make sure as those applicants come in that we can steer them in the right direction to make those type of things happen.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask, with respect to this contract, item number 15, does it also have the same term, the council consent for extension, or?
I would like it to have that, yeah.
Okay, just to be clear. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have nothing further from the council.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Rohr. We have no audience here. We'll say good evening, Livonia. Meeting is adjourned.
16.